Guys, I am not okay right now. I am really not okay. Tornado warning right now for Lee, Montgomery, and Moore counties in North Carolina. That'll be in effect until 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or Eastern Daylight Time. If we take a look here, this is clearly some really not really intense rotation, but there is some rotation here that'll be moving off into the Carthage areas along State Route 24. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's get some timings out here for you all. Storm track will be over there in the Carthage areas in about 30 minutes, near the Robbins area in about 15. So if you live over there, you need to take your proper precautions, get to your safe space. Guys, I'm upset right now because Streamlabs just deleted everything I own. Everything. Everything is deleted. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Everything is deleted. Like, I had everything set up. You know, the typical thing that I do for every single stream. Everything's deleted. Everything is gone. All that hard work that I spent on all this stuff is gone. I'm not having the best week. I'm not having the best week. I'm more than peeved off right now. It's just everything. I spent like 2 days configuring graphics and putting in specific stuff. It's all gone. All of it is gone. And I was looking forward to doing the intro or whatever. Looking forward to... Oh my god. It's just... Mike's echoing. Everything's deleted. Every single thing. The stuff that I do for my mic, the stuff that I have for my graphics, everything, it's gone. There ain't no backups for Streamlabs. Everything is gone. It's not even YouTube, it's Streamlabs. Because I tried to stream the event on Wednesday to try and, you know, get the word out. You know, and it looked exactly like this, too. Like, everything is deleted. Everything's gone. And it's just, I'm so upset right now, but we'll get on that. We'll talk about that later. I'll voice my frustration after we make sure that people are safe here. So, as I mentioned, Robbins, Carthage, if you live over in those areas, you guys need to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. This is very unfortunate, chat. If we take a look here, the velocities, you can clearly see there is some rotation here. You got your greens moving towards the radar. Your red is moving away. So, the radar is over here somewhere. Oh my god, not pink. Don't want pink. So green's moving towards, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Just to the north and east of Candor, moving to the east, almost to the east, at about 30 miles per hour. So, if you live near Robbins, live near Carthage, live near State Route 24, live near the intersection of State Route 22 and 24, you need to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space now. That is the best thing to do in this instance. There's also other cells across the board. There's more severe thunderstorm warnings. So, like, a bunch to get into here. So, severe thunderstorm warning for Alamance, Davidson, Randolph, and Chatham counties. That'll be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And I wouldn't even rule out the chance of hail. So if you live near Ashboro, Randleman, Coleridge, those areas, you guys could definitely get some strong gusty winds within those areas. There might even be a developing rotation off to the northern end near Randleman, but it is in its infancy at the moment, so I would not be surprised if that doesn't do anything at the moment. And then there's some other severe thunderstorm warnings across the board. Montgomery and Stanley counties, that'll be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And then there's also some other severe thunderstorm warnings that look like they're about to expire. But this one for Cabarrus and Rowan counties. That'll be in effect until 4:45 p.m. So if you live over there, you guys need to take your proper precautions as well. But there's still the tornado warning that's near Carthage. So if you guys live over there, you need to take your proper precautions. And if you live in this tornado warning, you need to take your proper precautions. Get into your safe space now. If you guys are new to the stream, Streamlabs deleted all of my stuff. And so I had to build something from scratch. Everything is echoey. I know it is. All right? I know everything is echoing. But I can't do anything about it. Because it's either I take the time out to fix everything, or at least try to fix everything, or I continue to try and do analysis here. And I think the best thing for me to do is do analysis. But I am just not having the greatest week in the world. It could be a lot worse. I will have to admit, it could be a lot worse. But I am not having the best week. So we're going to continue to try and do as much as we can to try and inform people about these storms. This is not in Tennessee. This is in North Carolina. The event in Tennessee isn't happening yet. Here. I got an idea. I've got a great idea, actually. We're going to hope that my computer does not die in the process. But I've got a great idea. Alrighty, we got almost all of our products up here. Almost all. We'll actually move that to Little Rock because I'm too lazy too lazy to move other ones. Move that to Memphis, and then one more. We'll move this last one here to Columbus Air Force Base. That'll be right here, and boom. Perfect. Why didn't I stream during the Alabama tornadoes? Because I was in Florida, and I have a crappy laptop as well as no internet. Well, I did have internet, but it was not good internet because I was in a hotel. So I mentioned before, I apologize for me not streaming, but you guys can understand where I'm coming from when I say I want to stream, but I just couldn't. Let's see. So yeah, across the board here, there's a bunch of thunderstorms. Actually, there's some thunderstorms over near Memphis, and that's actually concerning because some of these are starting to rotate as well. So we really need to start watching these cells as they move into places like Jackson, Selmer, Lexington, Parsons, Savannah, all in Tennessee. If you live over in those areas, monitor the National Weather Service heavily because you already have a couple of these thunderstorms that are starting to rotate more and more. Let's move this down a bit. There we go. I'm not used to the high pace of this mouse because I've just been not messing around, you know, with my computer. But I guess that's it is what it is. All right, we'll take a look back at the tornado warning here in North Carolina. Still has a little bit of rotation. ZDR, which it just looks for updrafts. There isn't one for a tornado, but there is a large one for hail. So I would not be surprised if some larger amounts of hail goes into that general vicinity. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of hail. Look at this. Some hail amounts, the maximum expected hail size goes up to 1.82 inches, which is actually pretty cool. I mean, not pretty cool, but, you know, for this area of thunderstorms, I did not anticipate larger amounts of hail to be the thing over here. But, you know, that is the thing here. There's already been reports of penny-sized hail in the previous areas near like Concord, just to the north and east of Charlotte. But then there's some other areas that definitely have a lot of activity across the board. Not what I wanted. But yeah, definitely some really nice rotation here on this storm. If you guys are new to the stream and you do like what all is happening with this makeshift part of my channel because everything was deleted and I'm going to try and get that back up as soon as the stream ends. There's so many things that I have to do between now and Monday. It might be a lot, but we're going to try and work as hard as we can. So if you guys do enjoy the content, please be sure to like it, subscribe. Yes, I know I'm echoing. Everything got deleted, John. Everything on Streamlabs. If you would like to come over here and help me with this, that would be great. I'm just kidding, you can't. You're over in Michigan. But I know I'm echoing. I know 100% I'm echoing. I'm going to turn this off and turn it back on. Actually, got an idea. Put this filter on. Let's do noise suppression. Actually, let's not do noise suppression. That's kind of stupid. Noise gate. Is that a bit better? I hope it. So, still a lot here across the board. Bunch of thunderstorms across the board. Right now, Carthage. Very careful. Very, very. I want to go back to Whiteville. Yeah, these. Oh, there's actually some. Selmer, Adamsville, Crump. Surprised if you get. Mike is now cutting out. Love this. You know what? You know what? Screw it. Screw it. We're just putting gain. We're hoping for the best. It's good enough. It's honestly good enough. I really don't care at this point. I really don't care. Lord. Please, Lord, help me today with this live stream. Help me not get frustrated. Help me make the decisions necessary to help save some lives today. And please allow me to not die because Streamlabs is making me want to. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Oh my god, this is actually extraordinarily frustrating. This is probably one of the worst situations I've ever been through, but hey, you know what? It could be a lot worse, chat. Lot of rotations here across the board here. We gotta watch these very heavily. So anywhere south of Interstate 40 is where we really need to watch this. We really need to watch these storms across the board. I don't really think there's a whole lot that's happening right now. I'm going to take a look at what's happening with the Storm Prediction Center and what all they've updated. So still the 10% chance, 10 sig for tornadoes. You have your 2%. That's pretty wonky. It's in this green. So the 2% chance for tornadoes, as well as the 5% indicated in brown, and your yellow that is indicated in the 10%. You also have the black circle with dotted lines in the middle. That is your 10% chance for tornadoes. That could be EF2 or greater, so maybe even EF5. I can't exactly say what tornado is going to be what, but, you know, that's what we're here for. We're here to cover all this. Your wind, your 5, 15, and 30. Your 5 is your 5% chance for winds, so that's in brown. You have 15, which is in yellow, your 30, which is in red right here. And then you also have your sig in the middle. So if it was just regular 5, 15, and 30, that would be your probability of you seeing winds over 58 miles per hour. And then your significant severe risk, which would be around, what, 74 miles per hour or greater. So that's something to keep in mind with all of that as well. Weather at a glance, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. I cannot hear anything because Streamlabs is dead, so there's only so much I can do. Charlotte, yes, let's go over to Charlotte real quickly, because I know I have viewers in Charlotte. I can't abandon them. Okay, so Charlotte doesn't exactly look like they're in any sort of strong risk right now. You had a lot of hail to the north of you all, but if you're talking about Charlotte metro area, So like anywhere from, I'll say, I-485 all the way up to, say, the intersection of 85 and 77. You guys have a lot of scattered thunderstorms at the moment. Nothing really too severe in my honest opinion. Do have a little bit of spotty hail, some gusty winds, but no chance of tornadoes, or at least none that I can see. Let's see. How can we help you? If there are some people who know how to do Streamlabs, stuff like that, then try and, I don't know. I don't think there's any way you guys can help me, actually. I think I'll just have to do it by myself once I'm all done. Is my echoing gone, at least? Is my echoing gone? If that's gone, I'm okay. I can work with that. But if it's echoing, it's not a help to anyone. Yeah. So this storm that's moving through Carthage right now really has some intense profile here on reflectivity. You can clearly see the hook wrapping around. I am curious about what this passing thunderstorm is going to do to this actual supercell. Will it impede the inflow in any sort of way? Will it make it unable to continue to further go along? But let's see. Yeah, the updraft isn't all too there, but no echo, but it gets louder at times. Okay, well then, it's alright. No CC drop. This right here is inflow notch. So I'll circle this area right here. This is where you would be it in question. Move it back to base reflectivity, and it's nothing there. So it's there. Not bad. Echo is sporadic, but not really that big of a deal. Okay, well then I can work with that. I feel like I have to put a disclaimer up at the top, but we'll do that after the tornado warning subsides. Yeah, there's really impressive echo tops here on Signature, actually. It goes up to 46,900 feet, which, if you guys don't know what enhanced echo tops are, they basically look at how tall these thunderstorms are spanning up in the sky, so how tall the clouds go up. And according here to the radar, it actually tells us that it goes up to 46,900 feet, which is pretty insane, because for stuff like this, it actually isn't, you know, that too big compared to what was on Wednesday. But for today's event, it's pretty intense, like pretty tall. So that's something to keep in mind with that. There's still some of these storms that are moving into the Raleigh areas. I know there's some people who watch from Raleigh. You guys are going to most likely get some gusty winds and some spotty hail. But can't hear me too good. I would either say turn myself up, or if that's an issue for everyone else, then I'll have to figure something out as well. Because, as I mentioned before, Streamlabs, the software that I'm using to broadcast to you all, deleted my stuff. So I'm kind of in a state of panic at the moment, similar to how anyone else would be during a tornado warning, if you know what I mean. Not saying that my situation is comparable to that, because it isn't, but I'm just saying that for me trying to help other people, I'm in that state of panic right now. Yeah. You have relatives in Greensboro? Well, luckily Greensboro is kind of out of the risk right now. Luckily. But there is still some really nice presentation here on this storm. Spectrum width doesn't seem to be all too significant. Actually, hold up. I know there's one thing. I don't care, Discord. Go away. Oh, someone says hi. This is not good. That's not good. I sound like a robot? Oh, I think I know. Oh, I think I know. Give me a second. If nothing good's gonna happen out of this stream, I'm gonna at least make something good come out of it. Give me a second. Give me 2 seconds. Okay. So I got this off of someone else. This actually looks insane. This is a color table that someone recommended to me, and it actually looks kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. So we're gonna exit out of that, bring that back in, test it. It works. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How much did that work? How many tabs? I only got 3. Crap. Try and make as many as I can. That's too many. 1, 2. How many do I have now? I have 6. I don't need 6. I need 5. Okay. So this is a nice little color table that someone recommended to me. Look at this color table for the maximum expected hail size, guys. Look at how cool this looks. I'm not gonna lie, this looks pretty cool. Like, this might be one of my favorite color tables to look at. It's aesthetically pleasing. Because it tells me exactly where all the hail is. And this is the potential of severe hail too. But like, look at this. This looks absolutely amazing. So if nothing good's gonna come out of this stream, dang it, I'm going to make something good come out of it. I'm gonna make something. So it looks absolutely fantastic. And we're gonna use this from now on our streams. But it just looks so good to me. I mean, I'm not sure about you guys, but I love how it looks. The one thing I do not like what it looks is the fact that this storm now has a maximum expected hail size of 2.5 inches. That is significant hail, folks. That is significantly a large amount of hail. That is not exactly the best thing in the world. But because I'm pretty sure the people in Carthage do not want to deal with 2-inch sized hail. That is crazy. 100% not exactly the best thing in the world. Yeah, no. Let's go back into the analysis of the storm real quickly. Right now, there is a little bit of rotation, but it's really elevated. It's like high up in the sky, so right at the surface, it's not exactly all too correlated. As a matter of fact, the closest area to the rotation there would be is this gray moving away towards the radar, from the radar, green's moving towards, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be. But that thing is weak. That thing's really weak. So, you know, I can't exactly say that there is a whole lot going on with the storm and that the rotation's really pretty elevated, because once we go up to here, you can clearly see the rotation, 100%. You know, these blues moving away, or towards grays moving away. But this, we're looking up approximately 10,000 feet up in the sky, and that's nowhere near the surface. So, you know, that's something to keep in mind too, that there is rotation on this storm, but it isn't anywhere near the surface. So it's pretty elevated at the moment. Now, one thing I do want to make a note of real quickly is that we need to watch this storm, but we need to also watch this storm as well. And the reason being is because if we do the exact same thing, we go back to the rotations up in the atmosphere, all right? We can still see that there's a little bit of rotation here. I'll actually take a storm motion from warning, and you guys can still see there's the greens that move towards, the reds moving away. Right here's where the rotation would be. But I said watch this storm, and the reason being is because you can clearly see that 100% right here. There's clearly some rotation in the upper parts of the atmosphere. So with that, would not be surprised if this thing starts to form, starts to mature a bit. And if it does start to mature a bit, then you could easily see a tornado warning come from this cell right here. So that is something to keep in mind as time progresses here this evening. Why has the weather been so bad? Is it from global warming? Not exactly. It just so happens that the weather patterns are really extreme right now in regards to the jet stream. the energy is not any different from what it would be every single year at this time of year. It's actually about average. It's just the wind patterns are so strong right now, and it's been strong for the past 5 months. So, that's more or less the reason as to why weather has been so intense as of late. And I wouldn't be surprised if it actually doesn't go away for quite some time. But we might be getting a little bit of a break as of right now, especially with there being a lack of rotation in the storm. Look at this, guys. This is not organized whatsoever. It's actually pretty discombobulated. Look, you got your hook right here, but you got the storm that's clogging up the inflow. So it's having real difficulties trying to organize itself. Then you have this little appendage right here, and we don't know what that thing is doing. It might be a new area of rotation, which actually does look like that's exactly what it is, but it's really so far behind the storm to the point where all the rain around that's cooling the atmosphere is most likely going to kill the storm off or kill this rotation, unless if this chunk of area right here indicated in this box goes away, to which then you could possibly get another area of rotation that moves on through. But that's something to keep in mind as we continue to move on through the evening. Will the severe weather calm down a bit next month? Unfortunately, no. I don't believe it will. But it's been a La Nina for 2 years now, right? Something like that, a year and a half. And La Ninas, for those of you who don't know, La Nina is actually to where the ocean temperatures at the equator in the Pacific Ocean is below average in temperatures. So what that means for the United States is that actually makes it more favorable for severe weather to occur in places like Alabama and Mississippi. But the downside, or actually the upside, I should say, is that severe weather tends to deplete for places like Oklahoma and Kansas and Nebraska and stuff like that. So that is the good news. But it's the bad news right now, obviously, that there's severe weather that's been pushed across the board in Dixie Alley. So that's something to keep in mind with all of that. Okay. So I think we're in a good spot to where we can stop and look at what's happening tomorrow. Because I said I was going to storm chase tomorrow, and yes, you heard me correctly, I will. 30% chance for wind, so that's the reason why I went enhanced. But there's still that massive 5%. Look at this. Massive 5% that extends all the way into North Carolina. 100% going to chase that. Going to head down here. Most likely go down 95 and sit somewhere so that I can be able to try and get some action for you all. So, who knows? We might get something, we might not. But tomorrow is looking pretty interesting, if I do say so myself. But yeah, there's still that giant 10% across the board here. I haven't seen any sort of initiation whatsoever. Let's take a look at the satellite, actually. Because that might change our perspective here. We'll go to the long wave IR and see if things actually have fired up. Yes, there actually have been cells that are firing up. Look at this, across the board. So would not be surprised if some of these other cells really start to kind of kick off here in a bit. Tennessee. There we go. I want to go over to Little Rock. And then this one. Yeah, I know. 5% might seem boring, but that's actually the qualifications of this channel to actually live stream is most 5%. Unless if I think that the 5% should be at 2%, then I won't stream at all. But, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. There's 2 Columbus ones now. So we gotta go to Nashville? I think it's Nashville. Memphis, Nashville. Yep. Perfect. What are your thoughts on the Noonan tornado? That thing was actually kind of pretty mental, I will not lie. The fact that it spawned where it did and when it did at that point of the event, it was just it was really intense to look at. And I was sitting on my bed watching the storm unfold. Which, by the way, not to get completely off track, but this is not a good prediction to be proud of, but I can say that I predicted the long-lived tornado that occurred from that hit Centerville in the Discord server that I run. Which, if you if you guys are not in the Discord server already, you should. It's an amazing Discord server where we talk about weather. But if you're not, that's fine. It's just I talk about all sorts of stuff there, whether it's weather, whether it's my personal life, stuff like that. You know, all sorts of shenanigans. But I successfully predicted 45 minutes out that would happen. That it was going to be the cell of the day, the storm of the day, and it was. So link in the chat right there if you want to join the Discord server. But it's not a prediction that I'm proud of because obviously it impacted so many people. But at the same time, it was still pretty cool. Pretty cool to be right. Just not what you would want to be right. Where are we at? This is in North Carolina. This tornado warning is for Lee and Moore counties. That'll be in effect until 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you know anyone who lives near Cameron, Carthage, anywhere near Tramway, although I think the storm's kind of died out, then you need to tell them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. If you know anyone who lives in the Tennessee area as well, there is a 10% chance for tornadoes for them across the board here in this general vicinity. You can see southern Arkansas to northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, all the way into Tennessee. Ooh. Guys, one thing I want to mention real quickly, Nashville is out of the 10% risk. I mentioned this morning in my video, which everyone complained to me in the comments that it was crappy because I was cutting out every single second. I mentioned, whether you heard or not, that Nashville was in the 10%, and it's not anymore. So that is the good news. Nashville is not in the 10%. Which, by the way, I know that my video was not exactly good. But then again, once again, can't do a whole lot. I was kind of with a laptop in bad service, and there's not really much I can do with what all I was given. So I was just happy to upload a video to begin with. Nate, so will it be calm, a calm spring for places like Kansas? Most likely for right now. But I would wait until the end of April until things start to ramp up. Yeah, so the tornado warning has expired. It's 5 o'clock. It is completely expired. That is the good news here. No more rotation whatsoever. I still love the maximum expected hail size look. It looks absolutely phenomenal. But my question now is, where are these thunderstorms? I haven't been paying attention a whole lot. I'm not gonna lie. I've kind of been on vacation for those of you who are new, which, by the way, please be sure to like and subscribe, share this with friends and family, and if you think that this live stream is trash, go to my previous live streams. You'll be able to see it was actually a whole lot better quality, and it was a whole lot better. And then you'll ask, what happened? And then I'll say to you, Streamlabs, the streaming software that I have, deleted everything. So I'll have to work probably nonstop tonight to try and get everything back. But I tried. I tried to put something up as quick as possible. Not sure if it worked or not, but it is what it is. So it looks like some of these thunderstorms will begin to start popping off officially. Within the next hour. Actually, 2 hours. There's no radar over in Texarkana, which is very unfortunate. But there's also some thunderstorms that are down here. There's a lot of lightning here in this storm near Magnolia. I'll take a look at the velocity on this to see if there's anything. Nah, not yet. But I would watch this storm. I would watch these set of storms right here as they head to the north near Arkadelphia and Pine Bluff. I would really watch these storms. How does Lookout Mountain area northwest in northwest Georgia, almost Tennessee, look tonight? So you guys, just based off of the Storm Prediction Center, you guys are kind of in a slight risk, which will consist of a 15% chance of you guys seeing 58-mile-per-hour winds or greater, a 15% chance of you seeing 1-inch size hail or greater, and then you're right on the border of a 2% and a 5% chance for tornadoes. But honestly, I think once it starts to head into your area, the risk really starts to deplete to a 2%. So I think it'll be more or less a 2% for you as it heads into your general vicinity. Yeah. So it'll start to kick off within the next hour or two, which is the good news here. But let's try and take a look across the board and see what other storms might have a little bit of rotation. Nothing real there. Candor, is it starting to translate to the ground yet? Not yet. It still has it has pretty good rotation in the upper parts of the atmosphere, but it's nothing too serious at the moment. So that's the good news. Yoshi, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. Oh, this thing's starting to curl though. I will say that much. Watch out for this storm right here near Candor. Watch out for this storm. Watch out, Carthage. You guys aren't out of the risk quite yet. Whispering Pines, watch out. This storm could do things. We'll have to continue to monitor the storm, but watch out. I want to take a look back at where's Memphis? There's Memphis. I want to take a look back at these storms near Meadon and Pinson, Henderson, those areas. There's a little bit of rotation here. So right here in Pinson, right here north of Toon, basically just south of Jackson, Jackson, Tennessee. So if you live in the Pinson and the Meadon areas, you guys need to go ahead and monitor this heavily, as these storms could continue to move on through. We also have another storm here near Adamsville. We're looking up pretty high up in the sky, but we should watch this storm too, because if that thing starts to develop, I'm sorry for blinding you all, but if that thing starts to develop, then you could potentially see something out of that storm as well. We also have this storm right here near Gilt Edge, just to the north of Memphis. This thing has some general rotation as well, but doesn't really look all too well pronounced based off of that, I should say. So something to keep in mind with that. What about Cookeville, Tennessee? You guys are in a 5% chance for tornadoes. Your risk will be a lot later tonight, like in the 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock hours, maybe even 10 o'clock. Yeah, jeez. Okay. Real quickly, I took a look over what all we could expect, or what all the storms we need to watch. I want to take a look at the parameter of these storms, the worst case scenario, if you will. Because I always plan for the worst case scenario. And it definitely is right when it's in the evening. So 6 o'clock, 6 o'clock Central Standard Time, that will easily be worst case scenario for this event tonight. So if you know anyone who lives in Tennessee, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions and monitor the weather. You know, even show them the stream. Show them the stream that this stuff is happening, and we'll be sure to help them out as best as possible. Check Jeff Petrowski on Twitter. Did he send like a wall cloud or something like that? Aaron, Tennessee. Yeah, I'll figure that out for you in a second, Ice Royale. Just give it a second. Jeff Petro. Don't exactly... I don't know where that is, but that's pretty cool. Thanks, Jeff. Because he didn't mention where it was. And I don't want to get copyrighted, if you know what I mean. Alright, Aaron, Tennessee. You live all the way over there. What are you guys doing over there? Alright, so you guys are actually in the 2% chance for tornadoes. Or at least I think you are. It looks like you're in the border of the 2% and the 5%. But honestly, I think you guys are more in the 2% chance for tornadoes. It'll just be more of a gusty wind and hail threat for you all. But I'd continue to monitor the weather. Your risk for severe weather will enlarge at around the 8 o'clock hours. Around 8 o'clock. Maybe even 9 o'clock. But around 8 o'clock is when you guys can start seeing the thunderstorms. And then 9 o'clock is when things will get worse. All right. I'm only going to be doing localized forecasts for a little bit longer. Huntsville, you guys are pretty much out of the risk for the most part, except for the 2% chance for tornadoes. So that's the good news there. But your risk will be more or less much later tonight, more or less into the 10 and 11 o'clock hours. Caden does weather, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Hernando, Mississippi. Give me a second. Or Hernando, either or. You live off a farm street in Noonan? Well, I hope you're all right. I know I didn't track that storm a whole lot, but I hope you're all right. Okay, so whoever said Hernando in Mississippi, you guys are like really in the middle of the risk. So I would monitor this event really carefully. Although, just by looking at the HRRR, you guys aren't in the worst risk, but you're in the heart of it. So if you live in that general vicinity, I would expect cells to be around you at around the 10 o'clock, maybe 11 o'clock hours, to which you guys can get some strong gusty winds, maybe even a tornado off of that, maybe some large hail as well. Look at the storm above Raleigh. Oh boy. Let's see. Oh yeah. I was looking at that earlier, but I was like, I think it might gust out. But that does look pretty interesting, doesn't it? Oh yeah, there's a little bit of rotation on it, but it's in the upper parts of the atmosphere, I will admit that. So, that's something to keep in mind there, that this storm needs to continue to be monitored, especially around Raleigh. So, can you look at the cell over Raleigh? It looks like it's starting to rotate. Yeah, I was looking at that just over and over again. This storm really needs to be monitored, but I think it's going to be more or less a hail maker, if you know what I mean. It's not really translating that rotation down to the ground. So, you know what? We have a tool. We might as well use it. 3D. Sometimes I even forget that we have this thing. That is a massive inflow notch, and that's exactly what you would expect from a hail maker. The reason why I say that is because typically storms with giant inflow notches are the ones that shoot out hail. And the reason why I say that is because typically if you have a lot of energy, if it's consolidated and trapped into more of a smaller tunnel, if you will, then the winds kind of accelerate. That's the reason why we tell you not to hide under underpasses whenever you have a tornado warning, because the winds accelerate through that smaller tunnel. So, you know, with this large inflow notch like this, the rotation isn't anywhere as strong as it should be, and it's not anywhere as organized as you think it could be. So this is more or less a hail maker right now, and that I do not foresee this to be tornadic anytime soon. But if it does wrap up, which it looks like it's trying to do so, then it might become tornadic a little bit later. But Raleigh, you guys are kind of clear of a tornado risk at the moment. That is the good news for you all. one thing that I have been mentioning for quite some time, here is the storm in Candor and Seven Lakes. Look at this thing, chat. This thing is really starting to try. It's the little storm that could. Look at this storm right here. Starting to wrap up. Look at this storm right here near Cameron. We've got 2 different cells right here that are looking pretty interesting. Looking really interesting, but it's not anywhere too strong at the moment because nothing's organized. Although this storm right here, the Cameron cell's looking all right, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see as it continues to move on through. Bellevue, Tennessee. Yeah, give me a second. I'll find that out for you. I'll find that out for you here in a second. Vasily Galenko with the $2.37 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. You said, you asked if upstate South Carolina will get bad weather. Today and tomorrow, most likely. I think tomorrow will be more or less the threat for you all in regards to severe weather. But, yes. Today, not really. Tomorrow, I would say so, in my honest opinion. Jeez. Yeah, no, I would say tomorrow would be your strongest risk for severe weather, honestly, Vasily. I was just doing that real quickly. Weather is boring today. That's because the event hasn't started yet. Yep, so Bellevue, I just looked over here. You guys are right near Nashville, which I believe is on the border of the 5 and the 10% chance for tornadoes. You guys can start seeing action just from severe storms in general at around 7 o'clock, in my honest opinion. 7 o'clock is when you guys can start seeing some severe storms, and then it'll continue to move on through, and you'll just get a constant barrage of rain as it continues to push on through into the evening tonight. So let's see. Joliet, Illinois. Good question. I don't believe you guys are gonna get anything as of recent. There we go. And real quickly, I'll put this back. There's the tornado warning. So new tornado warning for Johnston, Nash, Wake, and Wilson counties. That'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So this is one of those things where the National Weather Service is starting to look at it, and it's starting to become a bit more wrapped up, if you will. Or it is trying to wrap up, if you will. So, if we take a look here at the velocities, you can clearly see here's the rotation. Red's moving away, green's moving towards right here, right over New Hope. So if you live near Knightdale, if you live near Wendell, if you live near Zebulon, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's take a look at the timings here for you all. Knightdale within the next 5 minutes. As soon as you hear this transmission, get into your safe space. Wendell within 15 minutes. Zebulon, or Zebulon. I don't know how to pronounce that correctly, but I think I'm pronouncing it correctly. It'll impact your general vicinity in about 20 minutes, maybe 15 minutes, if this thing continues to march off to the east at the pace that it's going. But if you live over there, you need to take your proper precautions. If you live anywhere along United States Route 64, you need to continue to monitor this storm heavily, especially if you live near Knightdale. You need to get in your safe space. Wendell, you have a little bit of time, so you can get stuff like pillows, mattresses, helmets, just in case if this thing does produce a tornado and it does loft debris and stuff like that. That way, you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This thing just doesn't look as impressive as you think it would at the surface, though. That's my only issue here. So, but it does have some really nice rotation. I will admit, really nice presentation here on reflectivity. You can clearly see the hook here. Clearly see it. You can even see the little gust front that it's creating here from the outflow boundary. New scan just came in, actually. Real quickly. I do want to take a look. Still nothing of interest, honestly. I still think right now this thing is a bit more of a hail and wind threat. This thing right here is kind of gusting out a bit. I think they're issuing the tornado warning just in case if this thing does wrap around completely. Zebulon, well, thank you for clarifying that for me because I don't live in North Carolina. So Zebulon, that's going to be impacting your area in about 15 minutes. So if you live over there, you need to continue to monitor the storm. As a matter of fact, in about 15 minutes, that's when the storm's going to impact you. So in between now and then is when you should get into your safe space. Whether you, get helmets, get pillows, or just go straight to your safe space. Lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet or a basement if you have one. That way you can be safe from this tornadic storm. Middlesex, one thing that I did not mention is that this is going to be heading off into your area in about 30 minutes. So there's a little bit of time here for you all. But still something to keep in mind as this continues to move on through. Someone asked about Joliet, Illinois. You guys most likely aren't going to get anything from now until, say, next month or something like that. But you guys do have some scattered storms that are passing off to your south. So if you live over there, that's what you're seeing. Someone asked about Dallas-Fort Worth. You guys aren't going to get any severe storms, or you guys are going to get some severe storms today, but they're not going to be as bad as stuff in Nashville and stuff like that. So something to keep in mind with all of this. Yeah, mesocyclones can look impressive and even dangerous. Doesn't mean it will drop a tornado. That is 100% a true fact, Morgan Gray. And which is the reason why I was talking about it earlier. If you have a typically large inflow notch, it's not exactly, it doesn't exactly mean that it will always produce tornadoes. Some instances it can produce large hail, maybe some gusty winds, but there's some instances like this here right now to where it doesn't look like this thing has any sort of strong rotation here. But if there was any rotation, it would be right near Nightdale. But yeah, you can clearly see greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So yeah, this storm definitely something that we need to continue to monitor heavily as this continues to move off towards the south and east. Surprisingly, it's actually moving more east than south, but it is moving to the south and east at 40 miles per hour. So this thing's kind of booking it a little bit. If you guys are new to live stream, you do enjoy what I'm doing here, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe if you're new, turn on notifications, share this with friends and family so that you guys can stay up to date and other people can stay up to date. And by the way, one thing that I do want to mention is that liking the video actually makes it so that it tells YouTube that more people should see this live stream. And in turn, that actually gets the word out a lot more. So all I'm doing here is I'm just trying to help people get the word out that this stuff is happening in their general areas, and that I'm trying to help save some lives potentially. So that's all I'm here to do. If you guys would like to help me out, that would be greatly appreciated. Yeah, there's a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings across the board here. I do want to take a look at the severe thunderstorm warning over here in St. Louis. Or near St. Louis. No rotation here on the storm. Echo tops real quickly. I do want to take a look. Not all too tall. 31,000 feet, so it's actually overperforming for that area, but still something to keep in mind. Will you live stream hurricanes when hurricane season starts? Yes, sir, or ma'am, I will. 100%. Any opportunity I can live stream the weather, I will take it easily. So, speaking of taking it, geez, these storms right here in Tennessee are going. They're going mental. Oh my goodness, this thing has some large rotation. Look at this. The reds are moving away. The greens and grays moving towards right in the middle is where the rotation would be. This is some large rotation. This is a really nice hook too. It's really unfortunate that it's moving away from the radar because we can't exactly see what's happening if it's not exactly going towards a radar. If it's heading away, it's looking higher and higher up in the sky and rather not at the ground. So if it's towards a radar, that's when we can actually figure out what's happening at the surface, and it's a bit more useful to the people who might get impacted. But this is some absolutely massive rotation here on this storm, on this supercell. These supercells are actually spanning up to 49,000 feet in some spots, which is actually pretty tall for this event. We saw before it was up to 46,000 feet in the cells in North Carolina, and in these ones, these are actually spanning up even taller than that. So I'm not sure if this will break the 50,000 foot barrier, but we'll have to continue to monitor this storm extensively as this continues to move off. Let us see. Yeah, this is a storm that we really need to continue to monitor heavily. Is it true that you live in an area with lots of hills, so you won't get any tornadoes? I mean, I don't really get a whole lot of tornadoes. The hills are not the reason why I don't get tornadoes, but it's just mainly because we don't have a good supply of moisture over where I live. Although tomorrow is the difference. Tomorrow I'm going to storm chase for the 400 people that are watching here right now. If you guys come back around this time tomorrow, maybe even a little earlier in the day tomorrow, I will be storm chasing in the Mid-Atlantic. So if you guys want to see that, turn on notifications. I'm excited. I was literally a mile away from seeing my first ever tornado. It caused EF1 damage in a place south of Annapolis, Maryland. But I was that close to seeing it and catching it on film for you all so that you guys could see what these things are like, and I could see what they're like in person. But I only see the damage for whatever reason. My luck has been terrible. Just like today. So we're going to hope that my bad luck does not carry into tomorrow. And that we get something that's out in the field. But if you guys are excited for that, stay tuned for tomorrow. Subscribe, hit the notification button, because that is exactly what we are going to do. Let's see. Someone asked about Concord, North Carolina. Jeez. Give me a second. I will look that up for you. It's near Charlotte. You guys are kind of in the out of the risk right now. That is the good news. Where's this at? The main risk is over in North Carolina. Although the storm that has the tornado warning isn't exactly a good tornado warning, in my honest opinion, but it's still fine. So Concord's kind of out of the risk right now. They might get some more thunderstorms across the board, but honestly, not really that big of a deal. So you're fine. You got no thunderstorms. You might get some more thunderstorms later, but they won't be as significant as some in the previous hour or two. But yeah, there's still a little bit of rotation here in Nightsdale. Still a little bit, but it's not anywhere as impressive as some of the past tornado warnings that we've had. I do want to take a look at some of these other cells here. We've been watching these cells here near West End and Olivia for quite some time, and it looks like the rotation is trying to translate to the ground. It's still trying. Actually, it looks like the one for West End is starting to do so at the moment, but it's still not anywhere as defined as people would like it to be, so that's something to keep in mind. Felicity with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much. My goodness. That is absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. Will tomorrow be as bad as today or just better area for chasing? See, here's the thing, all right? I live in South Central PA. So if I don't have to travel 10 hours to storm chase, I will most certainly take that deal. I could have went down to North Carolina today if I had the opportunity, but I kind of have been in Florida for the past week, which is the reason why I didn't live stream on Wednesday. So, you know, even though tomorrow will most likely not be as bad as today, there is still a chance for tornadoes that I cannot pass up. So, if you kind of get where I'm coming from. Check the cell west of Stanfield, North Carolina. Yeah, I will do that real quickly. Stanfield. Where is that? Am I a donut? Might be a donut. I don't know where Stanfield is. You know what? Let's just look it up. We're gonna look it up on Google Maps. So when in doubt, thrash about. True facts. Stanfield. Oh, okay. So it's over here. Ish. I think. Why can I not locate where these things are at? It's north of Monroe. There's Stanfield. My goodness, that took me forever to figure out. I guess I just am not that bright today either. Might as well call it quits. Not exactly on my game today. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, so the people that live around Stanfield, you guys are actually kind of in the clear at the moment. Just some scattered showers that are near like the Mint Hill areas as well as the Matthews area, and that'll be moving into your general vicinity, but it won't be as strong as some of the storms that you've gotten over the past hour or two, which is the good news for you all. Washington County, oh my goodness, that is really close. That is really close. Okay, well, yeah, no, I am the county directly north of you. So, hello, neighbor. All right, well, from neighbor to neighbor, allow me to inform you that there is a chance for severe weather tomorrow within our area. Now, because knowing us here in this general vicinity, usually we don't get anything. I mean, that's just been the case. But the Storm Prediction Center is issued, depending upon where you live in Washington County. You're either in a 2% chance for tornadoes or a 5% chance of tornadoes. Personally, I think it's more or less a 2% just across the board for Washington County. But you guys do have the risk for some strong winds and even a little bit of hail. But honestly, I think it's more or less a gusty wind threat for you all. But just wanted to inform you that there is some severe weather that's going to be impacting us tomorrow. Yeah, you guys kind of peaked that enhanced risk for tomorrow. That's what I'm storm chasing. That's what I'm storm chasing for you all. So, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty excited. I'm actually really excited for storm chasing tomorrow. I am really excited. But, I gotta try and hold my excitement in for another day. Alright, so this cell near Whispering Plains that was near the Seven Lakes in the West End area is starting to form some weak rotation. That's the storm that we've been watching for quite some time. So that is something of concern that we will need to continue to monitor as this heads off into the general direction of I-95. Because I know all too well how bad I-95 can be across the board, but yeah, something to keep in mind. Shopping in Waynesboro earlier. I know some people who live in Waynesboro. Waynesboro is a fun place to be in. What'd you say about Mint Hill, North Carolina? I missed it. Did I say? Oh yeah, Mint Hill. You guys just have some scattered storms over in your area. So there isn't really going to be anything a whole lot. But that's going to be a whole lot, you know, too severe for you all. But you guys are going to still get some scattered storms for quite some time. Can you stream storm chasing? That's the best part. If you guys turn on notification and you're already subscribed to my channel, you guys can see this live. Exclusively on the Nate Snyder YouTube channel. So, yeah. That's the best part. Is Goldsboro good? Well, let's find out. Goldsboro, North Carolina. You guys... Ooh. Oh, so right now you guys are all right, but you guys can see some thunderstorms within the next, like, hour and a half, 2 hours, something like that. Charlotte doesn't look too bad. Nope, Charlotte's actually pretty good. Here's the radar for Charlotte. It's kind of hard to see because there's a bunch of red dots around, which that's just storm spotters for anyone who's curious. But here's Charlotte right here. Here's Mint Hill, Matthews, Stanfield, Oakboro, Norwood. There's actually a bunch of thunderstorms near Oakboro and Norwood at the moment, but there's also some scattered storms that are over across the border into South Carolina. That's going to be moving into your general vicinity in about 15, 20, maybe 25 minutes or so. So that's something to keep in mind. Laundered Cotton with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Oh my goodness. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow, thank you. But yeah, it does look like Charlotte is just gonna get some scattered storms from now on. That was gas money. I'm gonna need it. I will need the gas money. I'll take it any way, shape, or form. So thank you so much. Yeah, so across the board right now, it doesn't actually look all too big of a risk, but I think the storm that we need to continue to monitor is this one that's heading towards Lexington. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing goes tornado warned really quickly. Where's the police? I turned off the notification sounds for right now. But this storm right here near Beach Bluff is looking really interesting at 6,000 feet up in the sky. And I have to say that because some people think that this is at the surface. The radar is not perfect. It does not look at everything at the surface. So that's the reason why sometimes I take things lightly by just by looking at where it's looking at specifically. So if it's strong, but it's in the upper parts of the atmosphere, depending upon how strong, that's when I could start to get concerned. But if it's something like this, then it's just some general rotation and it looks pretty nice. Then it tells us that there could be something that's happening within the storm. But that's the reason why you don't see me taking a 3D of some of these storms, because they're really far out from the radar, and that I can't exactly tell you all what is happening if we're looking up super high up in the sky, if you know what I mean. So, so I want to go over to the storm over here that's approaching the Arkadelphia area. And I noticed that this thing is starting to try and do things. Actually, you know what? We'll take a look at the satellite and I'll show you why I think it's doing things. Here's our cell that we've been monitoring for quite a bit. The one that's over Tennessee. You can see it's clearly exploded. This thing is starting to turn into a premier supercell, which is something that we're going to continue to have to monitor, because this will head eventually into the central parts of Tennessee, where there is still a 10% chance for tornadoes and a 10% chance for significant tornadoes as well, according to the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center. But you also have this cell down here that's forming, or at least I'll say these cells. There's a plethora amount of cells that are forming here in southern Arkansas. So this is something that we'll have to continue to monitor, because this will head up into the Little Rock areas, even into the Memphis areas. There isn't really a whole lot that's happening in Memphis right now, but there could easily be some stuff that will happen later. So that is something that we're going to continue to have to watch as this continues to move on through. It looks like the storm that we've been watching is now has a tornado warning. There it is. So this is the cell that we've been watching for a while now. A while. Tornado warning for Henderson, Chester, and Decatur County. That'll be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If we take a look here, the base reflectivity doesn't show you a whole lot. All right, I will admit to you all that much, but if we take a look at the velocities, you can clearly see red's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards. This is the velocity. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Just to the south and east of Beach Bluff, just to the south and west of Lexington, moving off to the north and east at 40 miles per hour is, no, 45 miles per hour. I'm sorry. So if you live near Lexington, anywhere along State Route 22 near Reagan, Scotts Hill, Darden, Parsons, Decaturville, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be heading off into the State Route 22 areas in about 10 minutes. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead and get into your safe space now. And then if you live over around the United States Route 412 areas near Lexington, it'll impact your general vicinity, or the tornadic rotation will, in about 15 minutes. Then it'll be heading off into the Darden area in about 25 minutes, maybe 20 minutes if this thing continues to race off as quickly as it has. And then it'll be heading off into the Parsons areas in about 30 minutes. So the people who are 15 minutes and farther away from the rotation, you guys have a little bit of time. You guys can get some helmets, pillows, mattresses, whatever protective gear you have, so that you can continue to put walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or even tornado, just in case if it spawns. You would rather be safe than sorry in this instance, because tornadoes are not a thing to mess around with. All right, there's been multiple tornado outbreaks over the past week and a half, 2 weeks, and people have lost their lives over tornadoes. Not saying that they weren't taking the proper precautions, but I'm just saying that tornadoes are deadly and that you do not want to take them lightly. So definitely something that we all have to keep in mind if you are in a tornado warning, that you need to monitor that. I love how I'm saying this now, especially since I'm going to be storm chasing tomorrow. So, what does that mean for me? Do I just drive away from it? Do I continue to drive away from it, or do I just look at it like an idiot? But, no, for real. If you live in any of these areas, as I mentioned before, south of Lexington along State Route 22 near Reagan, near Darden, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Maximum expected hail size. There is a larger amounts of hail, I will admit. Maximum expected hail size actually is around 1.5 inches. So some large hail that could come from the storm as this moves into the areas that I mentioned before. So on top of the risk for tornadoes, you guys could also have a risk for some large hail as well. So all the more reason for you to stay indoors, because even if you don't see the tornado, you will get pelted by large hail. Just want to make that clear for you all. Let's see. Will Georgia be okay? Yep, for today, Georgia will most likely be fine. They're in a... let's go to the day one outlook. For northern Georgia, you guys are in a 2% chance for tornadoes, which is kind of marginal. But tomorrow, you guys are most likely going to get a strong gusty wind event that'll occur from the morning all the way into the mid to maybe late afternoon hours. So, something to keep in mind with that as that continues to progress later on this evening into tomorrow. Check out the cell near Decatur, Alabama. Yeah, give me a second. I will do that real quickly. There's actually so many cells across the board here. It's not even funny, but yeah, here's the cell near Decatur, Alabama. This thing does have some general rotation. As a matter of fact, let me just zoom out real quickly to show you all how many thunderstorms are across the board here, that just these distinct supercells that are producing severe conditions. I mean, look at this. There's one in Arkansas, one in Mississippi, one in Tennessee, a lot, actually 3 in Alabama. There's multiple in North Carolina and South Carolina. This is not just localized into one area. It's spread across the board in multiple areas. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas specifically, I would inform them that there is some severe weather that's heading into their area. Whether you show them the stream or you just tell them via text message or on Facebook or something like that, that is up to you. I prefer if you send them the stream so that they'd have a visual aid and help me out too in regards to analytics and stuff like that, so that more people can come onto the stream and watch this. But, you know, getting the word out any way, shape, or form is the best. Oh, that is... I think that's contamination. It is contamination. So even though there's some higher amounts of wind readings here from this storm, this is not accurate. All right, I'm saying this right now. This is not an accurate recording here from the radar. This is a bit contaminated and or tampered with in regards to the radar. So something to keep in mind with this storm as this heads off, that it may, it doesn't look like it has a 130 mile per hour delta velocity, but it still is looking relatively interesting and somewhat strong as it heads off to the north and east. But I can confirm to you all right now that that is not an accurate, that is not accurate. That is not what we are actually seeing at all. All right, let's take a look at the storm near St. Louis. Someone asked that real quickly, so we're gonna do that. It looks like the storm is not as strong as the other ones down to the south, which would make sense because the ones in the south have more energy and more wind shear. But if you live in these areas just to the west of St. Louis, you guys have a severe thunderstorm warning. I believe this is for gusty winds and quarter-sized hail. So if you live in those areas, you need to continue to stay in your shelter, in my honest opinion. All right, let's go back to the storm here. And this is starting to look a little bit more reasonable. The rotation is starting to intensify a little bit from what it was. And that actually might be a debris signature. I'm going to hold off from saying that. I'm going to hold off from saying that's a debris signature because we are looking up, what is it, 6,600 feet up in the sky. So if, in order for there to be a debris signature that high up in the sky, this thing would have to be relatively strong. But I think that might be a debris signature. We got a PDS tornado. Oh boy. So if it's this storm right here, then this actually, I wouldn't be surprised then. That might actually be a debris signature right here. Spectrum width is clearly down. All right, this thing is 100%, 100% a lowering. Whether it's a wall cloud or a tornado, that's to be determined. But if this thing did go PDS, like what my chat is saying, then that is a debris signature, 100%. The debris signature would be right here. But and it still has that debris signature, actually. Interesting. You sure this went PDS, guys? It's not updating for me. Here, hold up. Let's pull up IEMBot. Look at Twitter. Oh no, this is PDS. Large and extremely dangerous tornado. Oh yeah. There it is. So it's on the ground. 100% on the ground. It didn't go pink, but it's on the ground. It's still on the ground. You can clearly see the debris signature right here. This is a 100% PDS. So if you live, I mentioned before, I said this about 5 to 10 minutes ago. If you live in State Route 22, get into your safe space now. All right, you're out of time. If you're hearing this transmission, you're trying to figure out what's going on, it's already on the ground right now. So you need to get into your safe space. 100% need to do it right now. Reagan, get into your safe space as well. All right. I'm going to move on from you all and start informing people downstream. So if you live north of Scotts Hill, north of State Route 100, and south of United States Route 412, So south of Lexington, south of, or actually right around Darden, I'll say, you guys need to go ahead and get in your safe space now. This is the time. The storm is on the ground. It's large. It's extremely dangerous, and it's moving off into your general vicinity. So within the next, say, 10, 15 minutes, you guys need to get in your safe space. So if you live east of State Route 22 in Tennessee, around United States Route 412, and north of Reagan, near Reagan or north of Reagan, north of State Route 100, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, get into your safe space now. Because this thing is 100% on the ground. There's the debris signature again. It's still there. It's still lofting up debris. Not too high up in the sky, but it's still lofting up debris. So, you need to continue to take your proper precautions if you live in these areas. Alright, this is not a joke anymore. This is a tornado. It's on the ground. It's not something to joke about. So, if you know anyone who lives in these areas, you need to tell them to get into their safe space. Reagan, north of Reagan, Scotts Hill, north of State Route 100, south of Darden, south of United States Route 412. You guys need to continue to take your proper precautions. I wouldn't say it's rain wrapped, honestly, Jessica. I think it's mainly because we're looking up higher up in the atmosphere. But if you know anyone who lives south of Lexington, Tennessee, south of United States Route 412, south of Darden, near Reagan, near Scotts Hill, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions, get into their safe space. If you live in these areas, you need to get into your safe space as well. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. I'm not going to check White Hill, Illinois. No offense, but that's not more important than this tornado that's currently on the ground. It may, whether it was a brief tornado or whatever, this one's extremely dangerous at the moment. And another thing too, real quickly, chat. If you guys even want to step outside and look for this storm, I'm going to tell you this. There is a plethora amount of hail in your general vicinity too. The maximum expected hail size, which is right around, its peak is right around Reagan, is over an inch. So, it's not exactly the best idea to go outside, try to find the storm, because you most likely will be pelted with hail. Most likely will. Can you actually? Hold up. I can't exactly say that's debris, honestly. Because if you take a look at it right here, cuts off steep. Cuts off steep. There's a lot of hail. ZDR. Doesn't really say a whole lot, honestly. I wouldn't say that's debris, more or less. But I would just think that's interference up in that part, the upper part of the atmosphere of the storm. But still, this storm looks relatively dangerous. And Felicity, by the way, thank you for the $5 super chat. It's very generous of you. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I really do. So right now, this tornado is currently about to move over State Route 22. It looks like the debris signature actually fanned off a bit, which means that it might have lifted. The rotation definitely looks a bit more discombobulated, which is the good news. But there is still a spectrum width drop right here, which tells me that there is still a large wall cloud here. And Spotter Network has reported a tornado. Tornado touched down and crossed Highway 22 at 4:40 Central. Okay, so that was 10 minutes ago. Moving east became heavily rain-wrapped. Okay, so this thing is rain-wrapped. 100%. Brett Adair was on this storm. That's a premier storm chaser. That's not, you know, a snowflake that decided to come out and say, hey, we're going to storm chase because it's a tornado warning. No, this guy has been chasing for almost his entire life. And he said that there is a tornado there. So that's 100% would not be surprised that this thing could still be on the ground. As a matter of fact, that's probably the reason why there isn't a debris signature at the moment, because it's so rain wrapped that the debris actually is kind of congealed with the rain, so that if this thing was still on the ground, which it very easily could be, not only will you not be able to see it on the ground, but you won't be able to see it on radar either. So that is something to keep in mind with the storm as this heads off to the north and east, that people need to continue to monitor this storm very heavily. Very heavily. There's also another cell off to the south and east. Doesn't look anywhere near as impressive. But it does have a little bit of rotation with that, so I wouldn't be surprised if that turns tornado warning too. So near Clifton, Flatwoods, you guys need to monitor the storm as well. Any huge population areas in the path for the PDS in Tennessee. So Darden, Parsons, Perryville, and Decaturville. It seems as if the largest population here is Parsons. So, and Parsons looks to be roughly around, I'd say 5,000 strong. So 5,000 souls in and around here is probably what I would assume would be around the amount of population here. But, you know, regardless, I would still monitor the storm heavily. Get into your safe space if you can. I can't say that this is a debris signature, mainly because it's in the inflow notch. It's very hard to see because it's starting to get low resolution with how high up in the sky it is. But I just can't say that's a debris signature, honestly. So, still strong rotation, no matter what. I mean, look at this. 100 miles per hour on top of 12. That's a 112 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the actual rotation is moving in this specific spot. Now, we are looking up 7,500 feet up in the sky, which is pretty high up. But that is still some very intense rotation. That's almost up to EF2 status if it were to be on the ground. Like, if those winds were to be on the ground. Now, it very easily could be weaker on the ground because there's a lot more friction and it's not as consolidated, but it's still something to keep in mind. Anywhere else active? I mean, most likely some of these other areas across the board will be active. Here, let's see if I can find out for you. Crawford very easily could have a tornado warning. Adamsville, Graysville. Ooh, this is north of Birmingham. That could be interesting. This storm right here that's heading off towards Decatur, Alabama. This has a little bit of rotation on it. I think this actually is tornado possible on it. Yep, it does have a tornado possible tag. So if you live over there, you guys could also see something. And a new tornado warning for the cell that we also mentioned earlier. This was Flatwoods. Flatwoods, and now Linden's in this. This is really starting to ramp up a bit, guys. So, new tornado warning here. This is for Perry and Hickman counties in Tennessee. That'll be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live near Flatwoods, Linden, around State Route 13, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If we take a look at the velocities, it's very hard to see where this rotation is specifically, or how strong it is, I should say. I can tell where it is, but to the naked eye, it may not seem that way. But the rotation, just now, it just kind of disappeared because of this purple mess, which is called range folding. And this happens when the storms start to get pretty far away from the radar, so that we can't actually tell where the how strong the velocities are. But if I had to guess, right here would be the rotation, just to the north and east of, or the north and west of Clifton, just to the south of Decaturville, moving to the north and east. So if you live near Linden, if you live near State Route 13, if you live near United States Route 412, again, near Linden, you guys need to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space now. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. If you live north of Clifton, south of Perryville, and just to the east of State Route 69, you guys need to get in your safe space now. If you live near State Route 13, you guys have about 15 to 20 minutes, so you have a little bit of time before the storm actually gets to your area. But that does not give you a reason to not get into your safe space now. Because if you have a plan in place, you could be able to be prepared and be ready just in case if this actually does produce a tornado. Its counterpart to the north and west did. It's the one near Reagan produced a tornado. It very easily could still be producing a tornado. But it's produced a tornado before. So you need to continue to monitor this storm and just get into your safe space. 100% need to. So if you know anyone who lives near Linden, if you know anyone who lives along State Route 13, you need to tell them to get into their safe space now. So share the stream on social media and stuff like that so that people know where these storms are moving, and that more people can get the word out, as well as this is going to sound stupid, but trust me, it's true. If you actually like the live stream, it gets put on YouTube's algorithm so that more people can actually know that YouTube actually knows, so that more people actually likes the stream, and that it should be recommended to more people. So if that happens, then more people get the word out, and we can actually move on from there, so that more people can hear where these thunderstorms, tornadic thunderstorms, I should say, are actually going. So I would greatly appreciate it, so that more people can actually see where this is actually heading off to. But this is really some really strong rotation here still near Reagan. It's still relatively elevated, so we can't see what all is happening at the surface, but it's the one good thing I will say is that it's not as strong as it was before. All right, I will admit that it is not as strong as it was before. But as I mentioned, that does not give you the reason to not get into your safe space. If you live near Darden, Parsons, you need to get in your safe space now. You just need to. 20 on top of 76. That is a 96 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the rotation is. But still something to keep in mind. Watching this from Canada, Canada's Tornado Alley. Our season kicks up way later. The streams are a good prep. I actually always wanted to do a live stream for the tornado risk over in Canada. All I have is radar scope for the radars, but yeah. No, Canada does get tornadoes. Canada actually got some pretty strong tornadoes within the past 10 years. Some pretty strong ones. But luckily, for right now, and I'm speaking in this sense today for severe weather, Canada does not look like it's going to be impacted within the next couple of months. But the people who are being impacted are the ones who live in Decatur and Henderson counties, as well as Hickman and Perry counties. You guys need to continue to get into your safe space and stay there, honestly. I would just sit there. And there is quite possibly more where that came from, because there could be more storms that could pop across the board, even to places like Alabama, Mississippi, and Arkansas. Those things could even be tornadic. So if you know anyone who lives over there, I would highly recommend that you tell them to take their proper precautions. Have a plan in place just in case if they are in a tornado warning. And if you know anyone who lives in those areas, who live in northern Alabama, northern Mississippi, and central to eastern Arkansas, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. If you know anyone who lives in those areas, just share the stream to them. I'll be able to inform them as to what all is happening, and hopefully try and keep them safe. That's what I'm gonna try and do here. That's my job. So, Sam Krauser with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Someone's asking about Springfield, Illinois. To take a look at the velocities. Does look like it's a bit more of a gusty wind threat, honestly. You can see this bow right here. Or this kind of curl. This is where some gusty winds would come into the rear of it and really just kind of push off. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see some gusty winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour with this one. Maybe even 70 if it actually ramps up a bit more. But if you live anywhere in like Scottville, Barr, Palmy, I think that's Palmyra actually. Yeah, that's Palmyra. Palmyra, Modesto, you guys need to go ahead and get indoors. You guys could see some very strong gusty winds and maybe even some hail with that one. But that's the cell near Springfield. It'll be heading off into Springfield's general vicinity, maybe to the south of Springfield, within the next, I'd say, 30 minutes, give or take. So let's go back to the storm here in Tennessee. So we can clearly see that there's still a little bit of rotation. It is very weak right now, though. Although we are looking up 8,000 feet up in the sky. So that's something to keep in mind. But it is relatively weak at this part of the atmosphere. So that is the good news, that it is not looking all too favorable at the moment. Do you expect 2021 to be a historic year for tornadoes and massive outbreaks? I feel like it's trending that way. Normally March isn't this active. It may seem like that, honestly, but we are in a La Nina, which actually favors severe weather in Dixie Alley. And actually, on the contrast, does not favor severe weather in traditional Tornado Alley like Oklahoma, Kansas, and Nebraska. So, you know, we may have a fire start here soon, but if a La Nina continues to hold up, then we may slow down really quickly. So yeah, I know. Decatur is really looking really nice. I will admit that much. So this storm here near Sims does have a little bit of rotation here. I am not afraid to admit. It looks like it's starting to try and wrap up. It wasn't a tornado warning, but it looked like, in my honest opinion, that it was a bit more of a hail maker. So it didn't exactly look like it could produce a tornado, in my honest opinion. And it didn't, luckily. But it still could produce some large hail. And it's starting to look a lot more organized than it once was in regards to tornadic formations. So that's something to keep in mind. I want to look back at these cells over here. It doesn't really look whole too interesting. I'll have to move my radar over to Huntsville pretty soon. But we'll see. All right, let's go back to the 2 tornado warnings here. What about Alabama? Yeah, there's a bunch of severe storms in Alabama. I'll actually get to that in a second. I'll move my radar over to Birmingham for you all. But we can see this cell here that's heading towards Parsons. There's still a little bit of rotation. Actually looks like it might be trying to perform a meso handoff. So what happens is, if there's a new area of rotation that develops, the mesocyclone from the old rotation will actually move to the stronger one. And so the storm will actually continue to sustain that way. So there might be a little bit of a meso handoff here near Decaturville, which, if that's the case, then I would really start to worry for places like Parsons and Perry. I think that's Perryville. Yeah, that's Perryville. So Parsons and Perryville, I would really start to worry for you guys. Anyone along United States Route 412, would not be surprised if that actually continues to move on through and produce a tornado later on in the evening that way. So if you live in those areas, you really need to continue to monitor this heavily, because it does look like there is a bit of rotation here. I mean, the oranges are moving away from the radar. The kind of darker reds are still moving away from the radar, but they're weak, so you can get this overlapping motion here with the storm that can actually create some rotation. So there is a little bit of rotation here. There is a little bit of rotation from the older cell, but it does look like it's a really weak, so that might be trying to recycle and form a new mesocyclone, you can actually see that there is a new hook that's starting to develop here on this storm. So that is exactly what is happening on this cell, and I would not be surprised if this thing starts to kind of kick up a notch and maybe produce another tornado. So that's something to keep in mind as well. This storm right here in Linden, near Linden and Flatwoods, I mentioned before that if you live near State Route 13, that you need to continue to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Do not leave that area. You guys still could easily see that tornadic rotation, maybe even a tornado from the storm. So stay in your safe space, stay underground, get underground and get in the lowest and innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So in about 5 to 10 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes is when you guys can expect to see these storms move across your area. Especially if you lived in the State Route 13 area that I mentioned. And then if you live south of Linden, you guys could experience this in about 10 minutes. As well as if you live just to the east of Linden near United States Route 412, you guys need to continue to take your proper precautions as well. Is Eastern Pennsylvania going to be hit bad? Tomorrow, not too much. Today, you guys aren't going to get hit at all. Fellow Pennsylvanian, by the way. What's up? Much love, much love. If you're in Linden, then I would get into your safe space, honestly. Honestly, I would get underground or get in the lowest and innermost part of your building. Honestly. So, yeah, honestly, I would just do that. 100%. Yeah, this thing still has rotation here. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what more stuff to say, but I mean, there isn't really a whole lot more to say, honestly. Besides, you have 2 areas of rotation. They're heading into places that I mentioned before: Decaturville, Perryville, Linden, anyone along United States Route 412 at this point, from Parsons all the way over to Linden towards the intersection of United States Route 412 and State Route 100 all the way down towards the county border. You guys need to get in your safe space. That's my honest opinion. That's my honest opinion for you all. What can you expect from the Eastern Panhandle of West Virginia? Hey, I used to live there. So for tomorrow, you guys can see a decent risk of tornadoes. Now, depending upon where you live, like if you live south of Charlestown in Jefferson County, then you guys could see a stronger risk for tornadoes. You're actually in a 5% chance for tornadoes. But if you're in places like Berkeley, Morgan, Northern Jefferson, like near Jefferson High School and stuff like that, you guys have a lower chance for tornadoes, but still a chance for tornadoes. You guys also have the chance for some strong gusty winds and upwards of 74 miles per hour, but that's an upwards. I'd say, to be a bit more realistic for you all, I would say around 60 miles per hour. So just keep in mind, you guys could expect that tomorrow in the afternoon to evening hours. So, but fellow neighbor, watch out for you. New tornado warning has been issued for Henderson and Decatur. This is until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So this is the new storm that I was talking about, how it was recycling. So if you live over there, you're not done. You need to continue to stay in your safe space. Someone asked about Wayne County, North Carolina. You guys are, I believe you're in a, no, you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning, I don't think. No, you're not. You guys are still a bit out of the risk. I'd say give it another hour. Here, give me a second. Yeah, give it an hour. Around an hour before you guys actually can start seeing some stuff. But if you live in Wayne County, North Carolina, give it about an hour. And then you guys will start to see some severe weather. But yeah, multiple tornado warnings here for these two cells. I mentioned that if you live near Decaturville and Perryville, you need to get in your safe space. If you live near Linden, along State Route 13, all the way up to the intersection of United States Route 412, and maybe even around that, you guys need to get in your safe space. Let's see. There's so many thunderstorms across the board. Let's just start hammering out all of them. Let's see. So this severe storm that's heading near Macedonia, south of Columbus, and Mississippi, it's heading off into the New Hope area. So this severe thunderstorm warning for Loudoun County will continue until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, which is another 3 minutes. Personally, I feel like they could extend it a little bit. Actually, they did. So the new severe thunderstorm warning for Loudoun County is actually until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So, golf ball sized hail is warned for this storm and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. You do not want to be outside in golf ball sized hail. Believe me when I say that. And then Macedonia, Ethelsville as well. You guys could see some severe storms with that as well. No, in Indiana, sorry for the confusion. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Wayne County, Indiana. That is on the eastern side. Real quickly. I don't think a whole lot's happening over near you guys. Okay, so you guys could see some severe weather. It would be overnight, honestly. It wouldn't be as bad as any of the other areas, in my honest opinion, but still something to keep in mind. Let's see. Good question. So, time for some math. Time for some actual math. So if they're 70 miles from Chattanooga, I'm assuming they're on I-75, which speed limit over there is 65, 70, something like that. Assuming they're actually going 70, you know what? I'll say they're going 75 because we all like to go above the speed limit. Place marker. They're about near White and Cartersville, so we'll place a marker right there. Okay. In about 2.5 hours is when, well, 2 hours is when you guys can experience some real severe conditions. It'll be moving through your general vicinity. You'll have some general thunderstorms as well within the next hour and a half. The storms coming from Alabama, but they aren't going to be like as significant. Well, they could be significant, but they won't be as significant as the ones up in Tennessee that you'll be experiencing. So that's something to keep in mind, that about an hour from now is when you guys can start seeing some scattered thunderstorms. Hour and a half is when you can see severe thunderstorms, and 2 to 2.5 hours is when you can experience some potentially tornadic cells that move through your area. Those are rough estimates, but that's kind of what I can best accumulate for you, Random VR. But thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Had to use a little bit of math there. My 10th grade math teacher would be pretty proud of me. Speeds open up to 70. Okay, that makes sense. So I was right to assume that he's going about 75 because everyone goes 75. I'm assuming. Is Massachusetts in any danger of this? I would have to say no at the moment, but you can easily see some stuff tomorrow, or at least in my opinion, you very well could be. It'd be more of a gusty wind threat, in my honest opinion. Okay, so the storm is moving right over Linden right now. So if you live in Linden, or if you know anyone who lives in Linden, I hope they're in their safe space. I hope. I told you all to get in your safe space. There's only so much I can do. So we're going to move on to the people who are past United States Route 412. If you live near State Route 100, north of 412, you need to get in your safe space now. Now's the time for you to do so. So, if you guys live in those areas, you really need to continue to monitor this storm as this heads off to the north and east. And then this will eventually head off into the Centerville area, but after a while, so we'll have to monitor that as this continues to move off to the north and east. I'll let you know if we see anything. You're a trained weather spotter, so I'll let you know what you see. If you can get some pics for the Discord. Oh, okay. Yeah, speaking of Discord, if you guys want to join my Discord server, if any of you use Discord, we talk about weather. And as long as you're not a weather weenie, which that's basically a guy who overhypes weather and stuff like that. Mainly because I would say he doesn't know any better. But then again, who am I to say anything? Anyways, if you want to join the Discord server, link is in the chat right now. New tornado warning has been issued for the cell that's coming out of Perryville. So this is some radar indicated rotation that'll be moving on through. Is this the tornado warning? Yeah, there it is. So new tornado warning that'll be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. It's located near Decaturville, or 12 miles west of Linden, moving east at 40. So the people who live over in Linden, you guys aren't exactly in the clear right now. And you probably won't be in the clear until I further assess the storm that's heading out of Decaturville and Perryville a bit more. But if you live near Perryville, if you live near Lobelville near State Route 13, you guys might want to continue to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space as well. I would definitely consider at least heavily monitoring the storm. At least. Let us see. I don't see any sort of debris signature on any of these storms. These storms are actually really messy. It's very hard to see what's happening right now. For two reasons. Number one, we're looking up really high up in the sky, so we can't actually see what's happening at the surface, which I know is a bummer because most of you actually want to know what's happening at the surface, and I'm doing the best I can trying to give you all that information. Number two is that some of these storms aren't actually as organized as some of the others are, or at least were, I'll say that. Like for instance, we had the tornado that went through State Route 22, that one that just went near Reagan, that one was really organized. These other two right now are not so organized. So I will say this, the one cell that has some really good rotation just to the south of Linden, just a little bit, like I'll place some marker right here and see, about 1.5 miles south of Linden, there actually is some pretty decent rotation there. I have 22 miles per hour on top of 63 miles per hour, and that right there is a quick maths. 85 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the rotation is moving in that cell. So that's something to keep in mind, that this thing looks like it's trying to intensify a little, but it isn't exactly, you know, the strongest thing in the world. So something to keep in mind with that. If you guys are new to the stream, please be sure to leave a like and subscribe, as well as share this with friends and family, so that way more people can get the word as to what exactly is happening in these areas. That would be greatly appreciated if you guys could do that. And if you guys are returning members and you're wondering why this stuff is so foreign and that it doesn't look like what, you know, people typically are used to for my other live streams, which if you want to take a look at my other live streams, it's a whole lot better than this one today, I will admit, in regards to it looking aesthetically pleasing. That's because the streaming software that I'm using deleted all my stuff. And I've been on vacation for a week. So there's not really much I can do besides try and make a makeshift stream here for you all. So you'll even see at the beginning of my live stream, I was really scrambling because my mic wasn't doing anything. My stream wasn't really doing a whole lot. I was echoing and I was very upset. So right now I'm a bit cooled down though. I will admit, I'm a bit more relaxed. So use Fort Campbell radar for the tours. Unfortunately, we don't have that on GR2. I think we do have it on radar scope. Hold up. Fort Campbell. I don't know where Fort Campbell is. I don't have that radar. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. It is what it is. We still have a general idea as to what's happening in Linden, though. All right, so the rotation that went through Perryville is now moving off to the north and east. So Linden most likely will be in the clear here in about 5 to 10 minutes. So just sit there for a little bit longer, just a little bit. I know it's, you know, kind of a lot for me to ask you to, you know, stay in your safe space a little bit longer, but I'd rather be safe than sorry here. Especially since, you know, the other storm that's kind of off to the north and west of you has had a history of producing a tornado. So I just want to make sure that that thing is out of the way for you all. I still don't see a correlation coefficient drop or a debris signature, a TDS if you will, but there is still a bit of rotation here on both of these cells. The one near Linden actually is a lot stronger than the one that was near Perryville. So that is something to keep in mind as this storm moves off to the north and east towards places like Centerville. But I really need to monitor this very heavily. Yeah, I'd give it 5 minutes to the people who live in Linden, or at least around the intersection of State Route 13 and United States Route 412. But someone said for me to look at the cell that's developing off to the south of Columbus. It's this cell right here, and this does look pretty interesting, doesn't it? Do I think north central Illinois will get storms, at least right on the edge of the risk? Yeah, but whether it was severe is another issue for you all, honestly. So definitely something to monitor as this continues to move on through, though. Definitely something to monitor. Yeah, there's so many of these storms that are moving across the board now. Centerville just 3 days ago experienced a monster tornado. That was in Alabama, not in Tennessee. But yeah, Centerville experienced a absolutely massive tornado. And this isn't something that I want to brag about because this is a prediction that I'm not exactly proud of, but I technically did predict that storm to be the tornado of the day 45 minutes prior to it doing so. So I did that on my Discord server too, so if you want to talk more about weather and stuff like that, learn more about weather, see me a lot more active in regards to weather in my life and stuff like that, Discord server, Twist of Fate, highly recommend it. We're going to be doing some renovations and stuff like that to make it look a whole lot cooler soon. So, that'd be pretty nice. Thought you were signing off and just had lamb for dinner. Seems legit. Nah, I'm not signing off. I probably won't sign off until this event is over. At least for the most part. I've actually got so many things that I want to do with weather here. I gotta make a list. Because I'm probably gonna forget it all. So. Luckily, I'll have all the time in the world to do it. Or at least learn about it. But does Dixon, Tennessee look good? Give me a second. I'll figure that out for you. Twist of Fate, Matt Hardy confirmed. Yep. When will the event leave? That's actually a good question. To my knowledge, it is like around 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock is when it starts to deplete heavily. But, I'll have to double check that again. Alright, so Dixon, Tennessee actually is pretty good for right now. These storms look to be moving off to the south of you. But, you guys could easily start to see some storms really ramp up at around 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock for you all. And then 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, it'll just be some consistent thunderstorms. And then around, what, 11 o'clock is when you'll start to see the line, the cold front push on through, be a giant gusty wind threat, so. There are 2 warnings for the same cities, but different expires. Yeah. That's the thing, too. I was looking at this, and I was trying to figure out, why there was 2 tornado warnings. But then at the same time, I kind of realized there's 2 different areas of rotation here. I will say this. If you live in Linden, specifically to the west of State Route 13, in my opinion, you guys are clear. In my opinion. You guys can go ahead and get into your safe space. Get out of your safe space, I should say. Jeez. You guys can get out. Still some general rotation that's moving off towards Kimmins, but. Alright, so people asked when this risk was going to be done and over with. If this is correct, past midnight. A little past midnight for me. And that's not fun for me, because I gotta chase tomorrow. Yeah, by the way, for any of you who are new, I'm gonna be storm chasing tomorrow. So if you want to witness that adventure, subscribe and turn on notifications, because that is exactly what we're gonna do. We're gonna chase this 5% chance for tornadoes right here. This little doodad right here. If we get a tornado, that'll be pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. Because I've never seen a tornado in IRL. I've seen it on stream here. We've had storm chasers that have showed us tornadoes on their live stream. But never in person. So we're gonna hope that our bad luck ends here tonight. And it'll continue into tomorrow. Like our good luck will continue into tomorrow. So is that South Jersey in a 5% chance? Actually, is it? No, so the green right here is indicated as a 2% chance. All right, 2% chance for tornadoes within a 25-mile radius. This brown right here is the 5% chance for tornadoes. So the Delmarva Peninsula all the way down towards the eastern panhandle of West Virginia, down into central Virginia and central North Carolina. So something to keep in mind with that. But yep, I will be chasing. North of Cullman, Alabama. Jeez, fine. I'll look at the storm north of Cullman, Alabama. See, Cullman's right there. It's that storm. We'll go over to Huntsville. Jeez. I tell you, went to Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas on vacation. You see, I storm chased in the Mid-Atlantic last year, and I was either a half a mile or 1 mile away from seeing a tornado. So yeah, it's this storm right here near Decatur. It still has rotation. It's not doing a whole lot because the echo tops aren't that tall though. So it's not really going to be doing a whole lot. Check supercell near Sparkman. Mm-hmm. Mm. Oh, it's that one, I think. If it's that one, I can't really consider this as a supercell, honestly. It's just a rinky dink. You know what I mean? It's kind of just dead. But hmm. What about Sparkman, Arkansas? Is that what it is? That has to be it. That has to be it. That one. And there's a little bit of rotation. It's not exactly all too prevalent though, compared to the one near like Grapevine and Loyola. Not as strong rotation. So I will say that much. I just want to mention real quickly, all right? We've been talking about the tornado warning over in Tennessee. Look at how many severe thunderstorm warnings are over in Arkansas. Look at how many there are. My goodness, across the board, there are so many. So many. There's even some good areas of rotation here, too. I can already see the... Look at this. Or not even rotation, just structure. This looks so good on radar. Look at these hooks. Look at those hooks. Let me look at the upper parts of the atmosphere. If they're rotating in the upper parts of the atmosphere, we have to watch these storms. Yep, the one near Hazen's got some. You can clearly see the rotation is stronger in the upper parts of the atmosphere. Yep. Oh yeah, there's a little bit of rotation on this storm itself here near Wynn. So this actually has some really nice rotation as well. I would not be surprised if this thing starts to go. Need input. West Tennessee is getting dark. Depending upon where you live in West Tennessee, there's some thunderstorms. There's also a tornado warning. So if you live in Hickman, Lewis, or Perry County in Tennessee, you guys are in a tornado warning. You need to get in your safe space. 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time is when it expires, which is in 30 minutes. So if you live over there, you need to take your proper precautions. Speaking of which, that is the new tornado warning. And if you live near, I'll say State Route 100 and State Route 48 in Tennessee, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, get into your safe space, because this will be moving off to the north and east into your general vicinity. And I have a question: will there be any tornadoes or severe thunderstorms tonight in Maryville, Tennessee? That is a good question. I do not know the answer to that right now, but let me look up where that place is so that I may come up with a solution. There's a small chance. Honestly, I think it's more of a gusty wind threat for you all. More or less a severe gusty wind threat rather than tornadoes, in my honest opinion. But good question, good question. Yep. So if you live near Kimmins, if you live near State Route 100 or the intersection of State Route 48 and State Route 100, you guys need to take your proper precautions, get into your safe space, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Let's see. I've got a decision to make. I want to take a look at this storm real quickly. Is it... Oh, now it's starting to get into range. Nice! Now we can actually see what this thing is doing from Nashville's radar. Good! Perfect. I'm so happy. Alright, so yeah, there is definitely some rotation here. Look at this. You got your blues that are moving towards, your grays moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. It'll head off just to the north of Kimmins or right to the northern parts of Kimmins. So if you live over there, if you live near State Route 100, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space, because that is exactly where it's heading. That's exactly where it's heading. There's also a little bit of rotation here. Why? Linden, I wouldn't be surprised if you guys got another tornado warning. Maybe. I'm not joking, you all. I'm not trying to, like, scare you all. There's just another area of rotation that's just to the south and west of Linden, and it's moving off into your general vicinity. Let me place a storm track. Actually, it's heading off to a little bit to the south of you. So I'd still watch the storm, honestly. I can't say that this thing is exactly on the ground or whatever, but I'd still watch that, honestly. How's it looking for Kimberly, Alabama, north of Birmingham? Well, you guys have some severe thunderstorms at the moment, if I remember correctly. Actually, you are just past that. That's the good news. But tonight, it looks like you guys could get some more severe thunderstorms. Kimberly is over here, and this severe thunderstorm is over here, moving off into this general direction. So right now you're good. Right now you're in the clear. But you have another storm that's just to the west of Birmingham that's going to be moving off into your general vicinity as well. So if you don't mind just monitoring the National Weather Service as these storms continue to move on through, I wouldn't be surprised if you guys got a severe thunderstorm warning, but I'll be very surprised if you get a tornado warning, in my honest opinion. So just keep that in mind. New tornado warning for Goldsboro. Are you serious? Yep. Dude, that thing looks so nice. Unfortunately, I can't determine what the world is going on with the storm. Alright, well, let's talk about it real quickly. Tornado warning for Wayne and Johnston County in North Carolina. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. If you take a look here at reflectivity, the presentation looks absolutely phenomenal. You have your classic hook here, but you do have a bit more of a gusty wind threat right here along the rear flank downdraft. Actually, the outflow boundary is creating a bit more of a gusty wind threat, so this might kill off the storm as quickly as it formed. But that's still something to keep in mind as it moves off to the north and east, or actually just to the east now. So if you live near Goldsboro, Marmac, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. It'll be heading off into the Goldsboro area in about, I'd say, 20 minutes, just for a rough estimate. So if you live over there, you need to monitor this heavily. And then if you live near, like, Adamsville, 20 to 25 minutes would be my rough estimate as to when these storms will continue to move off into your area. Yeah, this is really something that we need to continue to monitor as this heads off to the north and east. There's a new tornado warning. It's for Hickman, and Perry County again. If it's for that storm that I said for Linden, I swear. It's for that storm that was near Linden. Alrighty, well, it's the person who lived near Linden. If you're still on the stream, do me a favor and go back into your safe space, please. You're getting your workout here today. You're going up, you're going down. You're going up, you're going down. It has some really interesting rotation here, but it definitely has some pretty strong rotation. Not as strong as the rotation heading towards Kimmins, in my honest opinion. That thing might actually be very significant as that heads off to the north and east. But if you live near Linden, if you live near the intersection of United States Route 412 and State Route 13, or if you live along State Route 13 or United States Route 412, at this point, you guys need to go ahead and get into your safe space. All the way from Linden down to Hohenwald, just get into your safe space. At this point, just do it. And then anyone from State Route 100, branching off of United States Route 412, all the way over to south of Centerville, you guys need to go ahead and get your safe space as well. In my honest opinion, that's where you should be. Mainly because that's where it's going to continue to head off. Both of these areas of rotations are moving off into your general vicinity. So, in my opinion, that's what you should do, and that you need to continue to monitor that as much as possible. Martha King, thank you so much for sharing it on Facebook. I really do appreciate it. All the people who've, just supported this channel, I just want to say, even if it doesn't seem like a lot of people, even though 465 people watching right now is a lot of people, I just want to say, at one point it was 2 or 3 people, and now it's this many. So no matter how many people I have, as much as I would love to have more, I'm always thankful. So I appreciate whatever happens, unless if it's, my streaming software deleting everything that I own, then that's not very appreciative. But thank you so much to everyone who's either subscribed, liked the video, shared it, stuff like that. I really appreciate it. Can I check on Wayne County, North Carolina? Yeah, I was just there. Hold up. We'll go back to that in a second. But if you live near Linden, I mentioned before, you need to get in your safe space now. That's just, I highly recommend doing so. And then Kimmins. If you live near Kimmins, near State Route 100, as well as State Route 48, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, get into your safe space as well. Let's see. Hey, man, how is Greenwood, Mississippi looking? Great job, brother. Thank you always, Josh, for the $5 super chat. Let me pull that up for you real quickly. Sorry if I'm not getting to everyone's comments. It's nothing personal, believe me. It's just I'm dealing with so many things at one time right now. So, Greenwood. All right, so you guys can start to see this. You guys will actually see more of a gusty wind threat rather than a tornado threat. It'll be more or less into the later evening hours. So this will start to impact your area, in my honest opinion. Based off the models, it'll be around the midnight hours. It'll be a lot of gusty winds across the board here. So, if you could plan accordingly, that would be great. New tornado warning. Geez, this is really starting to fire off on all cylinders. It's another storm that we've been watching. Dude, we're not surprised at this point. There's so many of these thunderstorms that are popping off that are really starting to turn tornadic. There's actually been reported a wall cloud with this storm. That's how insane these storms are at this point. Another wall cloud. Anthony Memes with the 20 euro super chat. Thank you, my friend. And yes, for the people who are new to the stream, I am going to be storm chasing tomorrow. So if you want to subscribe, turn on notifications, stuff like that, so that you guys can watch what I do. There you go. But we're not surprised at this point, because we said that this cell could easily produce some tornadic rotation. Point set, Mississippi and Lauderdale counties. You guys have a tornado warning until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If we take a look at the reflectivity here, classic hook right here. Classic hook. Inflow comes in unimpeded. So if you live near Tyronza, near Dis, I'm assuming that's how you say it, Dis, Joyner, Bassett, anywhere from I-55 north of the exit to where State Route 77, United States Route 63, and United States Route 61 all intersect. If you live north of there, if you live near Marie, if you live in Grider, Wilson, Bassett, Joyner, Osceola, Kaser, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's get some timings out to you all. At this point, we're just going to have to cycle through all the tornado warnings as quickly as possible to try and figure out where, how to efficiently do all this quickly. So, but, excuse me. I'm probably not going to respond to chat a whole lot from now until we have less tornado warnings, honestly, so that I can try and just cycle through and update information, but we'll get it. We'll get there. So if you live along State Route 135 in Arkansas, Get into your safe space now. It's gonna go right over you. Like as soon as you hear the transmission, go right over you. Then about 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes actually. State Route 77 in Arkansas. That's how long it'll take before it will actually start to impact you. So if you live over there, you have a little bit of time, but not a lot of time. So get into your safe space. If you live near this, 15 minutes. You guys have a little bit of time as well, but I would get into your safe space then. And then I-55 in about 20 to 25 minutes. If you live anywhere along I-55, you have a little bit of time. You can get some pillows. You can get a helmet. You know, you can get all sorts of stuff. Any sort of extra protective gear to put more walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So if you live over there, you need to continue to monitor this heavily. There's also some other severe storms. There's actually some rotation right here. Jeez. This actually could go tornado warn too. So if you live near Vandale, if you live near State Route 1, if you live near State Route 75, I'm assuming this is going to go tornado warn relatively soon. So you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space as well. Then there's another storm down along the line here. We can't see what all is going on with this one, so we'll have to move over to Little Rock and figure that out for ourselves. So here's Desark. This is the rotation here with this cell. Not exactly as well pronounced as some of the other cells, but if you live near State Route 38, if you live near Cotton Plant, Desark, Dixie, Howell, from State Route 17, from Howell down to Cotton Plant, you guys need to go ahead and monitor the storm extensively. If this does go tornado warned, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space as well. Always, Josh. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. I really do. Believe me. Just wow. Thank you so much. Anyways, let's move on to the tornado warning. Let's move on to the tornado warning in North Carolina. Tornado warning for Wayne and Johnston County in North Carolina. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. If you take a look at the reflectivity, what there is more to say besides there's a hook. That is 100% a classic hook here on Signature. The inflow could be coming in unimpeded, but one thing that did concern me a little bit as to the structural integrity of the storm is that it wasn't looking all too tornadic before. Now it's actually starting to try and jut its rear flank downdraft a bit more. The outflow is kind of pushing out more. There's a new tornado warning, I'm assuming, that's one of the cells that I called out for before, so you guys know exactly what to do. And actually, I'll just say this out right now so that people can actually know. So, new tornado warning for Crittenden, Cross, and Poinsett counties. That'll be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you live in those counties, I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Disses. Oh, well, that's nice. If you live in those counties, you need to go ahead and get in your safe space. I'm pretty sure I've mentioned at least a town in that county. So, get in your safe space now. That would be greatly appreciated. So there is a little bit of a jutting now with the rear flank downdraft, which means this thing is starting to become a bit more tornadic. So if you live near Marmac, Goldsboro, Adamsville, Elroy, New Hope, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Marmac, it'll impact you within the next, I'd say, 2 minutes. So get into your safe space now. As soon as you hear the transmission, go. Get there. United States Route 13. You guys could start to get impacted by this in about 5 to 10 minutes. So you also have limited amount of time. Get into your safe space then. Goldsboro. It'll be moving off just a bit to the south of you, but you need to go ahead and get in your safe space as well. Always, Josh, thank you for the $1 super chat. I really do appreciate it. And I really do. Any amount, I really do appreciate it. Let's see, so Goldsboro, Adamsville, Elroy, it'll impact you in about 10 to 15, maybe 20 minutes. So you have a little bit of time. You can go ahead, get helmets, get pillows, get mattresses, whatever. Just in case if this thing does produce a tornado, put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I'd highly recommend just getting pillows and helmets because the rotation itself on radar does look a bit weaker. Lacks a lot to be desired in my honest opinion. But it's still tornadic. It could easily produce a tornado, so I would just get into your safe space, in my honest opinion. There's also another rotation or another area, a supercell that has some weak rotation near Fountain and Farmville. So you guys need to watch that out too. And areas near Greenville, you guys can also experience some cells in that area. I want to take a look at Memphis, see if the tornado warning is what I exactly said. I told you, Vandale, Cherry Valley. You guys could easily see a tornado warning. There it is. This thing easily could produce a tornado. It looks actually primed to do so with the spectrum width actually dropping like this. The spectrum width actually measures turbulence in the air, and typically because tornadoes produce turbulence, this is a very good product to use to find tornadoes. So there is a bit of a drop here in and around the Vandale areas, and I would not be surprised if this thing does produce a tornado relatively soon. But I will say this much, there is a lot of rain near the rotation here, so if you are looking for the tornado, you won't find it. It'll be rain wrapped, so you won't be able to see it until it's literally right on top of you, and that's not a risk I'm willing to take. So you need to go ahead, get into your safe space. If you live near Vandale, if you live near State Route 1, if you live near State Route 75, you need to go ahead, get into your safe space, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Let's go into Tennessee now. We're going to take a look at these other tornado warnings. So the tornado warnings for Hickman, Perry, and Lewis. There's actually 2 tornado warnings, but we'll get into this one real quickly. So this is for Perry and Hickman counties, as well as Lewis. That'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You can clearly see here on reflectivity, there is your hook that would typically be associated with supercells that could possibly produce tornadoes, so your inflow would come in unimpeded. So right around the town of Kimmins is where the rotation would be. If you live near Kimmins, or if you live to the east of Kimmins, the east of State Route 48, just to the north of United States Route 412, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's get some timings out here for you all for Kimmins. As I mentioned, right on top of you, so just get there. And then it'll go to the north of Hampshire in about 15 minutes. So you guys have a little bit of time if you live out there. Now, according to this, there isn't really a lot of people that live out there, which is the good news. Actually, it does have a bit more of a terrain-ish type characteristic feel to it. But if you live north of Hampshire, if you live near the Duck River or south of Duck River, south of State Route 50, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get into your safe space as well. Moving just to the west of that, there's another area of rotation here, just to the west, or actually just to the east of Linden, just to the west of Kimmins. So there's a little bit of rotation here. There's the 2 rotations, that one near Kimmins, the other just to the west of that. But you can see the grays are moving away from the radar. The greens are moving towards. This is the velocities that we're looking at. So right in the middle is where the rotation would be, right over the town of Kimmins. There is also another area of rotation here. You can see the reds moving away from the radar right here. The greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, just to the north and west of Hohenwald, just to the south and west of Kimmins, moving to the north and east towards the Kimmins vicinity. So if you're still in Kimmins and you're still in your safe space, stay there. You have another area of rotation that could possibly be tornadic that will move through your area soon. So stay in your safe space. Do not get out. In my honest opinion, that is not the right idea. That's not the best idea in the world right now, especially with another area of rotation moving off into your general vicinity. So please stay in your safe space. I would highly recommend staying there if you could at least do it. You know, if you can't do it or whatever, I mean, that's, if something's like holding you back, I understand. But my honest opinion is that you should get into your safe space. Let's see. Let's move over to Arkansas here. We're gonna move to these other cells. We're not gonna go to the tornado warning just yet, or the 2 tornado warnings in Arkansas. We're gonna keep buzzing on through and keep just hammering out these severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings as much as possible. So here's still a severe thunderstorm warning near Disark. Rotation's actually starting to get a bit stronger with the storm. Or at least it's starting to materialize a bit better. So Disark, as well as Dixie and Cotton Plant, you guys could easily see a tornadic rotation moving through your area. Would not be surprised if this thing actually becomes tornadic. It produces a tornado warning. So if you live along State Route 38, Cotton Plant area, as well as areas near Hunter along United States Route 49, I would monitor the storm extensively. Then moving off to the south, south of Little Rock, actually, these cells are producing some gusty winds, some real strong gusty winds, as well as some large hail across the board. This severe thunderstorm warning is actually for Lonoke, Grant, and Saline counties, as well as Pulaski. That'll be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time, and it includes 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and golf ball-sized hail. That is golf ball-sized hail. You know, not quarters, golf ball, large hail. So that could easily do dents, do some damage in any of those areas. So you guys need to continue to monitor this as this moves off into your general vicinity. Then you also have some other areas along the line. There's also another area that possibly could be the next tornado warning near Emmett and Prescott in Arkansas. So if you live along Interstate 30 or just anywhere within a 20-mile radius from Hope all the way up to Gum Springs and Arkadelphia, you guys need to monitor that storm extensively. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, but no tornado possible on that. Then we'll move off to the tornado warnings here in Arkansas. Then we'll move off to North Carolina again. As I said, we're just kind of in rapid-fire mode to try and get as many warnings out as possible. So it's Lone Oak. Well, that's nice. Now you know that I don't live in those areas. But anyways, let's move off into the cells that are near, I can't remember how you guys said that this was supposed to be pronounced. DS? I don't know. If you live near State Route 77, if you live near Interstate 55 in Arkansas, north of Terrell, near Joyner, Bassett, Marie, Kaiser, just to the east of Lepanto, just to the north of Birdsong, you need to get in your safe space, because this still has a little bit of rotation. You can clearly see the greens are the winds moving towards the radar, reds are moving away. This is not as good a rotation as you would like it to be, but there still is rotation there. So if you live over there, stay in your safe space. This cell near Vandale, by the way, we mentioned this before, that this could be on the ground. Would not be surprised if this is on the ground right now, honestly. Would not be surprised. So if you live near Vandale, I told you that you should be in your safe space. Whether you did that or not, I don't know. But if you know anyone who lives over there, you need to get in your safe space, because that is easily something that people need to continue to monitor as this continues to move off to the north and east. It's pronounced dice. Nice. Well, then I'll remember that from now on. But off to the north and east, it'll head off towards the State Route 75 area. So if you live near State Route 75, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. This will be moving off to the north of the parking area, and this storm is moving relatively slow, so the people in Vandale, the people around State Route 1 to the north of Wynn, you guys need to go ahead and stay in your safe space as long as you can, because this could easily continue to try and still produce tornadoes as long as it continues to move on through. St. Louis, real quickly, we'll go over to St. Louis and then we'll head over to North Carolina. So there is a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings across the board. A line of storms that are now starting to march its way through into the St. Louis areas. Easily can produce some gusty winds in upwards of 50 miles per hour. There's actually one that is producing 60 mile per hour wind gusts and a quarter-size hail. So the probability of you seeing severe storms is likely, but it is still something that we need to continue to monitor as this moves off to the north and east. So definitely something to keep in mind as we head along. Let's move back to the tornado warning here in North Carolina. This is for Wayne County, and that'll be in effect until this would be 7:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So near Brogdon, as well as Walnut Creek and Elroy, you guys need to go ahead and get in your safe space. I told you all before that you need to get in your safe space. We're reinforcing that narrative right now. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead, get into your safe space, get underground, and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. It'll be heading off into the Elroy areas or south of Elroy in about 5 to 10 minutes, so you guys should get in your safe space now. Then off to the Walnut Creek area in about 10 to 15 minutes. So if you guys live in those areas, not a lot of time for you all as well. So you need to get in your safe space there as well. And you need to continue to monitor that. Someone asks if what's going to happen in Greenville. You have also another area of severe weather that's moving on through. You also have a little bit of rotation with this storm. It'll be moving off just to the south of you, but you guys could see some gusty winds as well as some decently sized hail in upwards of maybe a ½ inch to maybe even an inch. So I would recommend going indoors, and if there is a tornado warning that is issued for you all, get into your safe space, get underground, or get in the lowest or most part of your building. Yeah, there is a little bit of a hook on that cell that's heading towards Greenville, but it does not look to be all too strong. Let me take a look at the upper parts of the atmosphere to see if I'm correct with making that assumption. And I would have to say so, honestly. So, something to keep in mind with all of that. Let's see. Snyder, say hi to me for $100. Hi, Liam Cotron. You don't have to send me $100, but hi. Let's see. I want to go back to the cell over in Arkansas, because this thing could easily, I'm actually convinced that this thing could produce a tornado. I would not be surprised. There was a tornado in Raleigh. Was there? Jeez. It's surprising that North Carolina is getting tornado warning storms since there was a low chance. Well, I mean, this must be your warm-up for tomorrow, because you guys will most likely get the same chance for severe storms as well tomorrow. Wind tornado warning. There isn't a tornado warning for... Oh, yeah, there is. Wind is in Arkansas. But yeah, that storm right here is moving off to the north of Wynn in Arkansas. So if you live in Wynn, you guys are actually in the clear. But if you're in Vandale, you guys are not in the clear. You could still see some strong rotation there. Very easily could be on the ground, actually. So if you live over in those areas, you need to continue to monitor this storm very extensively. Hello from Maryland. Hello. I'm going to be storm chasing in Maryland tomorrow. Well, Maryland, Virginia, maybe North Carolina, stuff like that. I'll have to see. At the end of this event, I'll actually try and show you all what I'm thinking as to where I can storm chase, because I'm going to be storm chasing tomorrow. New tornado warning in Texas? Are you serious? Jeez, there's so much happening right now. It's not even funny. All right, new tornado warning for Cherokee County in Texas. That'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I'm getting my radar up to try and figure out what all is happening. But jeez. All right, here's the area in question, and we can't even see anything. So if you live near Rusk, if you live near United States Route 69, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. One thing that I will note is that there seems to be a lot of oil wells around here. I think these are oil wells. So, it might be not as populated as I think it is. But then again, it is Texas. Everything is bigger in Texas. So, you know, if you live in Cherokee County in Texas, near Rusk, near United States Route 69, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Let's see, what was that radar? That was a Memphis radar. Oh no. Which one do I not need the most? Columbus. Or Huntsville. Yeah, I don't need the Huntsville one. Let me double check some of these other severe thunderstorms that are over in Mississippi and stuff like that. Real quickly. This is kind of like a rapid fire at the moment, guys. So I'm trying to do as much as I can to try and inform as many people as I possibly can about what all is happening across the board. Okay, so these severe storms in Alabama They suck, so don't need to talk about them. All right, let's look back at this this tornado warning here near Vandale. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing is on the ground, honestly. But the rotation is not as strong as it once was, so that's something to keep in mind there. Too bad I didn't cover the tornado in Noonan on Thursday night. Dude, I wish I could, but I was kind of on vacation, but I would have loved to. I know this is a weird question, but do you want a shout out? You have over 25,000 subscribers. Dude, honestly, that would be great. If I got a shout out from anyone. Now, if I got a shout out, now, of course I would love the fame and stuff like that, but more or less it would be because I'm trying to warn people. Because if I can get the word out as much as possible to as many people as possible, that's best case scenario for me. Best case scenario. Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to project to an audience and trying to relay the messages to what all is happening live, you know? And I'm hoping that the people in the audience relays that message to other people as well, if you know what I mean. So that's the reason why I asked if people can share the live stream and stuff like that on social media with friends and family and stuff like that. Now, that's the reason why I make a big deal about liking the video, because liking the video actually gets on YouTube's algorithm, and it tells YouTube that more people should watch the live stream. You know, so that's the reason why I say, you know, all the time, hey, like the video, share the video, you know, whatever. You know, sure, I would love it for the fame and all the money. That would be great, too. Although most of the money, I put it back into the stream, which I most likely will have to now, but still, you know, that's the main reason why I do this stuff. It's just I warn people. So let's get back to it. There's like 5 tornado warnings right now, and we need to figure out what more to do about this. So let's start from the east and move west, slowly but surely. So tornado warning in Wayne County in North Carolina, that will be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. If you take a look here, clearly there's a hook right here on just to the south of Adamsville and Elroy. It'll be moving off to the Elroy and Walnut Creek area, as well as the LaGrange area. So if you live in those areas, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get into your safe space. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. It'll be moving off into your areas. Let's get some timings out real quickly. Oh, the Arkansas storm went confirmed. Let's see. Oh, that's the... Oh, that's not the one that I thought it was at all. That's the one that was near Dis and Joyner. Rain wrapped tornado just crossed Highway 118, 1/2 of a mile wide at Westover. Oh wow. So yeah, this thing right here near Dice, heading off towards the I-55 areas. I mentioned before that if you lived along I-55, you guys need to get into your safe space. And that's exactly what you need to do. Yeah, this thing is 100% on the ground. This thing just turned up a notch. Holy crap. 100% on the ground. 100%. You can see how it intensifies right through our very eyes. You can see how the greens are a lot darker. The reds are a lot darker here. All of a sudden, if we play it along a couple more frames, boom, bright greens into like these light greens. That is a sign of it being on the ground, and most likely is on the ground. So the unfortunate thing here is that this is heading right over I-55. So if you know anyone who lives near I-55, near Bassett, Joyner, Wilson, Marie, near United States Route 61, you need to tell them to go ahead and get into a safe space. And if you live, if you're on the interstate right now, don't drive into this thing. If you see this wall of rain that's moving out in front of you, don't drive into it. All right, if you actually hear me live from this stuff that moves on, the storm that moves on through into your general vicinity, all right, if you see that large wall of rain, don't drive into it. If you are moving into this general area and you're driving on I-55 and you're north of Terrell and you're approaching the Joyner area, there would be the Joyner exit or the Bassett exit. Don't drive any further north. There's a confirmed tornado that's rain wrapped. So you need to continue to monitor this storm heavily if you're in these areas. get into your safe space, get underground, and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Yeah, this storm is really, really looking quite unique, honestly. This is a very, very small area of rotation, but this easily could be on the ground. Would not be surprised. I actually want to take a look at the higher parts of the atmosphere, and yeah, there it is. 50 on top of 33 at a, what is that? 2,700 feet up in the sky. So yeah, that is 100% on the ground, in my honest opinion. Texas storm starting to look ugly. Oh boy. Dude, we got so much stuff happening around. Let's finish up North Carolina real quickly. So yeah, everyone who's in a severe thunderstorm warning. Gusty winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour. Some spotty hail, maybe the chance for tornadoes. Especially if you live near Walnut Creek, Seven Springs, and LaGrange. It'll be impacting the areas near Seven Springs in about 5 to 10 minutes, as well as the LaGrange area in about 5 to 10 minutes. Walnut Creek, you should be in your safe space right now. I'm telling you this right now if that actually helps, as if I didn't say it before, but you should be in your safe space now, in my honest opinion. And then there's some other areas. There's a cell to the north and east of Keener. It doesn't really have a lot of rotation, just a lot of gusty winds and some large hail. You can see that the hail actually gets in upwards of almost 2 inches in some spots. So that's something to keep in mind. And that's another thing to keep in mind too, that with some of these cells in North Carolina, just across the board, you can see hail in upwards of maybe an inch, maybe even larger. So you really need to continue to monitor this as this moves off to the south and east. All right, let's move down into the Tennessee vicinity. Actually, there's no storms in Tennessee that are currently tornado warned. So let's move off to the storm in Texas here. This is the tornado warning for Cherokee, and this actually has some pretty good rotation. We're looking up 7,000 feet up in the sky, I will say that much. So the winds are typically stronger in the upper parts of the atmosphere compared to the bottom, the winds towards the surface. But it's still something to keep in mind as this continues to move off to the north and east, that most of these cells could potentially produce a tornado, even with the rotation that it has as high as it does. I'm actually seeing a little bit. It looks like this storm here near Rusk has 2 areas of rotation. So you have one right here, and then you have another right here. And the reason why I say that is because the green is the winds moving towards the radar. You can also see the blues as well. That's the stronger amounts of winds that's moving towards the radar. Then you have one area of red that's moving away. So you have one area of rotation right here. You have another area of red, which is another area of rotation right here. So this either is one giant mesocyclone to where we're just missing some values in the middle, or this could be 2 distinct areas of rotation right next to each other. So this is something to keep in mind as this continues to move off into the general vicinity of Rusk. So if you live near United States Route 69 near Rusk, you need to go ahead and get into your safe space. I mean, this is just not the time, not the place to mess around. You just really need to get there. So get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Yeah, this has some really interesting rotation, and it's really starting to push on through as a really strong supercell. The Echo Tops, which is just looking at how high these thunderstorms go up into the atmosphere, is up to 50,000 feet, which just by me looking at the Echo Tops, that is the tallest thunderstorm we've seen today. The second closest was actually 49,000 feet. So that is really, really strong here. Someone asked if we have correlation coefficient. I do not think this is a debris signature. I don't think it is, at least. We say CC because the correlation coefficient can actually pick up debris being lofted up into the air. So that's the reason why we check on that product quite frequently to see if there's any debris being lofted up, but I just don't see any. So nothing really too big in my honest opinion. Let's move up into the cell in Arkansas here. This one has had a funnel cloud reported as well as a tornado reported. So this is moving right over the interstate at the moment. And definitely something that people need to monitor heavily because, as I mentioned, this thing has had a history of producing a tornado. So if it's still on the ground, that tornado could be moving over the interstate. So if you live near Marie, Wilson, Grider, Bassett, anywhere along United States Route 61 in Arkansas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Just for timings real quickly, this will be heading off into the Marie area in about 5 minutes. So if you live over there, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get into your safe space as soon as you hear this. Then it'll be heading off towards the United States Route 61 area in about 10 to 15 minutes, Grider in about 15 minutes. So if you live over there, you have a little bit of time, but not a lot of time. So go ahead and get into your safe space if you can. Let's go on to the cell that's near Wynn, as well as Vandale. This thing is still tornado warned. A tornado warning for Crittenden and Cross counties in Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If we take a look here at the velocities, there's actually two areas of rotation. One right here just to the north of Parkin, and another one right here that could be developing just to the north and east of Wynn. So if you live near Parkin, if you live near State Route 75, if you live near United States Route 64, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space. It actually looks like the storm that's the northern rotation, I should say, is weakening just a little bit. It's continuing to weaken, but this is continuing to be something that we'll have to monitor, especially since this is really rain wrapped. So if you are in the path of this tornado, you won't be able to see it until it's literally right on top of you. So that is something to keep in mind as well. Let's see. I want to quickly go over to the Little Rock radar. I want to go to Echo Tops, and oh my good lord, that broke the record for today. 53,200 feet up in the sky. That's how tall this thunderstorm spans. I wanted to go back over to the storm to see what's going on with it. And this thing is producing bonkers size hail. Bonkers size hail. I mean, look at it. Almost 4-inch sized hail with this storm. If you live near, I think that's Bjorn, or if you live near Gurdon, if you live near Curtis, you guys need to go inside. 100% need to go inside. Because that is a storm that you do not want to be pelted with hail. That is some large hail right there. Large hail. So stay indoors, please. Because that is something that you do not want to mess with. This also has a hail spike too, so we can't actually see if this thing has any rotation. Because a hail spike, what happens is the radar sends these beams out, and so sometimes the beams go all the way through the storm, and it accurately depicts as to what's happening inside. However, hail has a pesky thing of actually being able to reflect or refract those beams, whichever way you want to say it. I believe it's reflect. It reflects those beams, and it moves them into all different directions and makes it so that the actual data that comes back is kind of invalid. So the way that we can determine this is this little spike right here. This spike of dark blues, the lower correlation coefficient. So that is a massive hail spike coming from the storm. That is a lot of hail that is absolutely just pouring, dumping in southwestern parts of Arkansas. So if you live over there, you need to monitor that and stay indoors. 100% stay indoors. What would be equivalent to bonker sized hail? Well, what does the warning say? Hold up. 3-inch sized hail. They've already said, yep, 3-inch sized hail. That's bonker sized hail for you. Bonker sized hail. That's bonkers, dude. Alright, so there's another cell that's to the north and east of Pine Bluff. Has a little bit of rotation that's heading towards Wabaseka and Humphrey, as well as Stuttgart. So if you live anywhere along those areas along United States Route 79, you need to go ahead and monitor the storm as well, because this does have a little bit of rotation. Doesn't have a tornado possible on it, but that's just something to keep in mind as this heads off to the north and east. Someone asked for the timing of the wind tornado or possible tornadic storm. So we'll get some timings out here for you all. Even though there isn't really a lot of people in the way of this, we'll go ahead and get a timing here for you all. So I mentioned if you lived along State Route 75, you needed to go ahead and get in your safe space. I kind of implied that as, you know, I was saying it before, that over and over again you need to get in your safe space. But moving on through further on, Gilmore, you guys will be impacted in about 45 minutes according to this. So that's something to keep in mind as well as this heads off to the north and east. Oh, geez. When did this thing start to get really organized? Huh? Huh? I'm sorry, what? This thing has some really interesting rotation here. Okay, well, if this thing really starts to organize, I would be pretty concerned for Grider and Osceola. So if you live near Grider and Osceola or anywhere along the Mississippi River in those areas, you need to get in your safe space right now. This is really concerning. This is really concerning, actually, this storm right here. It's had a history producing a tornado, but this rotation is really something that we really need to monitor heavily. Nashville storm, inch hail. Are you in Nashville right now? Because if that's the case, that makes sense. Jeez. Oh, speaking of which, hold up. I want to go to the velocity, see what the storm is doing. It's still rotating. So Santa Fe, New Hope, Neapolis, as well as Spring Hill and Lanton. You guys need to monitor the storm heavily. Stay indoors because this thing is producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So that's really something to keep in mind. I really want to go back to the storm here in Arkansas, because this one is looking like it could do things. So out of all the storms that are tornadic, I'd say that one's the most concerning out of all of them. But we got to be fair. We got to go to the other tornado warnings because every life is equivalent. So we got to keep going to the over there. I'm not going to answer stuff about bans in Fate right now because I just got back and I've got a lot more important things to do besides take appeals. So if you approach me again later on in the mid part of this week, then I might look into it. But otherwise, I've got a lot of plans between now and Wednesday. So here's the tornado warning for Wayne County in North Carolina. It is past Elroy and Walnut Creek, so you guys are in the clear. But if you live near Seven Springs, as well as south of United States Route 70, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space. How do you feel about missing the biggest day of your career in the high risk on Wednesday? Honestly, I was pretty upset that I couldn't live stream. I tried to live stream while I was at the hotel, but I couldn't. I tried to get out in the storm chase, but my parents couldn't, or at least they wouldn't. So I was really, really upset, but there's really nothing much I could do. Really nothing much I could do. So yeah, if you live south of LaGrange, you guys need to go ahead and get in your safe space. If you live south of the United States Route 70, you need to get in your safe space. New reported tornado. There it is. It's another tornado that's moved off towards Marie. That is 100% on the ground, most likely. Weather spotters confirmed tornado at 6:22. A spotter reported a tornado causing power flashes 2 miles southwest of Wilson. Yep. So I said it before. I said I was pretty concerned for places near Marie, Grider, and Osceola. So that is a new tornado that has spawned here, and I would not be surprised if this thing starts to organize heavily and continues to move off into your general vicinity as a strong tornado. So you guys really need to monitor this as this continues to move off to the north and east. Someone asked if there was anything over in St. Louis. I will take a look at that here in a second. So here you are, and you have a lot of gusty winds across the board. No severe thunderstorm warnings, which leads me to believe that you'll have some spotty hail and some gusty winds and upwards of 50, maybe 55 miles per hour. But it is still something to keep in mind as this heads off into your general vicinity. Osceola. Well, that makes sense. Now you know that I don't live over there, so. Osceola, as well as Grider, you guys need to get in your safe space now. 100%. Sorry for triggering you, but put that aside. You have a tornado on the ground. 100% need to get in your safe space. And if you guys know anyone who don't believe you in regards to, you know, this stuff happening, share this live stream with them. I guarantee you this will change their mind. All right, so if you share this live stream with them, then we'll be able to get the word out, or even share this on social media. Share this live stream on social media. That way more people can tune into the live stream and be able to monitor this situation heavily, because the event, in my opinion, is just starting to ramp up. All right, it's now starting to really kind of intensify a bit. And this is actually when we start to get to the peak of the event, in my honest opinion, with all of these scattered thunderstorms. So that's really something to keep in mind across the board. Just live near here? No, it's fine, Luke. I understand that. I'm just trying to get the word out that people need to get in their safe space. Look at the Texas velocities. Yeah, we haven't checked that Texas storm in a while. We might as well. There's a new tornado warning here. And this does include new counties. So Rusk and Nacogdoches County. That's a handful to say. 7:15 p.m. Central Standard or Central Daylight Time is when this warning expires. There is still some pretty good rotation on this. I will not lie. This still has some pretty good rotation. You can clearly see the blues are moving towards the radar. The grays are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. It's past Rusk. It's now heading to the south of Raleigh, heading to the south of United States Route 84, and is about to cross over State Route 204. So if you live in those areas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Yeah, you really need to go ahead and get in your safe space. Nacogdoches, well, I tried. Let's see, 104 on top of 1. That's 105 mile per hour delta velocity, looking up 5,800 feet up in the sky. So you guys need to continue to monitor this as this heads off to your north and east, especially if you live. Yeah, let me get storm motion for you all to make this a whole lot easier, especially if you live along State Route 204. Because if you live over there, it'll be impacting you almost as soon as you hear this transmission. 5 minutes from now, I guarantee you. That's when you'll be experiencing those conditions. Nacogdoches. Well, now I know. Now I know. So many things to remember. But anyways, United States Route 84 as well. It'll cross over into your general vicinity, or at least the tornadic rotation will, in about 15 to 20 minutes. So if you live over there, you need to also continue to monitor the storm heavily as this heads off to the north and east. Someone asked if northwestern Arkansas was going to get anything. Can't abandon everyone. So we're going to do that real quickly. Severe storms that are moving across the board. 60 mile per hour wind gusts in this one specifically. That is for Crawford and Washington, as well as Adair counties. That one will specifically have 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail. So if you live over there, you guys need to continue to monitor this storm very heavily. There's also some other storms near Eureka Springs, but it's not as severe at the moment. So continue to monitor these storms, but right now, the only severe storm is just to the north of Van Buren, just to the north of Fort Smith. Let's go over towards Spring Hill here, because I know there's a couple people that live over here, and you're a bit concerned, and you have the right to be concerned, in my honest opinion. So if you live near Theta, if you live near Spring Hill, Thompson Station, you guys have a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. You do have a mesocyclone that is there, but there's not really a lot of rotation at the surface, so there isn't really anything all too tornadic at the moment. But there is rotation in the upper parts in the atmosphere, so it is elevated right now. But yeah, that is something to keep in mind as this moves off to the north and east, that if you live in those areas, you need to go ahead and get indoors. There's hail that could be in upwards of 2.5 inches, and that is something that you do not want to be a part of. Believe me, getting pelted by large hail like that is not fun. That'll definitely cause bruises, maybe even breaks, and it will definitely dent cars and crack windshields. So if you have the opportunity, if you're like in Spring Hill along United States Route 31, if you can quickly get your cars into your like a shed or something like that, or in a garage, that would be advised. But otherwise, stay indoors, because that is not something that I would like to go outdoors in. I would really not recommend it, honestly. What polling site do I use? I use the Iowa State for this one specifically, which, by the way, this is GR2 Analyst. This is my radar program that I used. I customized the color tables and all sorts of stuff with it. So it costs $250, so if you're a weather nerd, you might want to invest in this. There is a 21-day free trial that if you ever want to fiddle around with it, that is something there as well. But yeah, there's definitely some large amounts of hail that's moving towards Spring Hill and Thompson Station, so you need to go ahead and stay in your safe space. Let's go back over to Arkansas here. Look at this storm right here that's heading towards Grider. This actually is about to impact the Grider area. So if you live near Grider, if you live near Osceola, I believe that's how it is. Dude, I can't remember. Let's see. Yeah, I can't remember. I can't remember how it's pronounced. I'm just gonna say Osceola. You guys are gonna have to deal with it. If you live over there, you should be in your safe space. I told you all before that you should be in your safe space. Confirmed large tornado in Texas. Are you serious? Better not. Not yet. Okay. PDS tornado in Texas? Nope, people are saying it's a PDS tornado. I mentioned it before that thing might start to ramp up a bit. People need to stay in their safe space over there. So if you live near the Mississippi River, if you live near Ashport in Mississippi, you need to go ahead and get in your safe space right now. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's go over to the storm in Texas real quickly. This thing is looking pretty mental, honestly. I can't tell if there's a debris signature, honestly. It's really hard to tell. This right here is a bit of interference in the radar. I know that much, but there is some pretty mean rotation if we look higher up in the atmosphere. Seems how the towards the surface it isn't as evident. All right, well, never mind. It just updated right now. So what am I to say? Let's get a storm relative velocity here. I see 90 on top of 48. We're looking at 5,700 feet up in the sky. PDS stands for particularly dangerous situation for any of you who are new. So, let's see. So 90 on top of 48. That is a 138 mile per hour delta velocity. That is a strong rotation couplet there. And I would not be surprised. They said that a large tornado was on the ground. Was this a weather spotter? Yeah, weather spotter confirmed tornado. I would not be surprised if this thing continues to march on through as it does. So really something to keep in mind as this moves off to the north and east. So I said before, if you live near State Route 204, you need to get in your safe space. Now it's United States Route 84's turn. If you live to the east of Reclaw, if you live to the west of Mount Enterprise, and if you live along United States Route 84, you need to go ahead and get in your safe space now. 100%. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Just 100% the time in which you should do that. And if you guys know anyone who lives in these areas and they don't believe you, send them to this stream. I will happily assist them in showing them where the rotation is, where the tornado is, where it's heading off. So, share this on social media and stuff like that. Like it, subscribe, turn on notifications, because I am going to be storm chasing tomorrow. So if you want to see the adventures of me storm chasing as well, you can do that as well. But this is 100%. Would not be surprised if this is on the ground. And they're saying it's on the ground right now. They're saying it's a large tornado. Yeah, that is quite strong. 100%. You can see a donut here, a donut hole actually forming here. This right here is actually where the tornado is. This hole right here is where the tornado is. That is pretty large. I'll actually measure how large the tornado or the wind field is right here. It's about 1.5 miles wide when it comes to the tornadic wind field, which is pretty large. That's a very large tornado. And I'm not sure if that's debris or not. I don't think it's debris because it's not showing up as a debris ball on reflectivity. We are looking up 5,000 feet up in the sky, but that is still something to keep in mind as this heads off to the north and east. Let's head back over to the storm that just passed through Grider and Osceola. I don't see a debris signature here on this storm, but you need to continue to monitor this as this moves off through. Ashport, if you live over there, you guys need to go take your proper precautions as well. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Osceola as well. So there is this is another large tornado here. Another large tornado. This is a particularly dangerous situation. We have two particularly dangerous situation tornadoes here. Sam, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. I'll continue to bounce in between these two tornado warnings as much as I can to try and help you out. If you want to send him the stream, I can help out as best as I can as well. So people are asking where the which tornado warnings are PDS or where these tornadoes are. This one is right on the Mississippi River. This is on the border of Arkansas and Mississippi. This is near Grider, and it's heading towards Ashport. This is to the this actually is on the border of Arkansas and Tennessee. My bad. Not Mississippi, but if you live near Ashport, Tennessee, if you live to the north of Memphis, near Ashport, near Tomato and Arkansas, near United States Route 51, or at least Osceola. Well, as I mentioned, I can't pronounce things correctly. Osceola, if you live over there, if you live near Ashport, if you live near Tomato, if you live to the west of United States Route 51, you guys need to get in your safe space right now. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado, particularly dangerous situation. So if you live over there, you need to get into your safe space. It'll impact Ashport in about 15 minutes. So if you live in Ashport, that's how long it will take you. You have a little bit of time. Get pillows, get helmets, get everything you need so that when this tornado actually passes over you, you guys can actually be safe from this tornado and have more layers than just one. Ashport doesn't seem to be all too large, which is the good news here. But the bad news is that it'll still impact people. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, you need to tell them to get into their safe space now. Will central Indiana be affected badly tonight? Not a whole lot, but you guys could still get some severe storms. Anything in Spring Hill? Yeah, there actually is some strong, severe thunderstorm that's moving through Spring Hill right now, causing large amounts of hail and upwards of 1.5 inches, maybe even 1 3/4 inches. So if you stay indoors, do me a favor, just stay indoors there. Don't go outside. 100%, don't go outside. That way you won't get impacted by the falling hail, the larger amounts of hail coming from these thunderstorms. So stay indoors. I'll get a timing out here for you to see how long these storms will actually last. So place a storm track, about 20 minutes. Stay in there for another 20 minutes, maybe 25 minutes. And then it'll actually pass through you all. Not saying that the risk will be over for you, because you'll get more severe storms later on, but still something to keep in mind as well. That large hail is forecasted in your area, and you do not want to leave. That is a debris signature. That is 100% a debris signature, or at least I think it is. Yeah, I think that's a debris signature. Yep, that is a debris ball right here. 100% debris being lofted up into the sky. Yep, that is debris being lofted up into the sky. So, all the more reason why people in Ashport, Tennessee need to get into their safe space now. 100% need to get there. Any spin in that system north of Scottsboro, Alabama, tagged as a tornado possible? Let's see. There's Scottsboro. See, it's super close to the radar, so it's kind of hard to say. I'd say not a whole lot, honestly. I think it's fine, but it's still something to keep in mind with this. Call my friend in Mount Enterprise, Texas. He's literally just going to evacuate. Okay, then let me see if I can help out with that. So if you're gonna be in Mount Enterprise, you need to go south. You need to 100%. Oh, actually, you know what? Don't go south. Go east. Go east. Go east to Timpson. If you go east to Timpson, you'll be fine. But you need to go east now. 100% need to go now. You can't wait any second longer. You need to go east. We'll place a storm track right here. And yeah, it's going to head into the general vicinity of Mount Enterprise in about, I'd say, 15 minutes. Osceola. Yeah, I figured as much. There's a person who said that they live down there, and they kindly assisted me with that. I knew I was saying it incorrectly, but meh. At this point, people need to just heed the warning. Because we have two large tornadoes at the moment, according to the National Weather Service. So Mount Enterprise, if you live over there, you need to get in your safe space now. And for the one person who said that they're going to just evacuate, go east. Go east, 100%. Go all the way to Timpson and just watch the storm go off to the north. You need to 100% do that. Let's go back to the storm here in Tennessee now. It's not in Arkansas anymore. The debris ball has actually gotten a bit larger. Let's see. I have a question with the storm in Ashport. Is it going to affect Dyersburg? Dyersburg. Ooh. That is an interesting question. Dyersburg actually, according to the storm track, it looks like it's going to go just to the south of Dyersburg. But that is something to keep in mind that as it gets closer. Within the next hour, all right? It'll be an hour until it actually get into your general vicinity. So, yeah, I'd hold off until a little bit later to ask that question again. But it's heading off into your general vicinity. I will admit that much. So something to keep in mind with that. Yeah, this thing's still 100% on the ground. You can clearly see the debris being lofted up in the air. This is the debris ball right here. And the base reflectivity, there is the debris ball as well. Debris right here. This is the ball. It looks like it got smaller. Yep, it did get smaller. It actually tells me that this thing might have lifted a little bit. So it might have been on the ground for a good, say, 5-10 minutes. But it does look like it kind of has subsided a little bit. That is the good news. But Arkansas looks like it has 2 rotations. It does, doesn't it? There's one right here, the tornado, and then there's the second one up here. But I think that's just based off of how it looks. I want to take a 3D of the storm, though. I do want to do that. And yeah, there's an inflow notch on there. This actually looks a lot more condensed than the storms up in North Carolina. I mentioned before that if your inflow notch is like too large, it becomes more of a hail risk because those winds that get channeled into the thunderstorm actually isn't as intense compared to if it's like through a smaller nook and cranny, because the winds kind of just get channeled through there. They all get forced into one area, so it becomes, instead of widespread and slow, it is small and fast. So that's exactly what we're seeing here. This is the inflow notch, the cave that I typically look for, and the inflow where the energy would come in would come right in there into the thunderstorm. So that is something to keep in mind, that there is indeed a strong inflow notch, and possibly we might be able to see, hold up, that might even be, nah, I wouldn't say that's the tornado. That is still some strong rain there within that. This right here, by the way, this is heavy rain that I'm looking at. This is the red. So this is the 3D here. But that, I'm looking at the heavy rain specifically, and right in there, this is the inflow notch to where the warm, moist air would come in to help out and feed the thunderstorm. So typically, reds, I'll change this over here. Reds into purples and pinks are pretty bad, as well as this kind of like bluish, this like light bluish, electric bluish. That's typically bad, but reds, like dark reds and pinks and purples, that's pretty bad. And then for velocities, there's also a color code over here on the left-hand side. So everything from red and upwards is winds moving away from the radar. Everything from greens and downwards, that is winds moving towards the radar. So that can tell us rotation and stuff like that. This warning just got updated. Still a damaging tornado located near Fort Pillow State Park. So luckily it's in a state park right now. That is the good news. But the bad news is that according to the National Weather Service, it's still on the ground. So all the more reason why you need to continue to monitor this in Ashport. Oh, so this actually was a water spout. It actually went over the Mississippi River as a tornado. So that's something to keep in mind as well, that it stayed consistent all the way throughout the storm. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Let's go back to the cell over here in Spring Hill. I found this pretty interesting here with these storms. Large amounts of hail. I mean, look at this. And upwards of 3.5 inches just to the south of Spring Hill near United States Route 412. I know there's some people who live near Columbia and know people who live just to the east of Columbia. Think of how bad their day is getting with hail and upwards of potentially 3 inches. That's some large hail right there. Really large hail. So, geez. That is something to keep in mind there. Slammer, I'm not going to check St. Louis because I'm too busy focused on the cells that actually could be tornadic. No offense. But you got to realize that if there are cells that are tornadic, I got to focus on those more than the ones that are not tornadic. New tornado warning. We were talking about this storm when it was over near Pine Bluff, but we haven't came back to it in a while. So let's talk about it for a little bit. Tornado warning for Arkansas, Monroe, and Prairie counties. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If we take a look here at reflectivity, you can clearly see the classic hook signature with every single supercell, the inflow coming in unimpeded. So if you live near Casco, if you live near Holly Grove, if you live near the State Route 130 area, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and tornadic rotation as possible. As this continues to move off to the north and east, it'll be heading off into the Casco areas in about, I'd say, 15 minutes. So you guys have a little bit of time. You can, you know, get proper precautions, get into your safe space by taking some extra protective gear like helmets, pillows, mattresses, whatever. That'd be the best way for you to continue to stay safe with stay safe with these storms by putting more walls in between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Here's a look at the rotation here on the velocities. You can clearly see the greens moving towards the radar, the reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, just to the south and east of Stuttgart, moving to the north and east at about 40 miles per hour. This tornado could also produce some half-dollar sized hail with this storm. So if you live in these areas, you guys need to also monitor the storm extensively, because if you don't get a tornado, you can still get large amounts of hail. So that's all the more reason for you to not be outdoors. Let's check back at the storm in Texas real quickly, because this is still a PDS. This is still a large and extremely dangerous tornado that's now crossing over United States Route 84. So I mentioned that that is exactly what we need to look for, and that it's now heading towards the Mount Enterprise area. So if you live over there, you need to continue to monitor the storm extensively by getting underground or getting into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Look at south of Nashville. Are you talking about the Spring Hill cell? Yeah, this thing is looking pretty mental in itself. Strong gusty winds actually with this right here. I want to take a storm motion. Oh yeah, real strong gusty winds. Look at this. You can even see some gusty winds in upwards of 60 miles per hour in some spots. That is some really intense gusty winds. You can clearly see this bow echo right here. This gusty wind, this gust front that's really starting to push through. So places near Holt's Corner and Chapel Hill, as well as areas along United States Route 431 and United States Route 31A, you guys need to stay indoors, because that is some really strong gusty winds that'll be moving through your vicinity. You're in the UK with relatives in Charlotte, North Carolina. How's it looking for them? Real quickly. Charlotte's fine. Charlotte's got no storms around them, although they might see some other gusty strong storms later, but it's not going to be all too impactful. That is the good news. There is a little bit of rotation that's heading towards Kinston. That'll be heading off into the New Bern and the Pollocksville area. So if you live over there, you need to monitor that extensively. Yeah, no, this storm, not this one. Hold up. We got to go back to the Nashville storm. This storm right here, real strong gusty winds. If it can wrap around its outflow, that could turn tornadic. But actually, let's take a 3D of the storm. I'm curious to see the structure of this supercell. Okay. So if it does wrap around its outflow around, this thing could be tornadic. Is there any tornado in Spring Hill? No. Luckily, there is not a tornado in Spring Hill. There might be one down to the south of it, though. But there is a bit of rotation here that could form if this thing wraps around its outflow, its rear flank downdraft. So that's something to keep in mind. We need to watch this storm, because if it does form the classic hook here, it could easily become tornadic. And that's where we need to start monitoring the Murfreesboro as well as the Interstate 24 area. I know there's someone who is trucking along to Nashville, or not really trucking along, just driving along up Interstate 24, I'm assuming. So if you're approaching the Manchester area, be advised that you're going to have some really strong gusty winds and some large hail forecasted in your general vicinity in about, I'd say, 30 minutes, because this storm will be moving off into your area in about 35. So there's a large stovepipe near Gilmore, Arkansas. Gilmore, Arkansas. It's not Gilmore. It's not Gilmore. Where the heck is Gilmore? That's a new tornado warning, though. I will say that much. Hold up. The extension. There's an extension for this tornado warning here for Mount Enterprise. So, new tornado warning for Panola, Rusk, and Shelby counties in Texas. That'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is still ongoing, and it's heading towards the Mount Enterprise area. So, now, I mentioned before that you should be in your safe space if you were in Mount Enterprise, but you need to continue to stay in your safe space now. Get there if you haven't already. 100% now is the time. 100% now is the time. I actually think I can start to see a bit of a donut hole. Look at this. You can see how it wraps around, and there is a hole right here that's heading off to the north and east of Mount Enterprise. So that is a bit concerning. And that does confirm to me that that is a large tornado that's heading off to the north and east. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space, because this could easily, very easily move off into your area as a strong, very strong tornado, actually. Yeah, this is a very strong tornado, what it looks like. Let's see. Yeah, these are some really strong storms that are moving across the board. There's also another area of rotation that's moving off in the northern parts of Louisiana, so that's something to keep in mind. Which state is this? This one was the one near Mount Enterprise is in Texas. So if you know anyone who lives in Texas and Mount Enterprise, you need to tell them to get in their safe space. Actually, I might as well now, because as soon as they hear this transmission, it'll be right on top of them. So let's move on further. State Route 315. You need to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. And 315 in Texas. Large and extremely dangerous tornado moving through your area. If you live south of Branchfield, near Clayton, near Carthage, you guys need to monitor the storm, especially if you're south of Branchfield, because if you live over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, get into your safe space, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's go back over to the cell. Someone asked for Nashville. So Spring Hill, you guys are actually starting to get to the latter end of the risk. It's starting to end for you all. But you did have some large hail. There were some reports of quarter-sized hail earlier. So this is definitely something that people need to continue to monitor heavily as this moves off to the north and east. Definitely something that people need to continue to monitor as this moves off. Multi-vortex near Gilmore? What the heck is Gilmore? Not that one. Not that one. Gilmore? Hello? Hello? That's not Gilmore. Where the heck is Gilmore? I've got no clue as to where Gilmore is. Yeah, I got no clue. So I guess I'll just have to see when it appears as a tornado warning. But Central Arkansas, that's where Gilmore is. Understandable. Gilmore? It's not Gilmore. That's a very strong rotation looking here, though. Near Princeton and Carthage and Arkansas. That is really strong. It looks pretty strong, actually. That is really something to keep in mind as this heads off to the north and east. This is rapid fire tornado warnings across the board here. Nashville is a bad NATO? Nope. Nashville is still in the clear. There is a new tornado warning in Arkansas. Where is this? Oh, it's the storm that we were talking about near Princeton and Carthage. All right, well, the new tornado warning for Cleveland, Grant, Dallas, and Jefferson County in Arkansas, that'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you take a look here, the reflectivity, the presentation is absolutely phenomenal. I mean, look at this. Hook wraps around, inflow comes in unimpeded. Classic supercell signature right here. So if you live near Princeton, if you live near Bunn, if you live near United States Route 167, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be moving off to the north and east towards the Princeton area in about 5 minutes. So as soon as you hear this transmission, get into your safe space. 100%. Right there. Get into your safe space. Then it'll be heading off into the Bunn area in about 10 to 15 minutes. So if you live over there, that's where you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, get into your safe space there. And then as that moves off to the north and east further, that'll move off into the United States Route 167 area in about, I'd say, 20 to 25 minutes. So you guys really need to go ahead, monitor this as this moves off through to the north and east. Someone said it was behind this one. They're saying it's a multi-vortex wedge right here on this storm. I doubt it. I doubt it. Too linear right here. I mean, I'm not... it still could be a tornado, but it's just, it looks too linear. Someone tell me what's happening in St. Louis. Yeah, St. Louis right now is just getting some gusty winds here. Let's move through. There actually is a little bit of rotation here. My goodness, this storm near Troy and St. Jacob and Highland. So St. Louis itself, if you live in Missouri, you guys are getting some gusty winds and some spotty hail. But if you live in Illinois near Troy, St. Jacob, Highland, Piron, Tamalco, Keysport, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, because this thing easily could wrap up and produce a tornado. 100%. Forgot, did you say there was something in Nashville earlier? Some gusty winds and some large hail. No tornado. But this is really strong rotation here near Troy. Would not be surprised if this thing starts to wrap up and produce a tornado. So if you live over here near Troy, St. Jacob, Highland, Piron, you need to go ahead and get into your safe space. 100%. Geez, there's so many tornado warnings, it's not even funny. Alright, so here's a new tornado warning for Gilmore. So this is for Poinsett, Mississippi, Crittenden, Tipton, and Lauderdale. Those counties, that'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you take a look here at the reflectivity, you can clearly see the rotation here. Hook wrapping around near Birdsong, inflow coming in unimpeded. So right in here is where the rotation would be, just to the north of Birdsong, moving to the north and east. So if you live, once again, near Joyner, near Bassett, and near Wilson, as well as along United States Route 61, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. There's the tornado warning that I was talking about in Illinois. That is indeed now tornado warned. There's rapid fire tornado warnings at this point. We have 8 total tornado warnings right now. Let's start sharing this live stream. Make sure that the word gets out to some people. Either like it, but like the live stream so it gets onto YouTube's algorithm, gets recommended onto more people's channels, or sharing this on social media, on Facebook, on Twitter, and stuff like that. That way, more people can understand where this is heading off to. But this is 100% a... This is 100% a massive event that is ongoing right now. There is so many tornado warnings right now. It's not even funny at the moment. So we did this before. We're gonna do this again. We're going to go rapid fire mode. We just lost a tornado warning. That is a good news. So now there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tornado warnings. Actually, there's 8. But technically, it's 7 different storms that has tornado. Well, 6 different storms that has tornado warnings. So I talked about the one in Illinois. Let's talk about this one here in Tennessee. This is for Dyer and Lauderdale County. That'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you take a look at the rotation, it's just to the east of Ashport, moving off to the north and east towards the north of Ripley, along the United States Route 51 area, near the State Route 88 area. So if you live near the State Route 88 area and the United States Route 51 area, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. This will be heading off to the south and east of Tomato, heading off across the State Route 88 area in a half an hour. So it gives you a little bit of time. There's not really a lot of ways for me to tell you all that there is areas of impact, mainly because this area is relatively rural. That is the good news. But there's still some people that live in those areas. So if you know anyone who lives north of Ripley, west of Gates, west of Halls in Tennessee, tell them to get into their safe space now. Moving off down to the south near Birdsong, tornado warning for Poinsett, Mississippi, Crittenden, Tipton, and Lauderdale counties in Tennessee and Arkansas will be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You can clearly see here on the velocities, the greens are the winds moving towards the radar, the reds are the ones moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So if you live near Joyner, Bassett, as well as Wilson, anywhere along United States Route 61 and Interstate 55, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. A lot of people are telling me to go back to Texas. I'm assuming it's because this thing is looking absolutely mental, and it is. This thing actually has a massive debris ball on it now, so this thing is 100% on the ground, 100%. Mount Enterprise just took, I'm assuming this is a direct hit from this storm. And yes, it did. So I'm hoping that all the people who live near Mount Enterprise is actually all right, or actually took the proper precautions and got into their safe space. But this is 100% a very strong tornado that is now going to be paralleling the State Route 315 area towards the Clayton and Gary City areas in Texas. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas, this is a very, very strong and dangerous tornado. This is a very violent tornado that's moving on through, and you guys need to take this seriously. I'm seeing 108 on top of 58. That is a 166 mile per hour delta velocity that is marching on through. This is a very strong rotation right here. I don't think you guys understand how strong this rotation is that's moving off to the north and east. So if you know anyone who lives near State Route 315, near Clayton, Gary City, to the north and east of Mount Enterprise, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions now. You need to get into your safe space, because this is a very, very strong rotation. You can see the debris signature. That is a debris signature from this storm. That is a very strong rotation that we are witnessing right now. So Clayton, Gary City, anywhere along State Route 315, you need to get in your safe space now. Mount Enterprise, you guys are out of the risk. You guys are in the clear. I'm giving you the all clear right now. But the people who aren't in the all clears, the people along State Route 315, from Mount Enterprise to Clayton to Carthage and all the way down to Gary City. Even the people along United States Route 59. If you know anyone who lives from Carthage and south along United States Route 59, you guys need to get into your safe space. Get pillows, get helmets, get all sorts of stuff so that you may be able to put as many walls between yourself and this very strong tornado that's heading off to the north and east towards Carthage. This is I can't emphasize enough how strong this tornado actually is. You just need to take my word for it, honestly. We have 9 tornado warnings right now. This is very, very widespread at the moment. So, you need to go ahead and get into your safe space. Just now. Alright? If you're in the tornado warning, look, the velocities can't even register anymore. That is very strong. That is I don't know what else to say. That is strong. So I'm hoping people got my word that people who live near Clayton, Gary City, Carthage, and Texas, you need to get in your safe space. 100%. People in North Carolina, you guys are just experiencing some gusty winds. You guys are fine. So if you guys want to call it a night, that's fine. But if you know anyone who lives in these other areas, in like Arkansas, Tennessee, Texas, even in Illinois, you know, we haven't checked in this cell here in Illinois in a while. How is this cell looking? Actually, hold up. Did it produce a debris signature? Did a tornado spawn from this? It looked like it could have, but it doesn't really look like it. Doesn't really look like it a whole lot. So that is the good news from this storm. But there is still some rotation on it. So St. Jacob, Highland, Huron, Pocahontas now. If you live near Pocahontas in Illinois, you need to go ahead and get in your safe space. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Because this is strong areas of rotation. Across the board, we have a tornado warning here in Illinois. We have a tornado warning here in Texas. This is completely off the charts here. We have multiple tornado warnings here in Arkansas. Let's go ahead and move from the ground up here. Tornado warning here for Cleveland, Grant, Dallas, and Jefferson counties. That'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you take a look at the velocities, you can see there is some general rotation. The greens are moving towards the radar. The grays and reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Just to the south, the bun moving to the north and east at about, I'd say, 45 miles per hour. Yep, 45 miles per hour. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be moving off into the United States Route 167 area in about 5 minutes. So if you live over there just to the north of Ivan, just to the east of Bunn, you need to get in your safe space as soon as you hear this. 100%. It'll be moving off across your area in that span of time. Then it'll be moving off to the south of Grapevine in about 15 to 20 minutes, moving off to the north of Risen and Kedron, off to the north of United States Route 79. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas in Arkansas, tell them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. Another area of rotation that's not tornado warned right now, but was, I believe, tornado warned at one point, I believe. No, it doesn't look like it was. But still a bit of area to watch here near Camden. A little bit of rotation that's heading off to the north and east. So if you live near Camden, East Camden, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. You need to get into your safe space. But it's around United States Route 278, and it's heading off to the north and east towards Wardbury, as well as United States Route 167. There could be a tornado with that cell as well. Moving off to the north and east, tornado warning here for Monroe County in Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you take a look here at the velocities, the reds are moving away from the radar. The greens are moving towards right in the middle is where the rotation would be, right over Holly Grove. So if you live near Holly Grove, if you live near Blackton along United States Route 49, if you live near Postel, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be heading off to the north and east towards the Blackton area in about, I'd say, 5 to 10 minutes, crossing over United States Route 49 in that span of time. So if you live over there, you guys have not really a lot of time. You need to get in your safe space now. Moving off to the north and east, it'll be over here to this cell right here. So tornado warning here for St. Francis and Cross County in Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you take a look at the velocities, you can clearly see the greens and blues moving towards the radars over in Memphis. So Memphis is over there. But the greens and blues moving towards, the reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Just to the east of Penrose, just to the south and east of Fair Oaks, moving to the north and east. So if you live near Wynn, if you live near Vandale, if you live near United States Route 64, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Honestly, this thing is starting to look primed to start to look like it could very easily be on the ground. It could be in the beginning stages, but if you are in Wynn and near Vandale and you want to try and look for this storm, you won't be able to find it. It will be obscured in rain, and so you won't be able to see the tornado until it's literally right on top of you. So if you live near Wynn, if you live near Vandale, don't risk it. Get indoors now. It'll be crossing over the United States Route 64 area in about, I'd say, 15 to 20 minutes. So if you live over there, you need to continue to monitor this extensively. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building. So Wynn, Vandale, get into your safe space now. Then off to the north, another tornado warning here for Poinsett and Crittenden. That's actually canceled, but the still a tornado warning for Tipton and Lauderdale counties. That'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you live near Joyner, Bassett, you guys need to get in your safe space, as well as Wilson. You need to still stay in your safe space. The storm looks relatively weak. Really weak, actually. It wasn't as strong as it once was. Tomorrow, Nicholas. Tomorrow you will see some strong to severe storms that could be severe, upwards of gusty winds of 58 miles per hour towards the morning and the afternoon hours. So that's something to keep in mind as well. But today, not really. Luckily, you guys are all right. Yeah, no, Bassett and Wilson, you guys need to get in your safe space now. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. And then the cell that passed through Ashport has some general rotation here. Red's moving away from the radar. Greens and grays moving towards. Red in the middle is where the rotation would be. Well, I'll take a look at Texas in a second because I'm just trying to get through all 8 of our tornado warnings at the moment. But Eli, thank you for the $4 super chat. I really do appreciate it. By the way, Nicholas, thank you for the $20 super chat. $20 is really, really insane. That is, I didn't actually realize it was $20 until I looked at it a second time. I was just trying to get through as many tornado warnings as possible, but geez, thank you for the $20 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, no, there's really areas, these areas across the board, a lot of tornado warnings. New tornado warning, actually, that got issued. It's an extension for another one. But if you live near Falks, if you live near Halls, if you live near Gates, if you live near United States Route 51, if you live near State Route 88 in Tennessee, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. A new tornado warning has been issued, but we're going to take a look at this storm in Texas, and this is 100% on the ground. This is very strong. 127 on top of 53. That is strong. That is a really strong rotation. Very strong tornado. Very strong tornado. I'll place a marker here. 157.4 knots. That's the delta velocity. I'm going to translate that for you all. So 157. I think it's 157.4. That is a 181 mile per hour delta velocity, and we're looking up 2,800 feet up in the sky. So that's all the more reason why the people near Clayton and Gary City, as well as Carthage, you guys need to get in your safe space. There's no reason for you to be out now. It'll be approaching in between Clayton and Gary City in about 5 minutes. So if you live over there, get into your safe space now. 100% you need to. And then as it heads towards Carthage, it'll be in your area in about 15 to 20 minutes. So you have a little bit of time. Get helmets, get pillows, get mattresses. Put more walls in between yourself and the tornadic rotation, or even tornado. I'll say tornado at this point because this is 100% on the ground as possible. If you guys are also trying to watch the storm, there's a lot of hail. A lot of hail with this storm. So do not go outside because this could easily impact you across the board here. So you need to continue to monitor the storm. That is a strong debris ball. That is a debris ball. That is a very large debris ball if I've never seen one before. Classic Hook signature. The pink is the debris being lofted up in the sky. This is a strong and long track tornado, all right. That is a very, very strong tornado. So I hope everyone who is in Mount Enterprise is all right. They have my condolences to the people who live down there. Let's get to the new tornado warning here. Tornado warning for Lee and Phillips County in Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This also includes some golf ball size hail. So this is the extension to the cell that's moving into Blackton. So if you live in Blackton, if you live along United States Route 49, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest and innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. This is moving off to the north and east as well towards Aubrey. So if you live over there, it'll impact you in about 15 minutes. Moving off into the Mariana area in about a half an hour. So people in Mariana need to start monitoring this storm as this heads off to the north and east. This is a very, very strong tornado. Actually, this one's not a very, very strong tornado. This one's one of the weaker ones that we've seen, but it still could produce a tornado before. I was actually looking at the radar to the one in Texas a second ago to my right, and this was actually a pretty intense the latest scan that I saw. But this one right here near Blackton, people need to continue to monitor the storm. Not too strong, but still warrants a tornado warning, so you need to get into your safe space now. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. New tornado warning in Illinois. There are now 2 tornado warnings. So we'll take a look at this new tornado warning right here. So tornado warning here for Clinton, Washington, and St. Clair counties. That'll be in effect until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This also includes quarter-size hail, so that's something to keep in mind with that. Let's take a look at the velocities. You can clearly see there's 2 areas of rotation. One near Highland and Puron. The red's moving away from the radar. The green's moving towards. You also have one near Freesburg. Red's moving away from the radar. Green's moving towards. So if you live near Puron, Pocahontas, anywhere east of Puron and Pocahontas, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get into your safe space now. If you live near Mascoutah, near New Baden, near Damiensville, anywhere along those areas, north of Fayetteville, north of St. Libory, north of Johannesburg, if you live in any of those areas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Multiple tornado warnings across the board here. As a matter of fact, I'll take a look here. We actually have 9 tornado warnings still. This is very, very an intense workout for me, but a very intense day to say the least. So that is this is a day. This is the day of days right here. This is my recovery, I guess. Even though there's like so many other YouTube channels out there, this is a nice little warm-up for me to get back into the game. So geez, this is pretty intense. So let's go back over to the other tornado warnings. This one is for Dyer and Lauderdale counties. That'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I mentioned before that if you live near State Route 88, and if you live near United States Route 51, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Someone asked if it was heading towards Indiana. No, it is not. Oh, there's a new tornado warning. Southern Arkansas. Fine, we'll go over to that storm. Jeez. There's so many. Hey, that's the cell that I was talking about earlier in Camden. So it actually did produce or warrant a tornado warning now. So if you live near Woodbury and Hampton, as well as around United States Route 167, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be heading off into the Woodbury area, heading off into the Hampton area relatively soon. I would say within about 5 to 10 minutes. Actually, it's about, 5 to 10 minutes, maybe even 15 minutes, depending upon where you live. United States Route 278 is where it's going to be paralleling almost, heading off into the United States Route 167 area. So if you live near 167, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. We're going to take a look at the ZDR. There is a tornadic updraft with this one, so I do not see this this storm going away anytime soon, in my honest opinion. Let's move off to the north. I know we cut the other tornado warning in Tennessee off a little bit, but we might as well just keep moving on through and trucking all the way. So tornado warning for Cleveland, Grant, Dallas, and Jefferson counties. That'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You can clearly see on reflectivity, here is the hook right here. The inflow comes in unimpeded. So right here is where the rotation would be, just to the north of Kingsland, just to the west of Reeson, moving to the north and east. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be moving off to the north and east towards the United States Route 79 areas, just to the north of Reeson. Actually, as a matter of fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Reeson gets into the action. So if you live in Reeson, I would also advise that you guys get into your safe space as well. Guys, if you know anyone who lives in any of these areas, share this live stream with them. I would highly recommend that people need to continue to monitor this storm extensively, because this all of these storms. Apparently now we have a tornado emergency. I would not be surprised if it's for the storm here in Carthage. Then this is a very, very dangerous situation. If you know anyone who lives in any of these tornado warnings, tell them to get into their safe space. Share this live stream with social media. Subscribe to keep up to date with all the stuff that I do here. Like the video so this gets on YouTube's algorithm and this gets on more people's pages. All sorts of things across the board here to try and protect people. Turn on notifications so that if I live stream again, people can monitor this extensively. People are saying it's a tornado emergency. Are you sure it's a tornado emergency? I don't think it's a tornado emergency, but regardless, it still has some strong rotation. 93 on top of 42. I swear, if you just said tornado emergency just for me to look at the storm here in Texas, I'm going to be upset. But that is a very, very, very strong rotation couplet that's moving off towards the south of Carthage. So if you live near Carthage, you need to continue to monitor this storm extensively. 100%. Needs emergency? Guys, that's not cool to say tornado emergency. That's not cool to say tornado emergency unless if it's an actual emergency. Alright? Not cool. Not cool at all. Yeah, people need to continue to monitor this as this continues to move off to the north and east. Alright, so jeez, there's so many tornado warnings. I'm kind of getting overwhelmed here. I am not gonna lie. All right, let's go back to the storms up in Illinois. We need to monitor these storms as well, try and make sure that people know where these storms are heading off to. So, yeah, I know it's a PDS, but it's not a tornado emergency. Not cool. It's been a PDS for a while. So if you live near Pocahontas, south of Greenville, south of Smithboro, south of Pleasant Mountain, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space now. This tornadic rotation is now heading off into your general vicinity. There's actually a spotter right here that's staring at this storm directly. So there's definitely people who lives here, and people need to continue to monitor the storm by getting underground or getting the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So south of Greenville, south of Smithboro, south of Pleasant Mountain near Tamalco and Keysport, they need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Then you also have this other rotation that's to the south of New Baden, south of Albers, south of Damiensville. If you live near Damiensville, if you live near Oakallville, if you live near Covington, Addyville, Venedy, Bartelzo, Germantown, or Germaintown, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground, get in the lowest and most part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. For GR2, I might be able to. But for radar scope, unfortunately, no. Radar scope's pretty bad in regards to that. But that's the reason why I have like 5 tabs of GR2 open. That way people are able to see stuff like that across the board. But I guess that's the best way for me to say that that's where this stuff is heading off to. But Damiensville, Oakallville, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, get into your safe space now. By the way, Nicholas Kitchens, thank you for another $20 super chat. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. A new tornado warning. That is a new tornado warning. Hold up. New tornado warning here for Marion and Harrison County. That'll be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If we take a look here on reflectivity, it doesn't say a whole lot, but the velocities show a even grimmer picture. Oh my God, picture here. You got your brighter greens moving towards the radar, your reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, heading off just to the north of Nesbitt, just to the south and west of Jefferson, moving to the north and east at about 30 miles per hour. So if you live along United States Route 59, if you live south of Jefferson or even near Jefferson, near Karnak, near Uncertain, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be heading over the United States Route 59 area as soon as you hear this transmission, so you need to get in your safe space almost immediately. Then we'll be heading off to the Karnak areas and the Uncertain areas in about, I'd say, 20 to 30 minutes. So if you live over there, you have a little bit of time. Get helmets, get pillows, get mattresses, anything so that you can put more stuff in between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I might as well go ahead and check the storm here in Carthage. It does look like the storm has weakened a lot. That is the good news. That is really good news, actually. But this storm still looks relatively strong. So I would not be surprised if this thing recycles, but this thing over near Carthage is relatively weaker. Let's take a look back over at, actually, hold up. There's this cell over here near Fook and Garland. And it does have some general rotation. So if this supercell starts to wrap up a bit, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some tornadic rotation with this, maybe even a tornado. So people need to continue to monitor this storm extensively as this heads off. We have a new tornado warning here. This is going to be an extension. So let's take a look real quickly a new tornado warning that includes Pine Bluff. So Cleveland, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Arkansas County, that'll be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So this is the storm that was moving through Bunn and Ivan. So now it's heading off into the United States Route 79 areas. If you live in Kedron and Faith, as well as north of Reason, if you live along the United States Route 79 area, and if you live along the State Route 15 area, as well as the United States Route 425 area, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be heading off just to the north and east into the Kedron area. As soon as you hear this transmission, probably about 5 minutes, maybe less than that. So as soon as you hear this, if you live over there, or if you know anyone who lives over there, tell them to get into a safe space. Then it'll be heading off to the State Route 15 area. Oh boy. I'll get to that in a second, Eli. I'm just going to try and move up with actually, this is the next tornado warning that I'll talk about, so I'll move over as soon as we get there. But, yep, this will be heading off into the Kedron area. As soon as you hear this, tell people, get into their safe space. State Route 15, 15 minutes. That's when you guys can expect these storms to start pushing on through. And then United States Route 425, you guys can start experiencing this tornadic system in about, I'd say, 20 to 25 minutes. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space as well. Yeah, lots of areas of rotation here. Let's move on over here to the storm in, near Mariana that our super chatter, Eli Moore, super chatted, which, by the way, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Believe me, I do. But, tornado warning right here. This is for Lee and Phillips County in Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you take a look here at the velocities, you can clearly see the reds are moving away. The reds are the winds moving away. The greens and grays moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Just to the south and west of Aubrey, moving to the north and east towards Mariana. So if you live near Aubrey, if you live near Mariana, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Someone asked if this was heading towards South Haven. Yes, I would say the storm is heading off towards South Haven, but it would be a good hour and a half to 2 hours before the storm actually impacts your general vicinity. So I would give it time, and if this thing still holds up as a tornadic system, then I would monitor this more extensively if I were you. But Aubrey, Mariana, it'll be impacting the Mariana areas in about 15 minutes. So if you live over there, you have a little bit of time, but get into your safe space. Let's move off to the north, off to these other tornado warnings here. This is a tornado warning for St. Francis that's been canceled, but the tornado warning for Cross County is still in effect until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live near Parkin, if you live near State Route 75, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. We can take a look at the rotation here. It's not as strong as it once was. Very much so weak, if I do say so myself, but you can still see the greens are moving towards the radar, the grays and reds moving away, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So if you guys live over near Parkin, near State Route 75, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get into your safe space. The tornado warning over in Mississippi, Tipton, and Lauderdale counties, that's more of a gusty wind threat in my opinion, so honestly, not really that big of a deal. Let's see. A new tornado warning here. This is for the actual town of Carthage and moving into Louisiana. So this will be Panola County in Texas, as well as DeSoto and Caddo Parish in Louisiana. That'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Still a large and extremely dangerous tornado as this continues to move on through. Doesn't look as strong as it once was. I will admit that much. but it could easily recycle. So this is something that we need to continue to monitor extensively. Let's see. 5 miles southwest of Carthage, there was a reported tornado still on the ground, so very easily could still be on the ground. I'm not actually doubting that this thing isn't on the ground. As a matter of fact, it could still very easily be on the ground. But, oh geez, is that the debris? Did the debris seriously get lofted that high up in the sky? Hold up. Oh my. Alrighty, well, that debris seriously got lofted up to almost 20,000 feet up in the sky. That's, yeah, 15 to 20,000 feet up in the sky. That's pretty insane. So the fact that debris got lofted up that high in the sky, that's absolutely insane. Massive debris ball. But not anymore. This is heading just to the south of Carthage. That is the good news with this cell. But the bad news is that the cell doesn't look to be going anywhere anytime soon. So that is something to keep in mind. See, a couple of tornado warnings has been canceled. But there's also been a new tornado warning that has been issued. So this is a... I'm assuming we just covered that one, I think. No, this is a new tornado warning. Tornado warning for Poinsett, Crittenden, and Cross counties in Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You also have the risk for golf ball size hail. So that is absolutely a power up punch, if you know what I mean. Dual threat of severe weather. So if you live in that area of State Route 75 and Parkin, I mentioned before, you need to get in your safe space. You still need to do not move from that spot. I'm getting parched. I'm getting really parched. Some people have asked about what's happening in Tennessee, and the answer is not a whole lot. There's been some storms that have produced some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail across the board. So if you're in Tennessee, you've had large hail, even as upwards of 2 inches. Several power poles down near Spring Hill. So the good news is that Spring Hill isn't even in a severe thunderstorm warning, but it's still something to keep in mind across the board, that there is more thunderstorms that can move on through. Track the Mariana tornado. Yeah, of course. Give me a second. I'll move over to Memphis. And it's actually... yeah, this will be fine. So, actually, we'll move over to Little Rock. Little Rock's a bit more appeasing to the eye. All right, so to re-update everyone on the storm in Mariana, it's a tornado warning for Lee County in Arkansas. This will be in effect until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If we take a look at the reflectivity, you can clearly see that it has a bit of a hook here. The inflow coming in unimpeded. So if you live near Mariana, if you live near Felton, if you live near... what is this? Brickies. If you live near the Brickies area, if you live near United States Route 79, as well as State Route 1, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. This will be moving off into the Mariana areas in about, I'd say, 10 to 15 minutes. So if you know anyone who lives over there, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space within this storm. Is that a debris signature? That is not a debris signature. I was just about to say, that scared the crap out of me. That would have been very concerning if that was a debris signature, but I do not believe that is a debris signature, so that is something to keep in mind. But yeah, this will be heading off into the Brickies area in about 35 minutes, so that's something to kind of keep in mind as this moves off to the north and east. South of Murphy, his software is showing possible on the ground and 70-mile-per-hour wind. Murphy, give me a second. I believe this is what, Murphy, Texas? No, this isn't Murphy, Texas. North Carolina? If that's North Carolina, then I can kind of understand that. No, it doesn't look like it. Jeez. Nope, not Arkansas. Tennessee? Nope, no clue. Oh, Murfreesboro in Chattanooga. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. No. That was 100% a strong storm that was passing on through there. Let's actually take a look at that storm real quickly again. Murfreesboro, 100% strong storm there. It has a bit of rotation too, just a little bit. A little discombobulated, I will admit. You can clearly see it's got multiple appendages sticking out of it. I'm assuming this is where this is the actual outflow hook right here, and this is just inflow being sucked in, whether it's precipitation, dust, whatever. It's absolutely being ingested within the storm. So, actually, I kind of want to take a 3D of the storm. I know this isn't a tornado warning, but I want to take a 3D. This thing is very much so discombobulated, I will admit, but it does have an inflow notch. You can see this this kind of cave right here, and that is indeed where the moisture would go into the thunderstorm and fuel it. So that is something to keep in mind with this storm, that it could very easily continue to sustain and potentially produce very strong gusty winds, definitely some hail up to walnut sized, and maybe even a chance for a tornado. Maybe. Let's see. Walmart parking lot under several inches of water in Spring Hill. So multiple flash flood warnings. I said in my videos that this could also be a very big flooding risk, flood threat across the board here. And this is holding true, actually. A lot of rain across the board because there's going to be multiple rounds of thunderstorms. I mean, look at this entire area. Look at this entire area. These green squares or polygons or whatever. All of these are flash flood warnings. We have 7 flash flood warnings. We have 11 severe thunderstorm warnings, 8 tornado warnings, and 1 tornado reported warning. That is absolutely insane for today. So a lot of action across the board here as this continues to move on through. A lot of people are telling me to go back to Texas. I'll go to Texas one more time. That is a debris ball, 100% back on the ground if it wasn't, if it didn't lift off already. But that is strong. 100% back on the ground. Yep, that's on the ground, all right. So luckily it's going over a bunch of oil wells. So the only thing that's really taking an impact is whatever businesses that are pumping oil out of those general areas. But this will eventually move into the general vicinity of Stonewall and Keithville. So the DeSoto and I think it's Caddo Parish or Caddo. DeSoto and Caddo parishes, you guys are gonna need to start watching out. I actually know a couple people who live in Shreveport. If you guys know anyone who lives in Shreveport, tell them to monitor this storm extensively, because this storm could easily be moving through as a very strong tornado. 120 on top of 32, that's a 150 mile per hour delta velocity. That is very strong. Guys, this will be the last time I will listen to you all in saying go to specific tornadoes, because we need to get to every tornado. There is 10 of them. 10 of them out there. So we need to continue to monitor that. I know there's been people who lived in Indiana that want to know if they could get the risk here. It doesn't look like they're going to get like strong tornado risk, but they could easily see a tornado risk. A smaller tornado risk, a chance for tornadoes within some of those general vicinities. But the tornado warning down here, this is for Clinton, Washington, and St. Clair counties. That one looks a bit more laid back, a bit more weak. So that is something to keep in mind, that this cell here near Damiensville, near Okawville, as well as Covington and Bartelzo, or Bartelzo. Jeez, I can't speak. Bartelzo. Thank you. Those areas need to continue to monitor this system extensively. In my honest opinion, very easily could see some strong storms within that system. So you need to continue to monitor the storm extensively. And then as that continues to move off to the north and east, you guys could most easily see some gusty winds. However, the cell that's near Pleasant Mound and Temalco, as well as Keysport, Vernon, and Patoka, and Wilburton, as well as Vandalia, you guys are not exactly out of the risk, not out of the clear. You guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So once again, this is a tornado warning here for Clinton, Bond, Marion, and Fayette counties in Illinois. That'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Let's move on down from north to south. So a couple of tornado warnings here. Tornado warning right here for Poinsett, Crittenden, as well as Cross counties in Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Clearly see here on the velocities, the greens are moving towards the radar, the reds and grays moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So I mentioned before that if you live near State Route 75 in Arkansas, if you live near Parkin, north of Parkin, north of United States Route 64, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. This will be heading off into the Gilmore area, as well as the intersection of United States Route 63 and Interstate 55. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get into your safe space. This will be moving off into your area in about a half an hour, so you have a little bit of time, but you guys need to go ahead, continue to monitor the storm extensively. Moving off down to the south, tornado warning for Lee, St. Francis, Crittenden, and Tunica counties. That'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you take a look down here at the velocities, I'll take a storm motion from warning here. You can see there is a little bit of rotation here. It's very hard to see exactly where the rotation is, but there is indeed a little bit of rotation. The greens are moving towards the radar, the reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, just to the south of Mariana, moving to the north and east. So if you live near Mariana, if you live near Bricky, oh my goodness, if you live near Brickies, if you live near United States Route 79, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space, as this will be heading off into your general vicinity. That be it. Give me a second, chat. Woo! You give me a second. I've been talking nonstop for like 5 hours. Actually, it's been almost 5 hours. So just give me a second. Let me catch my breath. Okay, let's get back to it. So if you live near Brickies, live near Mariana, if you live near Horseshoe Lake and Hughes, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space. It'll be moving off across the Brickies area in about 15 minutes, moving along the United States Route 79 vicinity, just kind of paralleling there. So if you live over there, you guys need to continue to monitor this extensively, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space. New scan just came in. Nothing really too interesting, but still something to keep in mind. This thing could also produce some large hail as well, and upwards of 2 inches. So they really need to monitor this extensively. Moving down to the south, we're going to be not looking at the Texas cell. We're going to be looking at some of these other cells here in Arkansas. So tornado warning just to the south of Pine Bluff. This will be for Cleveland, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Arkansas counties. That'll be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If we take a look here at the reflectivity, you can clearly see the classic hook characteristic here, the inflow coming in unimpeded. So it would be right around here is where the rotation would be, just to the west of Terry, just to the south and west of Moscow. So if you live near Terry, if you live near Moscow, if you live near Tamo, if you live near Cornerstone, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get into your safe space. If you live along United States Route 425, if you live along United States Route 65, if you guys live near State Route 276, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground and get in the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's take a look at the velocities here. This is a very strong velocity couplet here. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing starts to intensify rather quickly. It's pretty disorganized because you have your strong inflow winds right here. You have your strong outflow winds right here. If that starts to move together a bit more, where the intense velocities start to get closer and closer, this will 100% be a strong tornado that will move through. So if you live, as I mentioned, anywhere in United States Route 425, southeast of Pine Bluff, if you live anywhere along United States Route 65, southeast of Pine Bluff, near Moscow, Tamo, Grady, Terry, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get in your safe space. And if you know anyone who lives in these areas, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions and get into the safe space, because this looks like a very strong supercell that could be moving on through with some strong areas of rotation across the board. So that is something that we need to monitor extensively. I'll come back to this storm more or less more than some of the other storms, because this is a really intense supercell across the board here. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Let's move on down further south. Bradley, Cleveland, Drew, and Lincoln counties. That'll be in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Moving off to the east at 45 miles per hour. So we'll take a look at the base reflectivity here. You can see the impendage here, the little hook that is wrapping around the inflow coming in with your outflow boundary that actually is wrapping around. So your inflow would look more like this, and your inflow or your outflow boundary right here, your gust front, would be kind of narrowing the inflow notch. So there could easily be some strong areas of inflow moving into the storm, but it doesn't look all too organized at the moment. You can see the greens and blues moving towards the radar, the reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, just to the east of Tinsman, just to the south of New Edinburgh, moving off to the north and east at about, what did they say again, 45 miles per hour. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. This will be heading off across the State Route 8 area in about 5 to 10 minutes, heading off into the Rye areas in about 15 to 20 minutes. So if you live over in those areas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. If you live near Rye, if you live near State Route 15, you guys have a little bit of time. You can get pillows, you can get helmets, get protective gear. That way you guys may be able to consider as well, put as many walls between yourself and a tornadic rotation as possible. Let's move on a bit further south. Now we can finally start getting into the Texas rotations. So the tornado warning here, this will be for Marion and Harrison counties in Texas. That'll be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You can clearly see the rotation here. The greens moving towards the radar, the reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So if you live near Uncertain, if you live near Gray, if you live near Oil City in Louisiana, along State Route 1 in Louisiana, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. You can clearly see the rotation here with the reflectivity, your classic hook signature wrapping around the inflow in unimpeded. So right in there is where the rotation would be. I'm going to take a 3D of the storm because I am kind of curious as to what the inflow notch looks like. And there is the inflow notch. This is where the moisture would be going into the thunderstorm and fueling it, allowing it to sustain and allowing it to continue to flourish as a strong supercell. So this is very concerning as it moves into places of Louisiana. Then we also have this storm here, the long track tornado that has been moving through Texas at the moment. I do want to take a 3D of this storm in a bit, but It's a tornado warning for Caddo, as well as DeSoto and Panola. So Caddo and DeSoto parishes, and then Panola County in Texas. That'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. We take a look at the reflectivity. Classic hook signature, although it's not as classic as you would like it to be, but the inflow still is prevalent. It would start feeding into the thunderstorm. So this is definitely something that people need to monitor, but it is moving over rural areas, which is the good news here to report. I do want to take a look at the 3D of this storm. I do want to take a look, and whenever I am able to look at it, that'd be great. Perfect. Okay, so we can clearly see, actually, hold up. You might be able to see the tornado on 3D. Yeah, that's the tornado right there. Look at that. That is the tornado on 3D. Look at this, chat. So you have your inflow notch. Close this out. Your inflow notch right here. This is your inflow notch. Here is your tornado right here. I'll circle it. Actually, I'll put it in a box for you all. That is your tornado. 100% your tornado. Look at this. That is a massive tornado that we can see right here on 3D. That is a large tornado that we can see here on our 3D scan. So that is really something to keep in mind, even though it's not hitting residential areas. This is a large tornado, and that if there is even anywhere around this area, you need to tell them to get into their safe space. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, need to get into their safe space. I'm gonna save this picture right here because this is amazing to look at. I am not gonna lie. Hey, remember me? So the hail stopped, but the lightning is getting bad in Spring Hill. Yep, there's more thunderstorms that are moving through Spring Hill at the moment. Yeah, that's insane that we can see the tornado there. So Spring Hill, someone mentioned that there's that stuff moving on through. Yep, here's the cell that's moving through Spring Hill right here. Give me a second. There we go. So another thunderstorm's moving on through. You also can have more thunderstorms. Actually, you guys are in a flash flood warning as well. So, if it starts to flood and stuff like that, seek higher ground because this could easily start to get a lot more intense across the board. So this is something that we really need to monitor as this heads off to the north and east. Yeah, Spring Hill is going to see some more thunderstorms across the board. This is not Laura I. This is tornado on the ground. That is crazy. That is crazy. Doesn't look like it's on the ground right now, although there is a debris signature still. So it might be a bit more obscured in rain, which means that there isn't really a whole lot of stuff there. All right, let's go to the tornado warnings up in Illinois. We have so many tornado warnings that we're just hitting it with rapid fire speed, unlike some other weather YouTubers, because I've been watching. Yeah, so let's take a look at this tornado warning. Tornado warning for Marion and Fayette counties until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. We can clearly see there's a bit of rotation here. It's a bit gusty now, so it's gusting out. But if there was some rotation, your inflow would come in here. Your outflow would wrap around here. This is where your rotation would be. And so if we change this over to the reflectivity, that is exactly where it is. Oh boy. Is my lip bleeding? I think my lip's bleeding. Hold up. I didn't intend to do this. Holy crap. Give me a second. Fun times. Okay. Well. Piano Man in the chat. Yep, so here's your classic rotation. It's heading just to the south of Vandalia, as well as heading off to the west of Wilburton. So if you live south of Vandalia, if you live near Wilburton, near Vernon or north of Vernon, near St. Peter, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This tornado warning right down here, that's for Clinton, Marion, and Washington counties. I don't really see a whole lot of rotation for you all, but there is a little bit. So if there would be any rotation, it would be right here. Your reds moving away, grays and greens seeping in towards right here is where the rotation would be. So right near Huey, Hoffman, into Junction City, Sandoval, Central City, Centralia. You guys need to continue to monitor the storm. Go ahead, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and head further south. Oh crap. Oh crap. Here. Well, luckily I have napkins. Yeah, that's blood. Just told all my friends to share and subscribe. I really do appreciate that, Jennifer. Thank you. Yeah, to all the people who are here, please be sure to subscribe if you enjoy the content. I know there's other weather YouTubers that you could easily go to. But if you want to, no, this is like a pimple that just popped. If you guys do want to support my channel, please be sure to like it, subscribe, share it with friends and family, turn on notifications because tomorrow I'm going to be storm chasing. So if you guys want to watch me storm chase, see the adventures of Nate, that'd be greatly appreciated. So thank you so much for coming out to the stream. I really do appreciate that. All right, let's go back over to Memphis. Let's take a look at these tornado warnings. So the storm that's approaching Gilmore. Told you all that you need to get in your safe space. Because it's approaching your area. Heat. Close enough. So tornado warning for Poinsett, Crittenden, and Cross County. That'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. That'll be moving off to the north and east. So if you live off towards Gilmore and Terrell, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be heading off into the intersection of Interstate 55 and United States Route 63. There's actually a new tornado warning on this cell. So Poinsett, Mississippi, Crittenden, Tipton, and Shelby counties. This new tornado warning will be in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you continue to watch this storm as this moves off to the north and east, you guys need to continue to monitor this extensively. So Gilmore and Terrell, this will be impacting you in about 10 minutes. If you live over there, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get into your safe space. As this moves off to the north and east, this will be passing over the United States Route 61 area in about 15 minutes, and then it'll be moving off into Tennessee. So if you live over in Tennessee near Gilt Edge, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get into your safe space. Let's head off further south into this tornado warning. This one is for St. Francis, Crittenden, and Tunica counties. That'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I think it just got updated, so give me a second. Nope, so Lee, St. Francis, Crittenden, and Tunica, that'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The velocity is, this is where the rotation would be, so it's right around Brickies. The grays moving towards the radar, the blues and greens. I'm sorry, that's not how this works. So the reds moving away, the greens moving towards, right in the middle is where the rotation would be, just to the south and east of Brickies, moving to the north and east. So if you live near Brickies, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get in the lowest and the most part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. This will be heading off into the Hughes area, or actually just to the south of Hughes, in about 10 minutes. So if you know anyone who lives along the Mississippi River near north of Hollywood, Mississippi, north of Robbinsville, Mississippi, near like Horseshoe Lake and stuff like that, you guys need to tell them to get into your safe space. Let us see. Let's go ahead and go further down south. Mans has been busted by the YouTube algorithm. No, I have not actually. Not today. Ryan Hall, y'all, and David Schlotthauer are the ones that are being blessed today. True facts. Although to be fair, I didn't live stream on Wednesday, so that kind of hurt me too. But tornado warning right here. This is, I believe, a new tornado warning for Disha, Monroe, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Arkansas counties. That'll be in effect until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You can clearly see the massive rotation here that we mentioned earlier. The greens moving towards the radar, the reds and oranges moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, right over Tamo and Moscow. So if you live if you live along State Route 276, live along the Bayo Metro areas, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I don't see any debris signature here on this storm, but this storm could easily do so as this moves off to the north and east. So this is really something that we need to monitor as this moves on through. Let's get some timings out for the storm as well. This will be heading right over the 267 area, the State Route 267 area, in about 10 to 15 minutes. So if you live over there in between Cornerstone and Bayo Metro, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, get into your safe space. That is an anomaly in the radar. That is not correct. So as this continues to move on through, it moves off into the State Route 267 area. You guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get into your safe space. And then if it moves off all the way through into the United States Route 165 areas, if it continues to gain its strength and move on through, you guys need to monitor that as well and get into your safe space. But that'll impact you guys in about 30 minutes. So something to keep in mind with all of that. Ryan Hall, y'all, was annoying as hell with those pre-recorded messages. I don't really like that, honestly. The pre-recorded messages, but it is efficient. I will admit that. If you have a pre-recorded message, you don't have to say things over and over again and get tired. But then there's no excuse for you to take any breaks. That's the thing. Another tornado warning. We got 12 tornado warnings right now. There's so many tornado warnings, it's not even funny. So let's just keep going down south. Let's keep going. So tornado warning for Bradley, Cleveland, Drew, and Lincoln counties. That'll be in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This will be moving off to the north and east towards Rye and Cornerville, near the intersection of State Route 11 and State Route 15 in Arkansas. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. What time is it? Were you live, Nate, and where do you live? By the way, I'm eager to see me storm chase. I live in southern PA. So it's the Eastern Standard Time over here. It's 9:14 where I live at the moment. Tunica. Well, the more I know now. Wait, is that the actual county that's over here? Or is it the county up there? Probably the county up there. No, it's not. I got no clue. I got no clue where Tunica is. I've just been going rapid fire across the board. So, your friend is in Graceton, south of Memphis, Tennessee. Will the storm be strengthening? Here, let me go over back to Memphis real quickly, and I'll find where Graceton is. I don't know where Grayston is. Let me look up where Grayston is. Grayston. Tennessee? No. Mississippi? Grace to win. That's in Australia. That's not how that works. All right, well, I've got no clue. But all I know is that these storms are moving through and they're going to head into Memphis, Mississippi, to Walls, South Haven, Horn Lake. This cell right here, actually, that's heading into the South Haven area is relatively disorganized, so it's not really as good as it once was. But then you have some of these other cells that are moving towards Clarksdale, Jonestown, Senatobia, as well as Batesville and stuff like that later on this evening. So that's something to keep in mind. You're at Memphis. You're in the path of this tornado. The one that currently is tornado warning has the tornado warning depending upon where you live in Memphis. Yes, but it's not on the ground. It's relatively weak, actually. So that's the good news. But if you live off south of Memphis, you guys most likely are gonna get hit by the storm. And if you live just to the north of Memphis, or even in West Memphis and Arkansas, you guys are gonna not be impacted. Graceland. Large tornado southwest of Memphis? Bro, no way. Stop the cap. There's a new tornado warning in Illinois. Oh, jeez. There's so many. It's not even funny anymore. There's so many. Jeez. This thing has a pretty bonkers rotation, I'm not gonna lie. Tornado warning for Coles, Shelby, and Cumberland counties in Illinois. That'll be in effect until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. My goodness. I really need to create that program relatively soon. We can clearly see here on the rotation. Strong rotation. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be near the town of Neoga, as well as Toledo and Lerna, as well as Greenup. So if you live in those areas, near Neoga, Toledo, Greenup, Lerna, you guys need to go out and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be heading off to the north and east toward Lerna and Hutton, as well as Toledo. So that's most likely the area to where you guys need to continue to monitor the most. But please get into your safe space. Let us see. I'm trying to go forward more. Let's go through some more tornado warnings in Illinois. So tornado warning for Marion and Fayette counties in Illinois. That'll continue until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So the tornadic rotation is still there, and indeed it's still there on velocities. You can see the greens moving towards the radar, the reds moving away, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be, near the town of Wilburton. So if you live near Wilburton, if you live near St. Peter, if you live near Laclede, as well as Edgewood and Mason, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Then it'll be heading off. You have another cell that's here near Central City, Centralia, as well as Junction City. This isn't as strong in my honest opinion, but there is still a tornado warning here, so that's something to keep in mind. So Clinton, Bond, Marion, Fayette, and Washington counties in Illinois, that'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live near Central City, Centralia, Odin, Salem, Walnut Hill, and Kell, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Let's go ahead and head off into Arkansas now. I want to take a look at this cell that's near the Bayou Meadow area. I said that this cell was going to cross over State Route 276, and it has now. It has indeed crossed over this general vicinity. So now it's just a matter of time before this continues to move over into the Bayou Meadow area. So if you live near Bayou Meadow, now is your time. You need to get in your safe space. You have about 10 to 15 minutes before this continues to move off into your general vicinity. You need to monitor the system now. Let's see. I want to take a look at the correlation coefficient. No debris signature here. No spectrum width drop at all. So that is something to keep in mind as well. Large amounts of hail on all of these storms, I will admit. So you have the triple threat of gusty winds, large hail, and maybe even a tornado with all of these storms. Moving down further to the south, we also have a new new tornado warning, but a tornado warning for Bradley, Cleveland, Drew, and Lincoln counties. That'll be in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You can take a look at this rotation is now near the town of Raleigh, moving on through with bits and bobs of rotation. And the inflow moving in unimpeded except for this outflow boundary right here. Sometimes these thunderstorms, if they really start going, they can form these outflow boundaries, these little mini gust fronts, if you will. And so there is indeed one that is just to the south of the rotation. So if you live near Rye, if you live near United States Route 425, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space. This storm definitely has a couple areas of rotation to monitor, but nothing on the ground at the moment. So that is the good news for us all. I want to go over to Shreveport's radar real quickly. This thing looks like it could be on the ground. Hold up. This is getting really close to the radar here. We're getting closer. But anyways, this is a new tornado warning. We haven't really been talking about this one down up south, but tornado warning for DeSoto and Caddo Parish in Louisiana. That'll be in effect until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This will be impacting the southern parts of Shreveport. So if you live near Shreveport, as well as Forbing and Keithville and Stonewall, you guys need to continue to monitor this as much as possible. So if you live near Stonewall, if you live near Interstate 49, if you live near Forbing, live near Keithville, if you live near Caplis, as well as Elm Grove, you guys need to go ahead and continue to monitor this storm extensively. Get underground or get in the lowest and innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. See you, Jennifer. Thanks for coming out to the live stream. Really do appreciate it. Let's see. It does look like there is a bit of a lowering on spectrum width. I will admit that, but it doesn't look like there's a correlation coefficient drop. So that is the good news with that one. There's also the tornado warning up here for Caddo and Bossier Parish, as well as Marion and Harrison counties. That'll be in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This will be heading off to the Gilliam, the Belcher, the Alden Bridge, the Antrim, and the Plain dealing areas. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in the lowest and innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's get some timings here for you all. This rotation, it's not really rotation, actually. It's more of a gusty wind threat. It'll be moving through the Gilliam areas in about 5 to 10 minutes. So if you live over there, you need to continue to monitor the system extensively as it continues to move on through. Then I'll be moving off into the Antrim areas in about 20 to 25 minutes. So if you live over there, you need to monitor that as well, because this system could easily be still strong as it moves off through your area. If you guys are new to the stream and you do want to support my channel, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe, turn on notifications, because I am going to storm chase tomorrow. And yeah, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, be sure to share this on social media, friends and family, Facebook or whatever. So that would be greatly appreciated as well. Oh my goodness. Yeah, if you're in an apartment, you need to get to the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So ask a neighbor. I'm hoping that they would be kind enough to allow someone to stay and get into their safe space. Or at least I'm hoping. So, let us see. I feel like I'm about to throw up. I've been talking for so much. I've been talking for so long. I feel like I'm about to throw up. I'm not gonna lie. Ugh. Yeah, I feel like I actually am gonna throw up, chat. I've been talking for so long nonstop. Haven't had a break whatsoever. You know what? I'm gonna get some water. I need water. I need water. Necesita la agua, chat. Or just something to drink. And some food. Because it's like 9:30. Hey, Adrian. Okay. You guys miss me? I hope you did. We lost 30. Lost 30 people or something like that. Oof. Alright. Let's hammer this through. We got a burger, we got some water, we got more stuff. We'll be fine. First things first, I do want to mention real quickly that we do have a Discord server. If you guys like Discord, you want to talk with me, talk about weather with some other people who like weather, as long as you aren't stupid about it, which, you know, everyone can be respectful. As long as they're respectful, then, yeah, you guys won't have any issues. So join the Discord server in the chat. Am I good? I mean, yeah, I'm fine. I think I'm alright. Anyways, we'll be good enough. We'll be good enough. Let's see. There's a developing line in northwestern Illinois. Do you think this will strengthen ahead of the cold front? There's been a line there. Look at this. What are you talking about? Look at this. We've got 3 tornado warnings on that. 3. Oh, that? That line over there. What the heck is this? Is that even a developing line? Can we even call that a developing line? That might be the dry line, honestly. What radar program do I use? The one that I'm using right now is Radar Scope. The one right here, the one right here that I use right now, this is called GR2 Analyst. So, if you want to purchase GR2 Analyst and you're a weather nerd like myself, it's $250, but there's a 21-day free trial if you want to test it out. So, feel free to do so. I actually highly recommend this. I really do. Let us see. We have 455 likes on this stream. That's amazing, guys. You guys are amazing. We also have 4,476 subscribers. I really do appreciate each and every one of you all. What's the best way to get into meteorology? Just start watching YouTube videos, whether it's storm chasing, whether it's the Weather Channel back in 2015 as to how Dr. Greg Forbes or some other people did it, or even James Spann's coverage of the 2011 outbreak, just by watching it and marveling at the power of meteorology. That's, in my opinion, the best way to get into it. That's what I do. That's what I do all the time. I just watch videos. Anyways, let's go from south and move up north. Use GR level 3. It's cheaper and does everything but the 3D model, and it's lesser quality. But yeah, it is what it is. Okay, so let's start from the south and move up north. So, tornado warning for DeSoto and Caddo Parish in Louisiana. That'll be in effect until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Be moving off to the north and east towards the Forbing, the Capitolus, as well as the State Route 1 area and Elm Grove. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Once that heads off to the north and east, actually, let's get some timings out. I was going to say it would impact some areas behind this, but it doesn't look like there's anyone back over there besides oil wells. So we'll just get some timings here. So it's crossing over Interstate 45 right now, or 49 right now. It's heading off into the State Route 1 area in about 15 minutes, 15, 20 minutes, something like that. Then it'll be heading off across the United States Route 71 area in about 20 to 25 minutes. So if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. Moving off to the north, a tornado warning here. This is a tornado warning for Caddo and Bossier Parish. That'll be in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, which is in about 12 minutes. So if you live near Gilliam, if you live near State Route 3, if you live near Antrim, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. As it moves off to the north and east, it will really start to impact your area within that time frame. Let's actually get some timings out here for you all. So it'll be impacting the State Route 3 area in about 15 minutes near Antrim. So if you live near Antrim, you guys really need to start monitoring the storm heavily as this moves off into your general vicinity. Yeah, so 15 to 20 minutes around Antrim, around plain dealing, and then it could very easily impact State Route 2 in about, I'd say, a half an hour, the tornadic rotation itself. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Is there anything for Indiana? Depending upon where you are in Indiana, yeah, there very easily could be some stuff in Indiana. There's actually a line of storms that is marching through west central parts of Indiana, specifically around places like Waveland, Russellville, New Market, Crawfordsville, and that'll be moving off into the general vicinity of like Lebanon, Jamestown, Brownsburg, and eventually further north into Noblesville and Sheridan. Jeez, I'm having a whale of a time. There are also going to be some more storms later on this evening that can impact the Indianapolis metro area. So later on tonight, that is something that you guys are really going to have to monitor within the next hour, hour and a half, in my honest opinion. Let's see. Massive storm TDS now confirmed. Oh boy. Where? 2:35 a.m. here in the UK, so I'm saying goodnight. Take care, everyone. Yep, see you, Dan. Thanks for coming out. I really do appreciate it. Yep, no problem, Luna. No problem. So you said TDS, which is a debris signature. Are things going to be bad later tonight in Houston, Mississippi? Give me a second. I will get that information out for you. All night long, all night. I have that song stuck in my head. I do not like myself right now. Lionel Richie, or Lionel Richie, I should say. Lionel Richie. Stuck in my head. I don't know why. And I'm 18. Jeez. Alright, so Houston, you're getting some severe storms right now at the moment, actually. Let's go down there and venture off to Never Everland. Let's go see what's up with you all. Speaking of Never Everland, if you guys want to see the adventures of Nate Snyder, tune tomorrow to my live stream where I storm chase and try to chase tornadoes. Yeah, you heard me correctly. This idiot actually decides to go storm chase for once. So if you want to see this idiot chase, you know where to find me here on this channel in the afternoon. So, oh boy. What is wrong with me? Anyways. So yeah, there's some thunderstorms that are moving through in Houston and Mississippi. So not really all too severe, but it is still something to keep in mind as this moves off to the north and east. Went to Chicago and it was windy. You're not wrong. Typically, Chicago is the windy city. Typically. Chicago is also not the nicest places for severe weather, but that's usually like in May and stuff like that. It was actually, I just flew out of Jacksonville this morning and it was so bad. Like the fog and stuff like that. And then flying into Baltimore, there was so much turbulence, it wasn't even funny. All right, so there's a new tornado warning here for Decatur County in Western Tennessee. Need to change my title. Multiple tornadoes. Multiple tornadoes likely. There we go. Boom. Easy enough. So yeah, tornado warning for Decatur County in Tennessee. That'll be in effect until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. We are relatively far away from the radar right now on both spectrums, but it is near Parsons and Perryville, which should sound all too familiar to you all, because at the beginning of the stream, we saw a couple tornado warnings over in these areas. So, yeah. Oh boy. Better have flown Delta or unsub. Guess you gotta unsub then. Southwest. I typically don't really fly Delta, although I haven't really flown Delta all too much, and to be completely honest with you. It's either JetBlue or Southwest, but I really do want to fly Delta one of these days. But yeah, anyways, rotation near Decaturville, Parsons. You live over there, get into your safe space. United States Route 412, as well as State Route 69. If you live around there, you guys really need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space. This actually does have a bit of rotation with this storm. So if you live near Parsons, if you live actually along the county border of Decatur and wherever the next county is. What a weatherman. Perry, there we go. Over into Perry. So Decatur and Perry, if you live along the border of those two counties, the rotation is actually heading towards you And if you live near Loboville, you guys could also experience some of that as well. So if you live over in those vicinities, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Thanks for the subscription, Luna, in advance. I really do appreciate it, actually. Guys, we are super close to 4,500 subscribers. We're 20 subscribers away. We're 20 subscribers away. Can we get to 20? Can we get to 4,500? Can we get there? Who knows? That'd be great, though, at the end of the evening. That would be greatly appreciated. 100%. Yeah, we update that. I mentioned before, we have a Discord server. If you want to join the Discord server, we talk about weather. I teach people about weather. We also teach each other about weather and stuff like that. If you want to do so, join the Discord server. You can even DM me and stuff like that. I'll talk to you because I like talking to people. So, if you'd like to join, yeah, that'd be greatly appreciated. We all, kind of just chill out there. And if you don't have Discord, well, that's understandable. Have a nice day. Is that a new tornado warning? Yes, that is a new tornado warning. So we might as well go talk about it. Bunch of meso signatures on this. Oh my goodness. Yep. These rotations have gone mental. I can confirm they've gone mental. We've got 2 areas of pretty strong rotation. Oh yeah. That is guys, this is just crazy. A Discord? Yeah, Discord server. Pretty nice. Just, sorry, just joined. Had been little brother's birthday party all day. That's fine. You didn't miss a whole lot. Well, you did miss a whole lot, but you're not missing a whole lot now because there's a bunch of tornadoes or tornado warnings and stuff like that. Is that Discord server new? Kind of, not really. We made it at around the middle of December last year, and we didn't really do a whole lot, but regardless. I was looking for Corinth, Mississippi tonight. Should I sleep in the basement? Depending upon where you live, you might have to. Let's see. Corinth, that is over there. Yeah, you might have to sleep in your basement. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so we got 2 areas of very strong rotation. Let's just get on with it. The new tornado warning for Disha, Drew, Lincoln, and Arkansas counties in Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I'm talking about this one right here near Tyro. This is the storm that was near Raleigh before, but look at this rotation. The blues moving towards the radar, the reds and oranges moving away. Right in the middle, right where that meso signature is where the rotation would be, just to the north and west of Tyro, moving to the north and east. So if you live near Mitchellville, Dumas, Pickens, as well as anywhere near the intersection of United States Route 165 and United States Route 65, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest and innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I actually want to see how strong this rotation is. We're looking up 6,000 feet up in the sky, so it's not really going to help a whole lot. But we're looking at 59 miles per hour on top of 71 miles per hour. And it just updated. Don't you hate when that happens, chat? It's stupid. Yeah, Little Rock, Arkansas. That's what we're, that's the radar I'm using right now, at least. So yeah, 59 miles per hour on top of 71 miles per hour. That is a 130 mile per hour delta velocity, which that's how fast the rotation's moving. People are telling me to check Illinois. Fine, I'll go check Illinois. Give me a second. My computer really wants me to die. So we're just going to try and slowly get there. Stop it. Stop playing. There we go. Stop. Jeez, chill. Okay. So someone told me to go take a look at the tornado warning up here. This does have some interesting rotation, but it's not all too strong. For the most part. I mean, it is strong, but it's more or less a gusty wind threat. But if you live In Cumberland County, you have a tornado warning until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And if you live near Casey, Greenup, as well as Martinsville, you guys need to go out and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest and most part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. There is a little bit of rotation there, but it's more or less a gusty wind threat, honestly. But it's nice that I covered that because there's not really a whole lot that I've done for those areas there. So, it is what it is. Let's see. I want to go back to these storms in from the Little Rock radar because this actually looks insane. Like the rotation here on both of these storms look insane. Spectrum width shows that they could be. Both of these storms could be on the ground right now. I wouldn't be surprised if they were because they look really intense. Yeah, 59. That's 130 mile per hour delta velocity. Broad rotation there, I will admit, but it isn't really all too big as it once was. Let's move off to the tornado warning here to the north of it. So tornado warning for Desha, Monroe, and Arkansas counties. That'll be in effect until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If we take a look here at the velocities, you can see the greens are moving towards the radar. The reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, right over the town of DeWitt, moving to the north and east at 50 miles per hour. So if you live near DeWitt, then St. Charles, as well as anywhere along State Route 1, as well as Lambrook and Mississippi. No, that's Arkansas still. Duh. Lambrook, Lundell, Elaine, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest and most part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be moving off into the just to the south of St. Charles in about 15 minutes, moving off to the Lambrook area in about 20 to 25 minutes. So if you live over there, you really need to go ahead and get into your safe space. If you're about 15 to 20, maybe 30 minutes away, 15 and above, you guys have a little bit of time. You can get some pillows, helmets, stuff like that, extra gear, so that you may be able to prepare yourself as this continues to move off into your general vicinity. Put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I want to take a look. I want to take a delta velocity of this area. So 80 on top of 53. That is a 133 mile per hour delta velocity at 5,400 feet. Which actually isn't too bad. Actually, just based off of an algorithm from GR2 Analyst, the probabilities of it being an EF1 tornado is 78%, EF2 at 44%, EF3 at 15%, and EF4 at 3%. So something to keep in mind with that there is the opportunity of this being or the possibility of it being a strong tornado. Luckily, we don't have as many tornado warnings as we used to, so we're not constantly getting barraged by blasphemy. That is the good news there. But yeah, this is pretty bonkers too. Someone told me to check Discord DMs. Yeah, guys, gotta realize that I'm really just kind of trying to get through all of these tornado warnings as quickly as possible. Another tornado warning. Jeez. Where is this? Is that... Are you serious? Has weakened... Moved out of the warn area, therefore the warning has been canceled. What? Oh, it just expired. What? So it's a new it's a new tornado warning from Monroe and Arkansas County. It's in effect until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. All right, well, I was just trying to figure out, I was like, what the heck just happened here? But nah, it's not all too bad. Okay, well, there's also another new tornado warning for Webster, Caddo, Bienville, and Bossier Parish in Louisiana. That'll be in effect until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live near Caplis, Elm Grove, Sligo, Oakland, all the way over towards Heflin, Freiburg, and along State Route 7 in Louisiana, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. There is no tornado emergencies right now, luckily, thank God. So, need to monitor this system. Oh. Okay, so this is really good news. Jeez. There's so many rotations right now, it's not even funny. And I thought before wasn't bad. But Nate, what's the weather gonna be like in Greenwood, Mississippi? Just checking in. Well, luckily I checked into the right person because no one really talks about other areas besides the tornado warnings. Greenwood right now is actually experiencing some thunderstorms, as you know. But here's the thing. Later on this evening, you guys could see some gusty winds. Actually, it's kind of really much in the overnight hours, so past midnight. So from midnight and onwards, that's your risk of severe weather all the way into the morning. So something to keep in mind. But good on you for coming back over here. That's the same for everyone else in Mississippi, honestly, except for the northern parts. So like if you're from Batesville, actually no, I'm sorry. If you're from Grenada and north, you guys could get some of this action of these tornadic cells. But PDS tornado warning, I wouldn't be surprised. Yep, it's that storm right there. A tornado has been reported. A large tornado crossed this location. Many power flashes noted. I'm not surprised, honestly. I said before that both of these rotations could very easily be on the ground. Jeez, that's 79 on top of 64. Hold up. I know there's a PDS tornado warning. I know there is. I know I'm purposefully choosing 126.3. Hold up. That's a 145 mile per hour delta velocity on this storm. That thing is mental. So if you live near Dumas, you need to get in your safe space because that could be a large tornado that could be there too. But a PDS tornado warning right here. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near DeWitt, or 13 miles west of the White River National Wildlife Refuge, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. This is a PDS, or a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. 100% on the ground as a large tornado, and you need to continue to monitor the storm. Lambrook, Elaine, south of St. Charles, you guys need to continue to monitor this storm because this is a large tornado that could be moving off into your general vicinity. So Lambrook and Elaine, you guys, honestly, I have a lot of time. It's 15 to 30 minutes. Lambrook's actually about 20 to 25 minutes. So you guys have a little bit of time to get helmets, get pillows, get mattresses, put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This is some really strong rotation here on both of these storms. Both of these storms are really strong. There might actually be two rotations. This actually might be performing a meso handoff. Yeah, this storm down here might be performing a meso handoff. Look at this. Your main rotation, rotation number 1 is right here. This is the main one that we've been looking at for the southern cell near Dumas. Your second one was developing near Tyro. And watch what happens here, chat. A second one develops. So your old rotation's right here. Your new rotation's right here. Both of them are around the same strength. Which means this is something to really keep in mind. 100%. I'm absolutely astonished by what we've seen today. And I'm not sure it's because I came back and, you know, there's this 10% significant tornado risk and it just overperformed. You know, maybe I should stop live streaming, but my goodness. All right, so the second rotation has died out a little bit, so that might have just been a bit of the inflow, but I think the northern rotation is really choking out all the other storms. This might be the true dominant cell. Because anytime a southern rotation tries to develop, it just straight up dies. So, yeah, there might be it might just be either merging into one, or this is just one dominant cell that's really just churning about and pushing on through as a one giant supercell. 3D of that, we're looking pretty far away, but I guess it wouldn't hurt. So yeah, here's the 3D of that cell, and you can see that tight inflow notch. Look at that. That is really tight, actually. Look at this tight inflow notch. That is the cave that I look for, where the inflow, the energy would feed the thunderstorm and allow it to continue to move up more and more and gain more and more energy, more strength to be able to sustain itself. So this is indeed a very strong supercell that is moving across the southeastern parts of Arkansas. Two strong areas of rotation here. Two strong supercells, one with a large tornado that's moving through relatively rural areas, thank the Lord, and another one that's about to move into somewhat populous areas, but has been cycling as a more or less relatively strong area of rotation that could produce a tornado. What was that red cloud? That was heavy rain. So what I can do with a 3D scan here is I can make it so that I look at specific parts of the thunderstorm. So if you take a look here, I can make it so that it looks at a specific spot of rain. So I'm looking at heavy rain right now, and this heavy rain actually has created a little gap to where that's where the updraft actually holds the rain in place and makes it so that the inflow can actually surge in through and feed the thunderstorm. That's how insane supercells are, that it actually can make these really complex structures and allow it to intensify further as a stronger storm, which is the reason why I love weather so much. I'm not sure about you guys, but weather, it's so different from storm to storm, event to event. That's honestly so mind-blowing, honestly. You know, and I love looking at all these storms as to how one is different from another, and how, you know, it's different as to where these storms can go specifically. But jeez, that's I think that might be an anomaly. If not, that's some pretty interesting rotation as well there again. But still, that is absolutely amazing what we are witnessing. If you guys are new to the stream, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe, turn on notifications, share this with friends and family. I'm going to be live streaming tomorrow because I'll be storm chasing. So if you want to watch the adventures of Nate Snyder, please be sure to hang out with me. Love of God. Most likely at the end of this live stream, I'll be discussing as to where I'll be going specifically for my storm chase. I also need to charge up my camera and stuff like that. So that would be greatly appreciated if you helped me out by liking, subscribing, turning on notifications, sharing with friends and family, and on social media. That would be great. Jeez. This is really discombobulated. These rotations. Hey, wait a second. Where did all the tornado warnings go? We only have 3 now. We had 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, now we only have 3. Thank the Lord. We're starting to get to the end of the event. Been streaming for 5.5 hours. Alright, if it's all the same to you all, I haven't ate in a while. Or I haven't ate at all. So I'm gonna have a bite of my burger. Some cells are developing in the Paducah areas. Any comment? Sure, I'll comment. Will this event end? It's actually not a comment, that's a question. Nicholas, what's up? How do? Alright, so these aren't exactly supercells that are developing in Paducah. They're more or less just scattered thunderstorms. But the thing that you guys should really be worried about if you're near Paducah is this line right here. Off to your north and west. So. That is something to keep in mind with all these storms. Alright, let's look back at this tornado warning. Actually, never mind. This thing's pretty dead. I'm not gonna lie. The storm died out quicker than the storms over in the mid-Atlantic. Unfortunate. I'm not salty at all. Yeah, no, this thing still has general rotation on the cell, but it never had a tornado warning, so can't exactly say that it's doing a whole lot. Am I chasing in PA and Maryland? Probably Maryland and Virginia, maybe North Carolina, depending upon how I feel. That's what I'm thinking in my head. I haven't seen the latest model runs, but I guess we'll have to see. Well, PA seeing a tornado threat in the next few days. Speaking of Pennsylvania, here's your tornado threat. Southern Pennsylvania. If you're talking about like eastern, western, northern parts of Pennsylvania, nah. But Philly might get into the action. Keyword might. But it is what it is. It's a good burger. I approve. Okay. So technically there's 2 tornado warnings. Will Orlando, Florida be affected? I don't think it will. Yeah. I mean, you'll have some general thunderstorms on Monday. Although I think that could be a marginal. Could be a marginal. But I don't think it'll be like as bad as what it is today or tomorrow. It's not grilled cheese? Well, technically it's grilled cheese, just with meat and ketchup. Technically. But yeah, 2 different areas of rotation here. This one near Dumas definitely looks a whole lot stronger. It's grilled cheese with burger, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I'm running out of things to say here, folks. We're at 25 minutes until all the tornado warnings expire. You still have the one area of strong rotation that's near Dumas and Mitchellville. I told the people who were over on United States Route 165 to get in their safe space. State Route 1 to get in their safe space as well. So, yeah. I know what I need to do. I need to create my checklist. Stuff that I need to do for weather. I know this is a giant white thing here. But I actually have plans for this channel. I have plans that other YouTube channels don't have. Because they're thinking about the weather spectrum and forecasting aspect of it, as well as just regular, shenanigans. So forecasting and then live streaming, that's their plan. I have bigger plans than that. Are tornadoes less active at night? Depends. It depends upon the parameters. It could be amplified at night with the right stuff, but meh. We'll have to see. I know I asked a lot about my city, but will the Hook DeWitt supercell be heading into South Haven? Will we catch the northern part? Here, let's take a look at that real quickly. The DeWitt cell most likely will head to the south of your area. But Eli Moore, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate all the super chats, donations, memberships, all the subscriptions, likes, shares, all the stuff. Yeah, no, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, Eli Moore. I really do appreciate it. And all this stuff, by the way, all the donations and stuff like that goes straight back into the stream. So, yeah. All right, number 1. Renovate Discord server. Number 2. Create weather warning. Actually, create updated weather warning program. That'll just basically help me. It's kind of like IEMbot, but it's even more filtered, or at least I'm gonna try and create it. Number 3. There we go. Number 4. Because that actually made me upset. That actually made me upset when Streamlabs deleted everything today. They deleted all of my stuff. That's the reason why all this stuff that you see in front of you is pretty, like, makeshift. Ghetto, if you will. Streamlabs deleted all my stuff. And I had an amazing scene. I had amazing scenes. Whatever. It was just so stupid. It's honestly the stupidest thing I've ever seen. But it is what it is. Glossary rules. What else are we doing? Oh, staff. We need more staff on our Discord server. Stuff like that. Okay. So that's our list of things to do. Or at least that's the stuff that's off the top of my head. And now we only have 2 tornado warnings because the other one got boofed. Understandable. Have a nice day. Why is there slight risk for the Outer Banks? If that's tomorrow, then oh no, that's crap. That's today. Seems legit. There's also a 5% chance for tornadoes in southern Illinois. Another seems legit moment. Yeah, there's a 15% chance. It's just trucking on through. I don't know why they're doing... Oh, it's because of the storms that passed off. Makes sense, makes sense. Alright, so that's my sneak peek of what all I have planned. Yeah, no, I'm super excited for number 3. Number 3 is actually something that I've wanted to do for a while, and I actually enjoy, or at least I have enjoyed creating that, the script. So, if I can do that, that would be pretty cool. That would honestly be pretty nice. All right, Discord server, join that if you haven't already. That way we can talk some more. Stuff like that. We're 6 subscribers away from getting 4,500, guys. We're so close. Can we do it? I'm not sure we can. But if we can, that would be greatly appreciated. That would be amazing. Honestly. Yeah, we'll go over these tornado warnings real quickly. Anyways, tornado warning here for Monroe and Arkansas County until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. For quarter-sized hail as well, although the rotation looks a bit more lackluster. But if you live near Lambrook, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. By the way, if you join the Discord server and you're trying to figure out why you can't speak in any of the channels, you got to hit the check mark in the rules area. That way you guys are able to see all the other channels and stuff like that. So, but yep, that tornado warning is a bit lackluster. This tornado warning right here near DeMoss, around, let's see, this would be for Lincoln and Arkansas counties, as well as Deschutes County. That'll be in effect until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for golf ball sized hail and the potential of a tornado as well. So that is something to keep in mind with all of that. There is still some decent rotation with this storm, actually. But if you live near United States Route 165, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, get underground and get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Just subscribed and I don't subscribe to anything. Well, that's greatly appreciated. That's greatly appreciated. Thank you so much for the subscription. We're getting so close to 4,500, guys. Dude, I was at 2,000, I was at under 2,000 prior to 2 weeks ago. The fact that I've gained 2,000 subscribers is crazy. I could have gained more if I was here during the whole outbreak thing, but, it's very unfortunate for the popularity of my channel to be kind of halted and spotlight to be taken by other YouTubers, but at the same time, I'll continue to do my job. They'll do theirs as well. According to local meteorologists, large and dangerous tornado on the ground near DeMoss, Arkansas. Is that the case? According to the National Weather Service, it's not, but that very easily could be on the ground. I don't see a debris signature. Spectrum width, which just measures turbulence, and tornadoes cause turbulence. There's a little bit of a drop right here, so if there was a tornado, it would be crossing over United States Route 165 right now, like right near the intersection of State Route 1 and United States Route 165 in Arkansas. So, I mean, it has a chance to be on the ground. But I wouldn't exactly say it's on the ground, especially since the spectrum width just weakened a lot more. Yeah, I don't see a debris signature from this. I do see a lot of hail, though. A lot of hail over 1 inch across the board here. So, has any town been hit? Yeah, there's been multiple towns that have been hit, unfortunately. But, we can only pray for those towns. And hope that God's protecting them. Any rotation in Nashville? Let's find out. Caitlin, first off, I just want to say thank you for being with me that long. I mean, I remember you in the original Storm Central or whatever, even though I'm not in Storm Central anymore. It's been pretty nice, gotta say, to have you around. So thank you so much for all you've done. What's up, Nate? Just got back from BGSU. Been observing this the whole day. What's your opinion on it? It's been pretty bonkers for the most part, I'm not gonna lie. So many tornado warnings across the board, and that we've just been keeping up to date with it for the most part, so pretty crazy as to how much activity there has been. And I just hope people have been safe. But Arkansas definitely took the brunt of this. So, someone asked if there was any rotation near Nashville. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation near Lobelville, but otherwise, there isn't really a whole lot. This is more or less a gusty wind threat that's heading towards Centerville in Tennessee. But otherwise, in Nashville itself just has gusty winds from a passing thunderstorm. So that's something to keep in mind. Not a whole lot. Okay, I want to take a look at the models tomorrow. I think I'm gonna start wrapping it up in the next 13 minutes. If there's not another tornado warning, I don't really care if there's another tornado warning that happens. I gotta get some shut-eye for tomorrow. Because, as I mentioned, I'm gonna be storm chasing. So if you guys want to see me storm chase the adventures of Nathan Snyder, please be sure to turn on notifications, because tomorrow afternoon is when we will live stream. So, Lobelville, yeah, I was looking at that as well. There's a little bit of rotation there. I want to take a look at the models tomorrow. We're going to take a look at the models tomorrow. We're going to try and figure out where I'm going to chase. Worst case scenario indicator. Yes. Let's take a look. Oh, good lord. Jeez. That's not bad. That's kind of bonkers, dude. Kind of bonkers, dude. That's pretty linear. Not gonna lie. Ooh, Delmarva. It's not as linear. What about North Carolina? Not as bad. You need... Ooh. Aiden, with the $5 super chat, I will definitely consider you 100% for staff. I'm talking with my staff as of right now as to what all we need to do for the future, but I will definitely take it into consideration. So thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. To all the new subscribers, look at that. Jeez. Bunch of subscribers coming in, or notifications for subscribers are coming in. We're 3 subscribers away. 3 subscribers away from 4,500. Let's see. Is there PDS for tomorrow? There was, but now there isn't really. It's kind of chilled out a little bit. I want to see where thunderstorms are going to develop to begin with. Where are thunderstorms going to be? Thunderstorms on the northern edge of the line. Wait, what the heck? Hold up. Hold up. Oh, and then there's the speed shear line, which makes a lot of sense. What the heck are you? Oh, that makes sense. Just not as strong. Yeah, 4,502. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Thank you so much. We got there. All right. So yeah, I'm just looking over where we should chase tomorrow, because the other areas for that have tornado warnings, not as strong. So that is the good news. That is some contamination. No, we are not going to talk about it. That is some straight line winds. Jeez. Helicity is 380 though. That is some strong helicity, I'll say that much. Jeez. Okay, so oh, that is a PDS tour. Look at that. Now onto 45 million. No, the ultimate goal here is 100,000 subscribers. If we can get to 10,000, I'll be pretty happy. But if we can get to 100,000, get that silver play button, that would be amazing. That'd be an amazing conversation piece. Can you imagine? But yeah, that is a PDS tour in South Carolina. Large amounts of cape. Helicity actually is kind of weak. Or weaker, I should say. Lapse rates are pretty decent, I'm not gonna lie. This doesn't look as... I mean, photograph definitely looks a whole lot better. Alright, I'll say that much. Jeez, that looks terrible. Terrible. What is this? Very skinny cape. Oh. Oh, okay. That actually isn't half bad. Helicity's pretty high. The only thing about it is that this photograph is like pretty straight. But it does curl off to the right, so that is something to keep in mind. What places are over there? Hold up. No, it's not what I wanted. There we go. Exit that out. Okay, so this is south of... Is this actually Richmond? Extra gas money for tomorrow. Yeah, I'll need it, honestly. Yeah, $2. Thank you for the $2 super chat, Aiden. I will definitely take the gas money 100%. Yeah, I know, right? I'll need it. Yeah, there's some general curling in the atmosphere in those areas. It's 19Z. Starts to consolidate at 20Z there. That's your PDS tour with your helicity 256. Take a look at the satellite real quick. There's a lot of trees. Bro, isn't this part of Virginia supposed to be flat? Isn't it? Well, it is flat. It's just there's some trees. Dew points in northwestern Alabama. Yeah, give me a second. Hold up. Memphis. Windows, place file manager, METAR observations. Northwestern Alabama, 65 degrees. That's what the dew point is in northwestern. That's right around near the Muscle Shoal, Florence, and Tuscumbia areas. I'm still gonna chase no matter what. It's just I gotta find the best area for tornadoes. I think the best area would be right in there. South of Loudon. Should be about here in the Powhatan areas. Powhatan's not bad. Amelia's Courthouse is not bad. I actually like Amelia Courthouse. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. And then if I were to chase down here, it'd be like near Greenville and something like that. But there's only so many roads that I can take here. There's only so many roads to go across the rivers as well. So, where are you starting tomorrow and where do you plan to travel to? Well, this is my dot up there. So, South Central PA, going all the way down. Most likely to Powhatan. No, I'm already... What? That's not how that works. Stop it. Directions from here to Powhatan. Yes, I know. I just doxed myself. I don't care. 3.5 hours. When does thunderstorm initiation start? 17Z. -4. It's 1 o'clock. That's 1 o'clock. I'll have to leave at like 8-ish. 8 o'clock. Eight o'clock. Yeah, I'll probably have to leave at like 8 o'clock or something like that. Something like that. 30% chance for wind down there. Yeah. How do you convert Z time into normal time? Good question. So, depending upon whether you're in Eastern Standard Time or Eastern Daylight Time, I'm speaking off of Eastern because Eastern is where I live in, will determine as to how many hours away from Z time is. So, if it's Eastern Daylight Time, it's 4 hours away from Z. If it's Eastern Standard, it's 5. Then Central is 1 hour after Eastern. Mountain is 2 hours after Eastern. And Pacific is 3. What does the wrap say? Numerical forecasting models, wrap over here. Convective product, significant tornado parameter. It's all agreeing that Southern Virginia is the best place to go. like around Richmond. Super loopy photograph, but well, not really super loopy. Somewhat skinny cape. Surface is 2000 though. I'll bite. I'll bite. Powhatan or Amelia Courthouse, either or. Is there even a difference? All I know is that I leave at 8 o'clock tomorrow, so I'll have to wake up at like, what, 6 o'clock? Something like that. Yeah. No, I think it'll be fine. Alright, well, we still have the one tornado warning right here. This is the new tornado warning that was issued in response of the other one being expired, so... tornado warning for Desha and Arkansas County. That'll be in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you live over there, get underground and get in the lowest and innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. I am probably going to go to bed now, because if that's the case to where I actually have to get up at 8 or leave at 8 o'clock, and then I get there at 11. 11? Yeah, 11. I get there at 11. I have 2 hours to do whatever I want. I can move north, I can move south. I'll probably move south, actually. Yeah. And so, I'll get up at like 6 o'clock-ish. Get up at 6 o'clock, make my video 6:30. Post it at like... No. I'll get up at 6:30. I'll make it at 7. Post it at 7:45-ish and then leave. Yeah, sounds like a plan. Sounds indeed like a plan. Yep. Alright, that sounds good. Anyways, that's going to be it for me most likely. I'm going to get ready to go storm chase tomorrow. There's another tornado warning, jeez. Alright, well, we might as well talk about this one real quickly. This thing actually just materialized right in front of us. This is also really rain-wrapped, so... new tornado warning for Bradley and Calhoun County in Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 10:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you live in Tinsman, Banks, anywhere along United States Route 278, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get in the lowest and most part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Guys, spread the word. I'm going to be storm chasing tomorrow. If you guys want to see me storm chase, possibly have the chance of some tornadoes, please be sure to subscribe. Turn on notifications. That's important to have notifications on, because when we have notifications on, that's when you guys will know what I do with my content. So, spread the word. Your boy's storm chasing. Turn on notifications, subscribe, like the video, whatever. That would be great. Let's see. We hit 500 likes. You guys are amazing. You gonna leave me hanging in northwestern Alabama? Northwestern Alabama is gonna get some gusty winds tonight. Most likely. Here. I'll do a forecast for you. Give me a second. Actually, significant tornado parameter. Screw it. What does this tell me? Not a lot of cape. Definitely a lot of shear, but there is a little bit of a tornadic photograph there. Interesting. All right. So northwestern Alabama, you can start get some gusty winds. Let's see, your central. So at around 3 o'clock in the morning, 2, 3 o'clock, maybe 4 o'clock in the morning. That's when it'll start to push on through. All the way until like 5 o'clock in the morning. So if you live over there, you guys need to continue to monitor this system as these gusty winds will really start to push on through. New tornado warning. My goodness. They need to stop. Phillips and Coahoma counties. That'll be in effect until 10:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you live near Hill House, Bobo, Alligator, Duncan, Deason, Hush, Pucknea, or Puckina, Clarksdale, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, get into your safe space. Anyways, that's going to be it for me. My name is Nate. I also go by Hockey Boy Nate, and I hope you all stay safe. I'll catch you.